Guilty, now we're breaking down the enemy. Move over. The soldiers. Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine. We live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise.
Heart, feel the heat, heart.
Oh, you been buying shades on all the time, and you don't give a that your card got declined. So snap that pic like a model. Yeah, no glass, drink that from the bottle. Yeah, you did. I don't want nobody to do drugs with me. I don't trust nobody, I'm alone with. Bad move got me in a bad mood. Freezer in my chat, my heart to call up. Yo, I get that my. You did it, now you win it.
Done, I work more, so now I'm homeless like a bum.
Stripping and getting paid while they
what you want to me. What have I got to lose? Oh no, the vertigo's coming. I'ma go get it. Nigga, I'ma go.
I be dying to be a reflection of the person that you're seeing in me. Like I was born on the moon, but I'm seen by the sea.
My type of fly doesn't require wings, and what I spit got the same heat the fire brings. Queen, that's you cold.
Yeah, boy, call. I'm all about money. Money. Like I take it, envisioning me making it. The bread, I can smell it like I'm in front of a bank. See, boy, I'm on a mission from G.O.D. That's why they know they owe me. I'm all about money, money, money. Gotta get money, money, money.
I'm rolling out to do it big, live a life they wish they did. You heard it all before,
And I'ma hit the ground running, cause you gotta turn nothing to something big. I know, you heard it all before, yeah.
Brains that manifest in my pen, dance in my feet. I wanna see you lose control.
if I try to run, but I'm gone. Catch the bus to visit my friends at the.
I'm gonna fight for mine. I'm gonna fight for mine. I'm gonna fight. I do it. If you play
My rope, I don't know anywhere else I could go. That's when you came, it's what one. We are all one. Love is the answer to every question. We are all one. We are all one. Love is the answer to every question.
I wonder if it could be that maybe God forgives me, and maybe hope will triumph, and somewhere love is winning. I've been feeling so much down on my luck, almost forgot the hand that's helping me up. I turn my eyes up to the sky.
You want to me? What have I got to lose? We're a catastrophe, both of us black and blue. I gave you everything, you
took me to the moon. You were the strength I needed. Why'd it end so soon? Take it day to day. I'm trying to block the memories in my face. It pain, it comes in waves. So dive in. They weren't lying. There's no denying. Oh no, the vertigo's coming. Can't keep me on my feet. God knows I'm trying to be someone. My vision's failing me. I live like I'm dying tomorrow. God gave me one last chance. Take all the time that I've borrowed. Make a new man. Feels like I'm burning out. Wondering why it changed. Wish I could turn around. Put it back in place. All it will take is time. You said it healed the wounds. Bring back this love of mine. 'Cause it left with you. Take it day to day. I'm trying to block the memories in my face. It pain, it comes in waves. So dive in. They weren't lying. There's no denying it. Oh no, the vertigo's coming. Can't keep me on my feet. God knows I'm trying to be someone. My vision's failing me. I live like I'm dying tomorrow. God gave me one last chance. Take all the time that I've borrowed. Make a new man. Out of the darkness, I knew it would come one day. Leaving me heartless, I knew it would come one day. Lost my direction, I knew it would come for me. So I tried to run, I knew it would come for me. Oh no, the vertigo's coming. Can't keep me on my feet. God knows I'm trying to be someone. My vision's failing me. I live like I'm dying tomorrow. God gave me one last chance. Take all the time that I've borrowed. Make a new man. Out of the darkness, I knew it would come one day. Leaving me heartless, I knew it would come one day. Lost my direction, I knew it would come for me. So I tried to run, I knew it would come for me.
Give me that money, give me that money, give me that money, give me that money.
Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money.
Give me that money, 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 give me that money.
Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money.
Give me that, give me that.
Give me that money. Give me that money.
Give me that.
Give me that money. give me that money. Give me that money. Give me that money.
On the block, man, they tell me to go. I go harder, they ball. I ball harder, they move. I move smart. I want it all to the day that I die. I don't bother, they blast. I blast harder, they grind. We grind harder. Ain't no chumps in my chain. Ain't no crease in my jeans. Ain't no love laws. I put pause and do throw them things. Ain't no strap in my jeans. That's just me how I hang. Ask your wifey about me and she say the same. Walk the talk, spit the game. Pay the tab, keep the chain. Rep the hood code of silence. They ask, speak no name. Take the Lord's name in vain. Ain't no tears in my pain. From the block to the boardroom, my dudes, man, we reign. We reign forever, the code is stick together. We mash even though the forecast is stormy weather. It's nothing, I mean a few rainy days. I mean it's how we was raised. Most succumb to the pressure, but yo, it's how we was made. We're different, we're gifted, like the wheat when it's sifted. Through the muck and the mire, the heads down and we're lifted. Now my people is winning, I swear we got it honest. Grind hard through the night, same thing and on block, man, they tell me to go. I go harder, they ball. Yeah. I try to tell you, you ain't ready. Have you ever seen a man not afraid to die? Gave his life for a dream. Born hustler, so the game conceived. A cage beast, but now I'm free. How can you blame me? I was born for this, the game chose me. Now I've been training for this my whole life. Carpe diem, seize the moment, right. We gon' turn up and rock plenty ice. This is our time, yeah, I'm about that life. I'm a street dude, teach dudes to think quicker. Would take over the world, but yo, I dream bigger. Never satisfied, I'm trying to be richer. And pour out a little bit for those who ain't with us. Ready, I don't get ready, I stay ready. Cause the consequences is heavy. My man D said he would never quit. Even though the thing's heavy, we push like a 7-7 Chevy. Boys ready. My whole clique since 06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not You ready. Boys don't want it with us, so stop lying. Show me a dude can, I show you a boy dying. I ain't lying. We are self-built, self-made, self-sustained, self-seekers, selfish. Yo, I'm trying to get paid. My goons do it in the rain. To be clear, we are not the same. You were born, I was made. You'll spend forever in the grave. We've already spent many moons sipping cool drinks in the shade. Picture me on a stage with 50,000 fans in a riot and a frenzy. Don't cross me, boy. We got a sick and twisted way of coming at you every day until you see it our way. I'm glad we can see eye to eye before somebody had to die. Please don't cry. It's occasionally necessary to push a dude over the ledge so he can come to his head and know that he's not ready. I don't get ready, I stay ready. Cause the consequences is heavy. My man D said he would never quit. Even though the thing's heavy, we push like a 7-7 Chevy. Boys ready. My whole clique since 06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not ready. I don't get ready, I stay ready. Cause the consequences is heavy. My man D said he would never quit. Even though the thing's heavy, we push like a 7-7 Chevy. Boys ready. My whole clique since 06 was on the bottom, now we running this. Grind hard when the load gets heavy. The money was slow, but now it's steady. You boys is not ready.
Better back down, you're in my domain. screaming out our name. It's a blowout, it's a hurricane, it's over before you know it. While you're shaking, we're a dynasty in the making. We're the royalty, now we're breaking down the enemy. Move over for the soldiers. Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine, we live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We celebrate with the city tonight. Hear the hometown cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, we do it for the glory. Yeah, we've waited for our time to come, calculated everything we've done, we've upgraded. Now you can't outrun a champion. Now you're facing one. Can you hear them? Yeah, it's all for us. You believe them? Yeah, it's serious. Hear the siren. We're victorious. I'm telling you. Can I get a hell yeah? Take a swing, I can take a hit. If we die, it's fine, we live for this. It's all for this. We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory.
Welcome to beautiful Bucharest for yet another FIFA tournament. That's right, we've got 32 of the very best players in the world all gathered here in the great city in Romania. What are they battling for? 6,820 points, $30,000, all up for grabs, of course, those all-important points as far as the global series is confirmed. There's not much more to say. The players are ready, we're ready, so let's get things started. There we go. Welcome to the PGL FIFA19 CUP Bucharest style, the second of our qualifying live events. Alongside me, Boris Legend and Nightwatch, or as we like to affectionately call you both, the two Ivans. The two Ivans. It's a thing, it's a language thing. Anyway, welcome. Welcome to the studio. It's great to be here and do some FIFA finally. I've been looking forward to doing some more FIFA. It's been 13 years since I did my first one.
13 years.
13 years. So and commentated on you becoming a world champion as well. A lot of money. I think it was the record amount of money at the time for a FIFA champion.
Yeah, it was back in 2013. I watched that game a lot of times afterwards, and I love your voice, man. I love it.
Well, that's good. We're a good company. More modern stuff though. Like, what have you been up to? Because I get the feeling you're like, I want to compete. I don't really want to sit here and talk about it with Red Eye. I'd rather be out there playing. So what have you been doing?
I've been competing. I was competing here last week, but sadly didn't qualify for this event. So I have the honor to commentate over these games. I'm going to watch them anyways at home. So
learn something.
Yeah, of course, definitely learn something on and off the pitch. Watching these guys play, obviously better than me if they're here and I'm not. So just watch, learn, commentate.
But it is a tough field, isn't it? If I've got two great players sat next to me in the studio right now, that says a lot about the quality of the competition right now in both PS4 and on Xbox. Just unbelievable quality.
Yes, definitely. And compared to the last week where we had it for Champions Cup, we are actually down to 32 players now compared to 64. So it's even tougher qualifying. So we will see. I think every matchup will be a high quality round of FIFA.
Right. Well, for those of you that are new to FIFA, FIFA 19, and new to the Global Series maybe, let's give you a breakdown as to how it actually all works. This is the second live qualifying series championship. Points are given out at all of the different events, and this is a licensed qualifying event, as you can see at the third box there, giving away 850 points to the winner of both the Xbox and the PS4. So basically, to get to the grand final, you get 850 points, 1,500 for a Champions Cup, and of course, last week, first of the majors, 1,500 points. Another one next week in London, which will also give out 1,500 points to the winners. So plenty there as well. There's also, I want to mention the Champions Weekend League as well, because you can notch up a few points. Yeah. 27 wins, I think.
Every weekend you play, if you get 27 more wins, you get 10 points, which at the end of the season could be the difference if you make the playoffs or the Club World or the E-World Cup.
Definitely.
So imagine if you skip a weekend and these 10 points are deciding, you'll feel gutted. So you have to grind every week.
Yeah, it keeps everyone on their toes, doesn't it? Keeps them pushing. And like, you could be instead like, maybe we can set up an Xbox in the other room.
I have one at home.
You could do it this weekend and you could still get a few points.
I could.
That's what I'm saying.
Actually, brought my own monitor out also from Sweden. I have monitor, PlayStation, everything. So I'm also ready for this weekend. After this show here, I'm just going to go back to the hotel and just grind because we are still in it.
Yeah.
We're also trying to qualify. But now, of course, we have a big honor here to be here with you today.
Well, I'm also trying to qualify. I mean, no one's too old, right?
Very
good. For an event or for the weekend league?
Well, just qualify, play. I'm allowed, aren't I?
Yeah, of course. Everybody
I haven't got any points yet. It's a matter of time, sure. I'll just pick up 27 wins at the weekend next weekend. It'll be fine.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Exactly. I like it. I think by the end of the season, I will have at least 10 points.
I mean,
does that get me to the finals, or
it gets to the weekend league.
Do I get?
If you get 10 points, you will get some status definitely, because that requires 27 wins, which is very tough.
I like how you're thinking, Boris. We should also take a look at the leaderboard, which obviously I'll be featuring on for both the PS4 and the Xbox. PS4 leaders right now. I don't feature on this one, unfortunately. Joxan's top of that one with 2,385 points. That's a decent-sized lead already on the top of the PS4 leaders, just the top 4. But we can also have a look at the Xbox and see the top 4 in that one. As I see, Tex, winner of the major last week, of course. 1,530 points. He's also here this weekend, so could even add a few more points.
Yep.
Nice to see a Brit doing well. Of course, we like that.
Of course, and even one of the first games on the Swiss format is the #1 seed against the #2 seed.
Yes.
So definitely a tough matchup for both, and a good start to this competition.
Yeah. What do you make to the changes this year? Just overall, the fact that we've got this points leaderboard and you get lots of points from different events.
I think for us players, it's very it's a nice change in that way that you can actually be consistent throughout this whole season, and that is actually the what will reward you the most. While maybe last season it was all about peaking during the right time. Of course, it will be same this season. You always have to perform, but you can have a good 10 months and qualify for the World Cup instead of having maybe 2 good weeks.
Right.
So consistency will pay off, and I think for us players that is a nice change, and especially also the fact that we will have much more tournaments this year. I think it's about in total 14, 15 tournaments this year compared to last year's 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So a lot of more chances also to earn points, and that is a nice change.
Yeah, I thought you, of all people, having won that one-off tournament for a ton of money, would have been like a big advocate of just having a really big tournament at some point in the year, and then hopefully you can get good at that time.
Yeah, well, it's changing now. Every weekend matters. You have to win just as many games as possible until the last game of the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then even then you will, of course, have a chance to go through to the World Cup. And I think that is, of course, I mean, the main objective for all FIFA 19 players. You want to get to the FIFA 19 World Cup.
Long way away
only have
right
16.
Now. So far away right now. We're going to
far away. So
focus on this particular one. Let's take a look at the point distribution for this particular cup. Because as I said earlier on, 850 Global Series points for first and second place. Of course, if you're not familiar with FIFA, will be playing on both PS4 and Xbox. So effectively, they both have their own championships, and it will be the top 2 players from each of the consoles that get the 850, 450 for third and fourth, 315 for 5 to 8, and if you do finish outside of the top 8, which is the money, by the way, 9 to 16 still picks up some points, as does the bottom half of the top 32 as well. I think that's quite good as well, isn't it? So that means you've qualified, you're getting points regardless.
Of course, yeah. For example, like last year even, like the point structure has changed so much compared to last year. For example, Tex, who won the first event last year and the first event this year, just thanks to the amount of points he's already got from last week's event, and because he's qualified for all the other events, he will rack up points even if he gets grouped every event, which is slim to none, the chances. Yeah. But even then, he's shown consistency, qualified for different events, and he's probably theoretically already made the playoffs and the World Cup.
Perhaps,
so,
yes.
Yeah. But not guaranteed though, so you're still
going
to
early
keep
to say
racking up the
what's going to be the threshold to make it to the World Cup. But yes, I mean, in this format, you really have to perform every week. And first, we have this tournament here, and it's going to be very interesting to see if actually Tex can once again show up. He had an amazing display last week. He beat Joxan on PlayStation 3-0. Yep. And remember, Joxan was a back-to-back PS4 winner. Yep. That was the man to beat on PS4, which no one could do. But Tex just showed up from a different console and beat him 3-0 on his home console.
Yeah, we'll see whether he's got that kind of form this weekend as well. Swiss format, let's talk about that. I said to you guys in the green room, I'm not a big fan of Swiss, because obviously I watch a lot of different esports, but actually, you make some great points. For FIFA, it's kind of great, isn't it?
I think we both agree that for FIFA, Swiss format is one of the best implementations tournament-wise. It just gives you the opportunity to perform better in different games. Because, for example, in a group with 3 players, like it was before, if you lose one game, you're theoretically out. Whereas here, you don't have the excuse. I had a tough group, I had tough matchups. you have a lot of chances.
Yeah, and as you can see from the graphics that we're showing on the screen, effectively win 3 and you're through.
Yeah, exactly. And if you lose 3, then you're
Then
out.
you're done. Yep.
And this is a format that's also, well, it gives you more time to adapt, to adjust. Maybe you have a slow start of the day and you need time to find a heat.
Yep.
And if we take a look at previous formats, we had, for example, group stage with one game, well, you played 3 different guys and perhaps, well, pretty much if you lost 2 games, it was over.
Even if you lost 1.
Yes, and we
Sometimes.
have to remember that the qualifying progress for these tournaments, they are so long and so difficult. And if you make it here, you just want to play as many games as possible. And we have 5 rounds, and every round is also best of 2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I like it a lot. I think it's going to prove very competitive for the players. Of those players, I know you've both mentioned Tex already. Let's pick out some favourites for people to watch at home. Both the hardcore audience that follow FIFA a lot. I'm sure they've got their favourites. But again, for people that are casually tuning in and thinking, "Oh, what's this? This looks quite fun." What are the names? I'm thinking Mr. Dasari's probably on that list, and Tex is obviously on that list. But maybe give us a couple of others that people wouldn't necessarily pick out.
Should we start?
Yes, because I'm an Xbox player, he's a PlayStation player, so I would assume...
No wars in here, boys. We're all friends.
But in my opinion, because I'm also a competitor, so I've played with most of these guys, I know that the guy I struggled the most against is definitely Megabit because of his attacking playstyle. So if he plays his best FIFA, he will be undefendable and he will be unplayable. Of course, everybody who's been here after these rough qualifiers deserves to be here and has a shot at the top spots. But for me personally, along with Tex, which is the obvious person to beat, Megabit is up there with his attacking playstyle, and he has made a lot of improvements defensively. So if he can play at his best level, he's definitely one of my favorites.
Okay, some other names from the Xbox side you might be familiar with. Mr. Dasari, of course, former world champion. Danny's on there. Gorilla as well, from the UK. A multiple UK champion, of course, in the past. All big names. There's plenty of big names on there.
Yeah, and we also have players like Tim Latka, who made it to a lot of the events last year. This is his first for FIFA 19, and we're here also taking a look at the PS4 side, where we have, of course, well, the biggest name of the PS4 side missing, Joxan, but we have Age, who is a big favorite also. He made it to the semi-finals in the Champions Cup. We also have players like Nicholas99, who was dominating in FIFA 18. And of course, also one player that we have to watch is Stefano Pena, who is actually the reigning PS4 world champion, also his first event of the year.
Yeah, I find that both sides are just stacked for the player. I mean, we're talking about it's a licensed qualifier this week, and obviously there's a major last week, there's a major next week. These players, so the quality of the players in this,
of course,
on both sides.
Even like Ivan said, Ivan.
See, you're doing it now,
exactly.
It's not just me.
Like he said, the number one on the leaderboards on PlayStation, he's not here.
Yep.
It just goes to show how competitive the scene is and how difficult and exhausting these tournaments for qualification are.
Yeah.
And just players like Mo Aubameyang, he didn't mention because there are just way too many good players, and Mo Aubameyang has qualified for, I think, 5 of the first events, or at least 4 of them. So he's definitely one of the favorites for the top 2 spots. Just the level is incredibly high.
Okay. Let's take a look at the schedule for you and show you what we've got coming up on day number 1 here in Bucharest, obviously in the middle of the pre-show right now. First up, Swiss round 1. We'll go through 5 consecutive rounds of the Swiss round until we've completed the group stage completely, and we'll know exactly who's through to the quarterfinals of both Xbox and PS4 by the end of the day. The end of the day, of course, will then lead us into our quarterfinals tomorrow onwards on both sides of the bracket, all the way through to the grand final eventually, of course, playing on both Xbox and PS4. We've seen it before. We've seen players win on both consoles and clean sweep it, as we mentioned earlier on with Ivan as well. So it can be done. We'll see. I'm just going with Ivan now. I've just decided it's just easier. Yeah, Boris can be
Boris and
Knight.
Boris and Knight, yes.
Yeah, so we could do that. I like the fact that you're 2 Ivans or 2 Evans.
So when you say, I heard that from Ivan, nobody knows from who you heard it.
We're like, did you mean Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I could. Yeah, but like, I'll just throw it out there. Just ask a question. Ivan, what do you think of the? And no one will know.
We just look at each other. Like, you go first. I go first.
I should ask you what you're excited about in terms of the matches. Let's take a look at those matches as well for the first round. These are all of the matches that are going to be going. There's so many good games in here. I don't understand. I need like 16 brains and 16 pairs of eyes, so that we can watch all of the games at the same time. But we're going to pick out 4 of those games. Gents, you've got any favourites in there?
I think we have 2 obviously huge matchups against, well, it's Age versus Mo Bamyang.
Yep.
I believe they are the top 2 seeded actually currently in this tournament from the PS4 side, and the same thing on the Xbox side. We have the top 2 seeded players coming up against each other in the first round, which is of course Aftertex versus Ajax Dani. So we have 2 huge matchups in this first round here.
Some big matches as well. Megabit going up against Jabba. That's not going to be easy, is it?
Not going to be easy for either of both.
No.
I think this is Jablet's first big event. Will the nerves kick in? You're playing Megabit. You know he's very dangerous. How will you perform? Big question.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about styles in the green room before the start of the show. Do you want to elaborate on that? Because I think a lot of people would look at FIFA and just go, well, it's just about formations. It's just football, surely. But some of these players have some very unique styles, don't they?
Of course, like formation is a big part of the game this year, more than previous years because of the dynamic tactics, etc., etc. But you have players like Tex. The things we've talked about with other competitors. The frustrating thing with Tex is not that you lose to him, is that no one knows how to beat him.
Right.
You know how Tex is going to play. You know what he does. You know what formation he plays. It's been like this for 2 years. Nobody can beat him. At least last event.
Yeah.
We'll see if this changes this event.
You've had a go.
I've had a go.
Yeah, how did it go?
Maybe conceded more than 10 goals in our matchup.
Did you not park the bus at 9-2 down?
That
and
was,
still then let 3 in?
That was in another event where
That was
I
a
also
different event.
conceded
Okay, all right.
a lot of goals
Okay.
against FIFA Ostund,
FIFA
who is
Right,
also
okay, yeah.
wants to watch pretty much a goal-scoring machine.
Yeah.
So we also have to watch for him.
Yeah, it's good good fun. There are 4 matches that we picked out that we're going to be following. Obviously, we'll give you the results as we go through all 16 games, but these are the 4 that we've picked out that we'll be following all the way through this next segment and obviously reviewing at the end. We've got Gorilla versus Hansu. Interesting from my point of view. We've also got Mara against Aggie Rosamara in the other match on PS4. We've also got Danny versus Texas. We've got to bring you that one as well. And Dino versus Nicholas 99 FC as well. Very dangerous opponent in the Xbox competition. So 4 matches, but which one do you want to see? Which one do you want to watch? That's down to you guys. You can vote right now on Twitter. Go to @PGL Esports on Twitter and give them your vote as to which one of the ones you want. And that will be the game that we will follow exclusively on the main stream. Of course, if it ends up being a bit one-sided, maybe we'll dip into one of the other games. Just don't know. Which of those 4? Which one do you want?
Personally, I can't decide between the game of Mo Aubameyang against August Rosamar because it's the top seeded, as my colleague said, or between Tex and Danny because they're also the top seeded. So the respective console, both will be amazing games.
Yeah. Boris?
Yeah, same here. It's a very tough call. I saw Mo Bamyang play against August in London in the FIFA 18 World Cup, and that was a very interesting game. So maybe I would like to see a rematch here with actually Mo Bamyang beating Age with a lot of crosses, and he was actually trying to also get into Mo's mind. I saw August yesterday on Twitter. He was saying, "Okay, first round, I'm coming up against Mo Crossy Young because he's only doing crosses." So. But he, of course, changes the game style a lot for FIFA 19. It's a different meta.
Yeah.
But still, I want to see this battle between the 2 PS4 giants in this tournament here.
All right, well, we'll see whether Twitter votes for that one or not. We've got another member of our broadcast team ready and waiting right now. I'm hearing in my ear, apparently it's the breakdance area, Mike? Tell us more.
Breakdown board. I know that you've got your work cut out for you, Paul, with the 2 Ivans or the 2 Ivans. But on screen here, we have Tech Squad, and we do have a lot of great matchups to start off this tournament. That's something that's beautiful about the Swiss format, and because all these players went through such difficult qualification in order to get here. And we've seen this team before, obviously, at the last event. I think what really stands out for Tex is how he's able to use Pele and Eusebio when he's going forward because he has that creativity, similar as what Knight was saying, Ivan number 1 or Ivan number 2, where he was saying, you know what Tex is going to bring, but how do you beat him? And his opponent is going to be Danny. We saw Danny on display. He's not changing anything. And with Ajax Danny's squad, we have Juan Fran, who's somebody that I think stands out just because we don't see him used in a lot of different people's squads. And he also has Lothar, the German, as a holding midfielder, which is also a little bit uncommon. We're seeing a lot of 4-2-3-1. Of course, players will adjust when they get in match based on their opposition, if they want to go narrow or they want to keep it wide. And then when we're looking at the PlayStation side, we have August Rosemeyer, and he's playing the 4-1-2-1-2. However, I talked to August earlier. He said, Mike, I'm going to be going in and out, 4-2-3-1, 4-1-2-1-2. Both of these will be a frequent. And if he goes with a narrow formation, you're going to see Cruyff, and then he has super subs with Eusebio or Pele. However, if he is going to go a wide formation, you're going to probably see an instant substitution because he wants to get the Eusebio or the Pele on the pitch immediately. It just doesn't work narrow because you need him to break up more plays in that center mid matchup area. And I don't know if August is going to be quite as aggressive with the fullbacks. He said last tournament that sometimes it worked well for him, sometimes it didn't, because he likes to use both the left back and the right back for overlapping runs to create that additional space. And then his opposition, we have Mo. I mean, Mr. Time finished himself, and this is our first sighting of the brand new SBC, Danny Alves, the flashback card. And we'll see if that's going to be kind of a make or break. I haven't seen him used at the competitive level. He's obviously brand new in FIFA, and I'm interested. And these are the two matchups. If I was voting, I don't know where you want to go here. That's kind of what the Evans were saying. Let's see what the people are saying back home.
Yes, indeedy. Thank you very much, Mr. Mad Mike LaBelle there with the breakdown. He'll be also back doing not breakdancing. I've obviously misheard that. Breakdowns in between the matches as well. So we're looking forward to those. He mentioned a couple of players in there, which I'm really interested to get your view on as well. Pele and Eusebio, are they super subs or are they starters? What do you prefer?
Personally, to each their own.
Yeah.
Maybe you prefer Cruyff, 5-star, 5-star. Maybe you prefer Pele, higher rating. Maybe better shooting, better pace. Depends on what you prefer. I prefer personally out of all three, Eusebio. Just fits my playstyle better. But some people play R9 in that role, in that cam role. To each their own.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's down to formation, obviously. But Cruyff's generally played just behind the front two, isn't he, up top? So, Pele, Eusebio, what is your preference?
Well, I mean, choices are very difficult because you have all of these prime icons that the top tier players are just amazing. So whoever you pick, they will deliver. Then also it depends a bit on the play style. Do you like to play more physical? Do you like to use maybe more lofted balls, more crosses? Then you maybe would go with more physical choices like Ronaldinho or Eusebio, because Cruyff is amazing on the ground, but he is a bit weak. His physicality is not the best. So it all depends, I think, on the play style. If you have a more physical play style, I think maybe Cruyff is on the bench.
Okay. Our matchup then. What have we got for you as our opening matchup? What have you chosen at home for our opening matchup? Let's find out. It's Danny versus Tex will be our opening game that we will follow here. I don't think that's a big surprise, frankly. I think these two are absolutely incredible. And we get this as our opening match to watch out. Interesting, Mike said in the breakdown there, he picked out a very interesting player on Danny's side that not many people are using, which is the German player Lothar.
Yeah,
Why?
It is because maybe you prefer having Hullet as a more central player because AI defending this year is a valuable method in defense. So maybe he prefers the AI defending and have Hullet come back in defense in that cam role from the 4-2-3-1. So basically defend with 3 players instead of 2. Maybe that's why he wants 3 more defensive-minded players, because you know how good Tex is in attack.
Yeah, I mean, it could play well, couldn't it, in this first game, because of the fact that he's facing such a phenomenal attacking player.
Yes, and this is a replay from last week's final in the FUT Champions Cup, where, of course, FTX won in that final. And I think Dan is looking for some redemption here. And we talked about his choices. He is it is a pretty defensive lineup, and I think he's trying to counter here FTech's brilliant attack. We'll see how he will manage with that. We also saw last week from Dani a lot of first-time shots, and I believe they're playing on the same build in this tournament. So Tex, he will have to pay attention. He will have to always be focused, because if he loses focus for 1 second, well, Danny is going to take these shots, and they are super effective.
I want to ask you both: is it better to play a player like this quality early in the tournament? You don't want to necessarily play him later on. Is it better for both these players or worse for them right now?
I think you can see it different ways. Me personally, I would maybe like to have a nice start, maybe get that first win to get the confidence, because whoever loses this first round, one of them has to do it. They will feel perhaps a little bit of pressure. Okay, I'm 0-1 down. I have to win this next game. So I always.
On the other hand, you still only need wins 3 and you're only 1 down. So I get
it sounds easier than it is.
But
you have the saying, to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Yeah.
But why should you beat the best at the start?
Right.
I mean, you can play. We saw these two. They played last week at the final.
Yep.
And now you play your opponent. You play him in the first round. You would rather not play the person you beat 7 days ago in the final in the first round, because even from the point of view of the other competitors, somebody who's 0-1 has to play the loser of this matchup. So imagine you go 0-1 to an unlucky defeat. Maybe you feel you didn't deserve to lose, and you match Tex or you match his opponent. And that's why when you also feel hard done and unlucky, and maybe one of them goes 0-2, and it just goes downhill. It's just a snowballing effect.
All right. Thank you to both of you. We are almost ready for our first series of games on our opening day here at the PGL Cup Bucharest. So it's time to go over to our commentary tent. Now, I have to understand, I don't think either of them are called Ivan, but I think they probably should be. I'm certainly changing my name after the opening of the show today. I feel left out otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1.
Thank you very much, Paul, and of course, welcome to the commentary desk. And it is Ivan. And Ivan, how did you know? It's actually Onset and Gaskin here. We've made it, Dan. We're here. We're ready for some action. And what a first game we've got right now.
An absolutely incredible first game. Of course, it's going to be a rematch of the Xbox final from last weekend in Bucharest. And I'm pretty excited to see what's on offer. Is there going to be the grudge match? Is there going to be any revenge coming from Danny? Or is it just going to be Tex running the show once again?
Well, I think it's so exciting, the fact that we've got our champion of last weekend going up in our first game. We get to kind of see the lay of the land, how he's performed through the week, seeing if he can come in with that same sort of heat in this first game. And you've got a repeat of that console final. So you've arguably got the two best current Xbox players going up against each other in our first game of the day. You couldn't ask for any more.
No, and it was a 6-3 victory for Tex when they played each other as well. So for Danny, it's going to be a case of how is he going to avoid conceding those goals. We saw how good Tex was with those first-time finesse shots, but that's not all he can do. I know he spoke out on Twitter. People were saying, all Tex does is first-time finesse shots, yada, yada, yada. He tweeted out one of his goals where he's just dipsy-doodling everyone, taking it around every single man, and then just slotting it home. Tex is a fantastic player to watch, and to kick the tournament off once again with his point of view is going to be just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, we will be obviously focusing a lot on Tex here because he is our, the champion of last weekend's major. He's probably put his mark down as the best player in the world at the moment. But there's obviously some very talented players here as well who are going to be looking to gun him down. But, he's, in my opinion, one of the most all-rounded attacking players that we have. You see everything that he can do. He can pull off those skill runs. He can pull off those first-time finesses. He can create space. You saw him in the final against Joksan as well. He's whipping the ball in and scoring some headers as well. Cristiano Ronaldo getting on the end of a couple of those. He's definitely got everything in the bag. I'm really excited to see how Danny adapts, though, because Danny has had the opportunity to play Tex in tournament play now. Can he go back on that experience and maybe build on what he had in that first game?
Yeah, and it's how he approaches the game. Now he's got to play against him. He's got to experience what Tex has to offer. As the analyst desk were quite rightly saying, going forward, Tex is just so fantastic. You need to be extremely strong at the back. Make sure those fullbacks are stopping those wingers from getting the ball down the line.
Well, here it is then. First game of the PGL FIFA19 Cup, live from Bucharest. And of course, we have Ajax Danny playing in the Ajax away kit here, and F2 Tex playing in that Liverpool kit. Obviously, a big Liverpool fan himself. So he'll be looking to do them proud, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these two players match up as we see Mateus and Vieira doing some very tight passing to start this one off, Dan.
Yeah, just trying to encourage your opposition to push up the field a little bit more, offer some space at the back, look for those angles, try and just cut through. I like it. Nice and patient. Of course, it looks a little bit funny when you do just pass back and forward like that. But getting the early possession game extremely important. Make sure your opponent starts to worry about trying to receive that ball and trying to get that ball back off you.
Yeah, and it's interesting obviously to see Mateus in that central midfield role alongside Vieira for Danny. Obviously not the first choice for a lot of people. They usually have that sort of Vieira-Hullet combo sitting in front of their back four, but an interesting decision to maybe put him in the squad here.
Well, as the desk said, it comes down to preference, who you've used, who you feel is more comfortable, who you trust. A lot of FIFA Ultimate Team, I feel like if you trust a player's ability, are they going to make the tackle? Are they going to be able to get the goal? And you're not going to be reluctant to put them in your team. So we'll see how it pans out for Danny, but he had all that early possession, but he didn't do anything with it. And now Tex, going forward, you know he offers something every single time. But patient build-up from both of these players, just waiting for that little bit of space.
Yeah, 12 minutes into the game, and we haven't really seen any explosive action yet, but with both of these players and the skills they possess and what they have in the locker, you know that first shot on target's not going to be too far away. Little hill to hill there from Cristiano Ronaldo. Slightly sloppy pass, though. And the first real impact on the game Mateus has here for Ajax, Danny, is to win that ball back, but good tackle here from Tex. He gets possession back. And now Maldini is going to invite Carl Walker to join the party. And interest in that right-back position. There's going to be a few different foot items used through the weekend. Obviously, we have that flashback Dani Alves we've talked about a little bit so far in the show. Expected to see a little bit of him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if Dani Alves can make a difference and maybe take Kyle Walker off of the throne. Juan Fran comes in a little bit as well. Again, comes down to preference, who you prefer, but statistically there will be a best player, I'm sure. As Danny might end up with a corner here. No, Tex is going to be able to keep that one in. Oh, a little bit of a mistake though. You've got to be careful at the back.
He's got away with that one. He's got away with that one. And that was the first time we've seen that ball fall when you saw Danny go in for that first time shot once again. Did manage to get the timing in the green, which meant it would have been pretty dangerous towards Tex's goal, but Tex not being able to string too much together early on here. It has kind of the play and the possession been dominated by Danny. And he's going to be pretty happy with this start, but you just know that Tex is such an explosive player. It's only going to take him one attack to get forward and create a chance.
And, you know, it's pretty much every time Tex is on the ball as well. It's drag back, it's ball roll. It's just moving around the pitch, trying to see if that winger is going to make that run, waiting. But Danny's doing exactly the same. It's those skills that maybe you wouldn't think of if you're first starting to play FIFA. You think you have to use the 5-star skill moves, but your ball roll and your drag back, they do seem to be the most useful ones. As Vieira on Vieira is going to give it away. And you've got to be real careful in the midfield. Because if there is that chance for a through ball, the players and the icons that are available, they're absolutely rapid. And there's going to be chances to be had, but it's quite a cagey start to this first game.
Speaking of chances, here comes Danny, and it's Ronaldo on the finesse. De Gea with a comfortable save, though, just moves to his left-hand side, and that's going to be the first action from either goalkeeper in this game here as we approach the half-hour mark now in the first half of this first leg. Vieira now brings this one forward. You can see, I believe that's Eusebio on that right-hand side, a little bit of space. However, he can't reach that one. Maldini comes across smartly, and now, once again, Danny's going to be moving forward, and Danny's done a great job of just holding possession in this first half. Not letting Tex come forward at him. By keeping possession, obviously, you're going to stop your opponent attacking, but it's kind of a concentration game. You're kind of playing on the mental game of your opponent, seeing if they can stay focused and not pull any players out of position.
Now, of course, we did speak that Danny already played Tex, of course, in the grand final of the console last weekend in Bucharest, but he did also lose a game in the Swiss. He lost to Megabit 5-2, then went on to beat Megabit in the round of 16. So even if he doesn't have the best of starts in this Swiss format, you know he's going to be back for action later. But what a way to start the tournament it would be to get a victory in round one of the Swiss. It's crazy how this has happened, that we've had the two finalists match up in round one. But that's how it happens sometimes.
You love to see it. You love to see it, Dan. That's what we want to see. We want action straight away here in Bucharest. Now Vieira's coming forward. Tex with the first time finesse, and the first goal of this weekend is going to be scored by F2 Tex. It's Eusebio who puts that one in the far corner. The first time finesse. We're going to see a lot of it this weekend, Dan, and that's the first one on the mark.
Yeah, there's been so much build-up from Tex. He's been trying to find that moment, trying to work his way to the edge of the box, looking for that player to be able to make that impact. I don't know if the keeper was moved. If it was, he wasn't moved quick enough. Because you've got to be careful moving the keeper now. Now that there are several ways of trying to put goals in. Of course, you can go for a low-driven shot into the near post as well. So you do have to be careful. But either way, Tex carrying on his fine form from last weekend. And now Danny can't just play this simple possession game. He needs to try and get some shots on target himself.
So here is R9. Mateus now into Vieira. Danny on the attack. Ronaldo looking to answer back almost immediately here. Slightly heavy touch there, and Ronaldo on Ronaldo action means that Tex is going to win the ball back. But it was exactly what I was talking about with Tex. The first real chance he creates, it's a goal. And it's such a scary thing to go up against as a player, knowing that if you lose possession at any point and you have this caliber of player coming against you, it only takes him one chance to win a game, let alone score a goal.
Yeah, you fear every time Tex is attacking, and here he is again on the outside of the box. Ronaldo just trying to find a little bit of space. There's now Vieira, of all people, isn't really able to do anything. That's going to be a free kick and a chance for Tex. And I've got to say, it's not just his forward game. Tex defensively has looked solid as well thus far.
Pele, Ronaldo and Hullet, that's a trio to be stood over a free kick, and Ronaldo is going to run off this one, going to be taken short, laid off to Eusebio! He's second of the game, Tex is second of the game. And what a strike that was.
Yeah, it's perfect. You tee him up, and you know you're going to be expecting it when you're on the receiving side, but you hope that the keeper's going to be able to make it, or at least one of the defenders is going to be able to block it. But it just seemed to open up perfectly for Eusebio. Another time finish as well for Tex. That's 2 out of 2 that he's managed to hit. We see him sometimes go yellow, sometimes even go red from players when they're not warmed up. But right from the get-go, Tex just showing his dominance.
That was absolutely smashed into the back of the net. And there is the half-time whistle here. The champion of last weekend, as you say, Dan, is carrying on in the same kind of form. He's only had those 2 shots on target, but 2 goals, 100% conversion rate for Tex.
I mean, he scored 48 goals last weekend, if you include the grand final against Joksan as well. Plus 20 was his goal difference. Like, that is just insane. You compare that to Danny's plus 9. Danny had 39 goals, so still not bad for him. But Tex, you just know that every single time going forward, there is going to be something special. And it means that Tex can just be very patient with his build-up, because if he knows that pretty much every single touch is going to turn to magic in that final third, he can just wait. Wait for maybe a little bit of a mistake from his opponent.
It's a lovely thing to have in the back of your head, knowing that you've got that talent going forward. But I want to see what Danny can do now in this second half. Obviously, we're playing 2 legs here in this Swiss-style format. So not all doom and gloom here. If he can get one back here, it sets up the second leg nicely. Even, you know, get back on level terms. Goes for that through ball down the line there. Carl Walker, though, comes in and makes that interception. Now Tex is going to have the ball again with Sandro. But you've always got to keep that in the back of your mind. The 2 legs is such an important thing to mentally focus on, because, as I say, it's only 2-0 here, but in the second leg here, Danny could easily go and get a couple of chances early on and go 2-0. It's important not to lose this one and put yourself in a position where you can't get back into the tie in that second leg.
Yeah, you don't want to go all out attacking, just leave your defense too vulnerable, and then, as you say, have too much work to do in that second leg. But you say he can easily get a couple of goals. I mean, at the moment, he's not really offered much going forward. Yes, he's had possession. He's played it around his defense. He's been building up very patiently. But Tex has been defending extremely successfully, even using slide tackles here and there. And that's great to see people manually defending successfully and making sure it's not going to be easy for your opposition attacker to break through your lines. But possession now for Danny. Can he find that breakaway that he needs? Ferdinand manages to get a body in the way.
Yeah, and that's one of the questions that was asked before last weekend is, you know, Tex, for all of the fantastic attacking player that we talk about him, his defense was, you know, it was decent, but it wasn't, you know, up there with some of the best. And there was talk of Joksan being, you know, the best defender on the game as far as FIFA 19 was concerned. He put pay to that, and here goes Ronaldo. Lovely look, Rakita looks for the flip-flap round the corner there to try and beat another man, but it's another thing you have to contend with. You want one-on-one with Tex when he's got those 5-star skills. You know that he can put them to use.
Yeah, and I wonder whether this could be a strategy for Danny. Maybe try and absorb a little bit of that pressure from Tex. Wait for him to go for that breakaway moment and then try and hit him on the counter-attack. Change those strategies a little bit and see if you can get those players. Maybe even go for like a long ball. It might not work, but I feel like for Danny, you've got to try something different, because clearly it's not going well in the early stages. And as we get to the latter stages as well, you just feel like Tex has got another goal, maybe another 2 goals in him the way he's been playing.
Well, here comes Patrick Vieira then. The French icon pops that one down the line to the man who's currently on a brace, Eusebio. Beautiful look, Rakita again. A lovely little heavy touch, finds it across the box. Juanfran's there, but so's the finish. Oh, my word, Pele is going to be the goal scorer with the acrobatics, and Tex makes it 3 down.
Yeah, it's one of those where you just get it in the mixer and you hope it's going to bundle your way. And what a finish it was as well. Great effort there from Tex as he now takes a 3-0 lead. And it was Eusebio once again at the core of it. The La Croqueta, as you said, just to get inside the box. He did have options, could have maybe tried to drive it near post, but instead just hammer it into that box.
Now, one thing I want to talk about there is, yeah, the La Croqueta, it looked beautiful. It completely left his man for dead, but we're talking about simple skill moves and simple actions you can do as a pro player to give you an advantage. That slight heavy touch, just a flick of the right stick to get him just ahead of the man who was trying to come across and cover inside to give him the space for the cross. That's the kind of micro thing that you look for in these players. That's what separates them from the Joes or the decent players in Weekend League. It's what makes them special.
I mean, I know some good Joes, to be fair.
That's true, yeah, fair. Sorry if I've just offended any Joes.
You probably have, but now a chance!
Danny!
Danny gets one back in. Exactly what he needed in this tie. It was only a yellow time finish, but it doesn't matter. Positioning was good. Balance was great. And now he has a chance, and surely that will give him a little bit of confidence. Keeper just couldn't quite get there. Great stuff.
Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo just whips that one into the near post there. De Gea, as you say, couldn't get near it. And now, things are interesting here. Just a 2-goal difference once again between the two teams. Still got around 15 minutes to play as well in this first leg. Danny's going to have some confidence built from that, though, knowing that you can get a goal on the board against a player like Tex when he's been playing so well in this first game. If he can sneak another one here, Dan, then this second leg is going to be set up beautifully.
And that's the thing, no matter how good a defender you are always going to be vulnerable at the back to those long-range first-time finesse shots as Tex tries to pull the trigger himself, but not going to work out. Bodies do get in the way for Danny. But look at how high the pressure was there from Tex. Ferdinand on the halfway line to stop that one. I do love it, manually defending those centre-backs sometimes and pushing them up the pitch and utilising their defensive skills to their maximum capacity.
Here is R9 Ronaldo then. Patrick Vieira comes and joins the attack. Kind of orchestrating things here for Tex. That's a great ball around the corner. Very vital touch on that one from the centre-back there for Danny. Approaching the last 10 minutes of this game now. Juanfran dinks this one forward into Eusebio. Now it's that interesting game of cat and mouse if you're Danny. Do you keep possession here? Maybe think with just 9 or so in-game minutes left that you're going to create one more chance. Don't want to give possession back to Tex and maybe give him another opportunity to make this 4-1. Going to be interested to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, another goal would be absolutely huge for Danny here, and he's certainly working his way forward. Hullet!
Big save from David De Gea. Big save from De Gea towards the end there. Hullet with the strike. Now the pressure coming in from Danny. Mateus takes this one short. Juanfran to the edge of the box. Maldini to Vieira. There's Ronaldo, but straight down the throat of David De Gea.
Chance maybe for Tex. Just tries to loft it upfield, and Ronaldo does get on the end of it. He is just like a terrier sometimes. Will be at your heels. You've got to be careful defensively. Maybe sometimes you just got to hoof it away, but just a pass wasn't enough. And that will mean possession for Tex. And I wouldn't be surprised, Mark, if he keeps possession for the next few minutes and make sure the last attack is his.
Eusebio then spots the run of Cristiano Ronaldo down this right-hand side. This is where he's been dangerous. The fake shot isn't quite good enough to get the ball past Paolo Maldini there in that centre-back position. He wins the ball eventually back. Maybe another chance here for Danny, though, towards the end of this game, as we're into stoppage time at the end of this first leg.
Yes, now Danny's chance to have that last attack. We know how important it can be in FIFA 19, and it would certainly help in that second leg, but it's Ronaldo
risky.
Once again.
Drops the
relentless.
shoulder. Oh, Ronaldo's through. That was a beautiful little advanced fake shot. Takes the strike. Big save from Thibaut Courtois.
Oh, what a chance that was for Tex to go 4-1 up. Great pressure. Maybe from the corner he can offer something. No, Courtois punches it away. Surely the whistle's got to go. Vieira throws it back in.
Pull it! Oh, my word. Courtois is called into action again at the end of this game. Tex keeping the pressure on. Pele on the ball now. Finds the ball into the front post. It almost breaks for Vieira, but that is going to be the end of your first leg here. F2 Tex carries on the way that he finished last weekend here in Romania. He takes the win.
Yeah, a 3-1 victory going into that second leg, as you said. And just going forward, Tex is so scary. And you saw, like in those dying moments, how much pressure he was putting on the defensive line of Danny with Ronaldo, saying, I'm not going to allow you to just pass this around and have that last attack. I want the last attack. And tell you what, it could have been 4-1 if he had hit green on that.
Oh, yeah.
On that time shot. It was a yellow. I mean, most of the time it's weird to see Tex hit yellows because it seems like he can only hit green. But it was also good keeper movement from Danny to ensure that he stopped that fourth goal from going in. But certainly a great affair to start the day here in Bucharest.
Yeah, Danny's got a lot to think about in this second leg here. 3-1, especially with those late chances for Tex there. He probably would have taken that if he, to be honest with you, he didn't really create too much at all going forward in that game. There was just that one goal from Cristiano Ronaldo with that first-time finesse, but the scary thing for me is every time that Tech's got in a 1v1 situation with a player against Danny, he was just going past them like they were ghosts. Like they weren't even there, and it's a scary thing to try and defend. There's so many options that Tex has in the box. He can, use those La Croquetas, use the ball roll. He can drop the shoulder, as we saw that, the advanced fake shot towards the end there. I mean, there's so many options. You almost second guess yourself in what could happen instead of paying attention to what is in front of you.
And this is why I want to bring back to that point where there was some criticism of Tex and saying, if there wasn't the first time finesse shots, he wouldn't be as good as he is. Like, you saw in that game what he had to offer. Every single time, he had that possibility to beat one man, maybe two man. Eusebio did a job just getting into the box. Okay, he was a little bit fortunate for it to rebound back to one of his players, but he put himself in that position. He got into that danger area, and he created his own luck. And now with a 3-1 lead, it's going to be how Tex approaches this game, because he's a young guy, he's aggressive, he likes to get forward, and he can score some goals. Is he just going to go all out here, or do you think maybe there's going to be a defensive approach? We'll see what happens.
I think he's just going to take the same game plan as he went into for that first leg. This is just another game of FIFA here for Tex. I think he's just going to try and push forward when he has possession of the ball. He's not going to sit back and play any slower, I don't believe. It's up to Danny now to kind of come out and maybe think about changing things up, because he is down by 2 goals, which isn't a big differential in FIFA 19. You can always, grab a couple of goals early on and really give yourself a chance. But it's what he's got in the locker when it comes to, the 60th minute, when he's going to have to try and get back into the game, when that formation change might have to come in or a change of personnel.
Of course, Danny's searching for 2 goals to get back into this tie. He just needs to try and analyse how he was able to secure that goal in the first game. It was slow build-up, patient play, just waiting for that striker to offer himself at the edge of the box. He's trying to go for those risky passes, and the fullbacks have been absolutely key for Tex. Kyle Walker has done a job, and of course, Sandro at left back as well.
Now, this is the danger position. Again, Eusebio, 1v1. Uses the pass back to Kyle Walker here. Ronaldo, this is great quick passing here from Tex. Players for Danny getting pulled out of position momentarily.
What's the free kick?
Free kick is going to be taken here by Patrick Vieira, and not too surprising considering that we saw Eusebio smash one home from a short free kick in that first leg. Interesting to see if he maybe tries to repeat this one. This time goes into R9. R9's inside the box. Lovely little 5-star combo. Unfortunately for him, it's just going to run out of play there, and Danny manages to see that danger out.
And a lot of the time, Danny going up the field, he's trying to make those passes. His right wing, his left wing, they've already made the run, and they're past Tex's right back and his left back. And again, Sandro is so far up the field and putting pressure on.
It's a great ball out wide.
Whereas for Tex, these left and right wings, they seem to have so much space in comparison. Ronaldo now to Hullet. Can he find any space for a goal?
Goes for the first time, and there it is. Oh no, Ronaldo with the first time finesse. That makes it 4-1 on aggregate now. He had the angle for that strike. Hullet found him. And Ronaldo, all he found was the back of the net.
And you can see Danny desperately trying to get players in the way. Slide tackles coming through, but unfortunately, a time finesse is going to go over those slide tackles. And now everything to do for Danny. He needs 3 goals to get back into this one. And that is definitely going to be difficult against the previous champion from last weekend in the FUT Champs Cup 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a real confidence knock there for Danny. He felt like if he could have got an early goal, then things, really would have changed. Now it's up to him to force the pace here. See if he can create some chances here. Mateus on the edge of the box. Vieira now trying to find that ball in, but Kyle Walker closes down that space so well. And you talk about the pace of Kyle Walker and how effective it is at maybe tracking back and making sure players don't get in behind. But closing that space down, having that pace on your centre-backs and that CDM, means that those first-time finesses, you can close them down a little bit quicker and get those blocks in.
Well, I mean, a lot of people defend with their CDMs, but Tex has been controlling his right back, his left back, Kyle Walker and Sandro, pushing them up the pitch and utilising their speed and their strength. And now he's got a breakaway again, though, but this is better from Danny, bringing Ronaldo R9 all the way back from up front to make sure there wasn't going to be a shot on goal there. You've got to feel that Danny needs at least a goal in this half to have any chance in this aggregate tie.
Here comes Danny then. Vieira on the ball. Into Hullet. Back into Mateus now. Ronaldo, maybe with a chance to strike one. There's the ball into Mateus. Mateus with a shot. De Gea makes the save. You have to say, when called upon, David De Gea for Tex has been doing a really solid job here. Juanfran now. Goes past one. Ball roll to the edge of the box. Sandro. Just not fall into a player that's going to be able to strike it here for Danny with any real Meaningful Venom, and there's a rush pass there, gives the ball away, and now Tex is on the attack once again.
Yeah, that's the problem when you do just pass it from corners. Often it is just your CDMs waiting on the wings to try and take a shot, and you don't really want to go for it, but yes, Tex has a breakaway. Eusebio plays it in, and that's going to be another goal! 2-0 to Tex in this tie, puts him 5-1 up. And it's absolute magic with every single touch, it would seem.
Oh, beautiful ball into the box. Spotted the run of Arnai Ronaldo on the left foot. Goes in at the near post. Precision finish coming in from the little Englishman. And F2 Tex now. He's trying to run away with this one a little bit.
He really is. And it means that Danny is just going to have to change something up. Go extremely aggressive. It is just Swiss format, so of course he can just try and come back into this aggregate score now.
I mean, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? You know, for Danny, yes, you've had to play last weekend's champion, who's on fire at the moment, who's looking great, but it's first round of the Swiss format. It's certainly going to warm his game up as far as he's concerned for the future Swiss games. This is pretty much the toughest game he could have had. He's definitely going to have to raise his game in the next game, but there's kind of that side of it as well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic chance to warm up. You'd imagine that he's had time to warm up today, though. But I have to say, Danny's not really been hitting those green timed finesse shots or just time shots in general. There's been a lot of whites and a couple of yellows. A couple of greens here or there, but it's been Tex who has really dominated the show. Really seems warm, has that time finishing down to an absolute T. He did stay in Bucharest this week, just constantly playing the game, constantly practicing. I mean, he's young. He wants it. You saw what it meant to him winning last weekend. And how incredible would it be if he went on to win this LQE as well?
I think he's got rid of that title of, you know, one tournament wonder. He's looking to win back-to-back tournaments now. What a statement that would be at the start of FIFA 19. Juanfran now brings this ball forward for Danny. 5-1 on aggregate, as you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen. Danny trying to get one back, trying to just find a little bit of rhythm. I think that's what Danny's been missing a little bit. You know, he's passing patterns haven't quite been there in and around the edge of the box. Maybe looking for those first-time finesses maybe a little bit too quickly. Maybe just needs to just take his time in that last third a little bit. Just try and drag a few players out, create a little bit more space.
It's just so difficult against Tex and how Tex is defending. He offers up space with his player, and then as soon as he sees Danny take a touch and move ahead with that ball, then he darts in, then he goes for that tackle. Danny does have a free kick, though.
Eusebio trying to get rid of the attentions of Patrick Vieira there, and it's forced back to Rio Ferdinand now. Vieira picks the ball up again. There's Mateus, tries to drive the ball in, but Patrick Vieira, best CDM on the game, makes that interception. Luckily for Danny there, Alexandro managed to get a piece of that ball because Eusebio was ready to just sprint away down that right-hand side. But first booking of the game is going to go to Cristiano Ronaldo here. A little bit late there from Tex.
And this is going to be the scary thing for Danny now is, yes, he has to change things up. He has to get a little bit more aggressive to find these goals, and that is going to open up more space for Tex on the counter-attack. Speaking of, Eusebio's managed to recover the ball and win the throw-in. Again, so much pressure from Tex, not allowing Danny to have any time on the ball.
Here goes R9 then, down this right-hand side, using that strength, and the scoop 10 round the corner. Little drag back. Eusebio now manages to beat his man. The drag backs here from Tex, he's just playing with Danny at this point. It's like someone playing with their food. There's El Tornado, the strike on goal. Danny read it well there, moved his goalkeeper to that far post and made the save.
That would have been something special, wouldn't it? But you're completely right. It seems like he's just toying with Danny now. And that's the ability that Tex has. Has he got one last attack in this half? Pele out on the left. Thankfully, Juanfran is going to stop that. And that's going to be half-time then. And Tex continuing his incredible form from the previous game. And I mean, you look, 3 shots he's had and 2 goals gone in. Yes, Danny has had more shots, but for Tex, he's just so clinical in front of goal.
And you can see here that, you know, Danny's playing that 4-3-3 formation as well, the attacking variant as well, with Hullet in that cam roll, Vieira and Mateus just behind him. He's trying everything at the moment. He's changing up that formation, looking to use the width of Eusebio and Ronaldo, what they can offer, but still hasn't created too much, to be honest with you. And, you know, we talk about all the attacking flair of Tex. We have to give so much praise to the way he's defended this first game.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's his left back and right back. The way he's controlling them and pressuring up the pitch. Maybe Danny should try some over-the-top balls to that right wing and that left wing. That might catch Tex off guard a little bit. and those players would leave a little bit of vulnerable space behind them. But then as soon as that happens, you know he's going to be controlling those centre-backs.
Well, speaking of vulnerable space, there's loads of space here for Pele to move into. R9 now. Space in the middle of the pitch there. You can see Ronaldo's free. Ronaldo might set this one up. Goes across goal, or looks to go across goal, I should say there.
Yeah, slightly off balance.
Ferdinand made contact with the ball, and the ball just dribbled through to Courtois, but there is that ball over the top that you were talking about, Dan.
Yeah, it was one of those with Ronaldo as well, where naturally you're poised and you're set up for that time finesse, but it looks too obvious. The keeper's going to move, they're going to save it. So Tex tried to change last minute. Unfortunately, though, Ronaldo just slightly off balance, wasn't able to put that one away. Maybe a chance, no. Nice block once again from Tex. Eusebio can't get past Alexandro.
Alexandro
has been phenomenal in these past 2 games.
Yeah, without doubt the best left back in the game, in my opinion. In form for item. 87 rated.
It'd be nice to get a red of him, wouldn't it?
You've got one, haven't you?
Yeah.
I hate you. Ball's going to go out here. You know, a mistake from Tex we don't expect there. Didn't quite get the amount of power that he was looking for on that crossfield ball, trying to bring his other full back in. He's going to be a corner now, and that's another heavy tackle coming in from Tex here. Pele's going to be the one defending.
Tell you what, the ref didn't give much time there of play on, did he? One pass, then he was like, nope, yeah, that's enough.
Walker then forward. There's that space in behind. Eusebio now. Look at R9. He's got all sorts of space here. Gets inside the box. Little fake shot. Ferdinand comes across, though, to get that block. I think he might have just strayed offside there, but Patrick Vieira is actually going to pick up a booking here. Not surprisingly, I think, for that previous phase of play.
So I think the main thing we can take away from last week's performance from Tex and today is he is so hard to predict with what kind of skill move he's going to pull out, how he's going to approach that final third. Yes, he's got that advanced fake shot. He's got several skills that he's got in the back pocket, but he can also smash it from outside the box as well. It's so difficult to defend against him.
Sandro makes the tackle there for Danny. But Danny's been much better in this second half, much more compact. Mateus now, there is that ball over the top, and it's Eusebio who takes it early, looking for the little dink. Maybe slightly rushed that one, not sure if that was exactly what he was looking for, but not the most effective use of that space there.
Ball over the top. Maybe he's finally seen it. He's seen how what a high line these fullbacks have had from Tex, but maybe a little bit late to be sussing that one out. Can Danny realistically get back in this tie? Can you see 4 goals in the last 30?
Funnier things have happened, but that ball's going to be slightly overhit there, and that's good news for Danny because Pele was striding away again. Hullit's going to intercept that one. Pele picks it up once more, and look at the space that's in behind here. Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo now into Eusebio, and this is where it's so dangerous, just on the edge of the box here. Oh, it's beautiful. Over the top. Tex, stop this!
Oh, what a beautiful goal!
It is an absolute show from Tex. The rainbow flick. The active first touch system, everything FIFA 19 offers. And then who's there at the end of the back stick to finish things off?
Show me that pass.
R9 Ronaldo.
Oh, it's from behind. Oh, it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And obviously great header as well, won by R9. But Tex really is putting on a show there. We knew he was full of confidence, but he seems to be something else. If you consider Danny was the second best player on the Xbox last weekend, and currently he's losing 6-1 to Tex. The gap between Tex and the rest of the field seems to be huge.
Tex by name, Tex by nature. After that goal, I think everyone else in the tournament can be a little bit worried about what they're going to be going up against this weekend. And look at that, the defending again. Ferdinand snapped in on the tackle. Eusebio takes that one early there, but 6-1, 3-0 in this second leg so far. And I want to focus on, for all of the fantastic attacking stuff, again, a 0 against Danny.
It has just been incredible defence, as you said. Left backs, right backs, they've been pushing up the field, but then it offers so much space going forward. Yes, okay, Danny is vulnerable at the back because now he's getting aggressive as Pele's just going to use every single skill move.
Oh.
Under the sun. Ronaldo manages to regain control, flicks that one up. Can he find the net?
I almost feel bad for Danny at the moment, just because Tex is just turning on the showboating at the moment. We're going to leave that game. I think that one's pretty much done. We're going to go and focus on another one, though. We're going to watch Kedzalo versus Nicholas 99. Nicholas, one of the standout players, of course, from last year. And, I mean, look at the scoreline here. This one a lot tighter, Dan.
Oh, yeah, 4-3 to Nicholas on aggregate and just 2-2 in this game at the moment. So we will switch over. It does mean Tex, we're pretty sure he guaranteed that victory, but if anything crazy happens, of course, we will let you know. But let's get into a tighter affair now and see what these two players have to offer. Are we going to see the same kind of dizzle-dazzle from any of these guys, or is it going to be more of a fight in the middle of the park?
I don't know what dizzle-dazzle is, but I'm looking
Neither
forward to
do
learning
I.
about it as the weekend goes on here in Bucharest. First time we've seen Nicholas on the broadcast. As I say, one of the standout players on FIFA 18. Had a bit of a slower start here in FIFA 19, however, though, Dan. And up against the Frenchman, obviously representing Epsilon Esports there. Ronaldo now coming forward, and that's the shot on goal from Nicholas, and it's going to be Dilo who brings this one away now with Maldini. This one's been really, really tight, Dan, and it's so fascinating for me. Every time a new title drops on FIFA, every single year, you know, the rotation of top players, it's so difficult to stay on top because of how the game changes, but it's also fascinating to watch how players adapt. If they were on top like Nicholas was in FIFA 18 to come into FIFA 19 and try and recreate that form.
Yeah, Nicholas looked really dangerous as well last weekend. In Bucharest, the time finesse is red. Great stuff by Nicholas, moving, just making sure that one's not going to slot into the top corner. I mean, he lost to Tor in the round of 16. Of course, Tor got into that grand final on the PS4 side of things. So it was a shame for him, but when he looks back on it, he probably could assume he could have got a little bit further if maybe he had faced someone else in the field in that knockout stage. So a chance for him to redeem himself here, as there is going to be a pause as we can now take a look at what kind of structure we've got. Looks like a 4-2-3-1 once again. Seems to be the go-to tactic for most players at this point. I think we can expect it. Because who you use is these super subs. Eusebio looks like he's coming on. Pele available. Can they be the ones who find that winning goal?
Of course, you've just had those new cards released as well. Champions League, I mean, that Cam Neymar looks pretty dirty to me, and I'm expecting to see him being used in tournaments going forward in a lot of these pros squads. Maybe that Jordi Alba sliding at the left back as well. It's so difficult to displace a player like Alexandro. He's one of, as I say, he's one of those cards, kind of goes under the radar, doesn't score a lot, you know, playing those fullback positions, but he's got strength, he's got pace, he offers so much in that position. And you are seeing some changes then. Sabia, I think, just brought on the pitch, and here comes Nicholas again on the attack with that quick passing he was synonymous for in FIFA 18. Ronaldo now, beautiful step over from Ronaldo, and oh, De Gea makes the save. Not sure if he went for the time finish there, Dan.
No, looks like maybe it was just a little bit too early if he did, but Nicholas still has a chance from this corner. Messi is just going to play around with it a little bit. Talk about those super subs. Messi is one of those players that can come on and make a little bit of an impact. Nicholas definitely has goals in him as well. He had 30 goals last weekend, plus 16 he went in goal difference, despite the fact he went out in that round of 16 mark. So that shows the ability he has behind him in front of goal.
Always had that ability and that spark to create a chance, Nicholas. And you can already see what a worldwide esport FIFA 19 is as well. You know, you've got first couple of games, you've had Danny from the Netherlands, you've had Tex from the UK, now you've got Nicholas from Argentina, Dilo from France as well. You know, it really is a worldwide game at this point, Dan. So many nations being represented here in FIFA 19.
It's because football is a beautiful game, Mark.
It's the global game.
Everyone can appreciate it. And you put it into a video game as well, and it's even better. Everyone can access it. Neymar, though, can he access the box? Tries to play it into Halim and just gets slotted into De Gea's chest there. And Dilo is definitely going to try and encourage this one up the pitch quickly with only a couple of minutes left, and he is a goal behind on aggregate.
A few minutes left in this game then. Maybe the last attack here, and Eusebio is going to get away from his man. Stops up. Ronaldo now coming forward for Dilo. Can he find a last-minute chance here? Puts the ball in. It goes near post there. Not quite a smart idea. Maybe expecting Nicholas to move that goalkeeper towards the far post. However, Nicholas smart to that one, to move the goalkeeper too early there, and Neuer was not forced into a save, and that is going to be the end of the game. Nicholas will pick up his first win here in the Swiss format.
Yeah, providing that, of course, all the scores were correct in that top left-hand side of the screen. That will mean he does grab the victory, and you see someone behind him just giving a little rub of the shoulders, because even though Nicholas got the victory there, he didn't look particularly pleased, did he? Shake of the head, a little bit stressful, maybe he was a little bit anxious in that game. It can be so worrying when you are just a goal ahead and you know that your opponent has it in their locker to just smash in a goal from 30 yards at any point. But what a couple of games that was. It was nice to be able to just dive into that one
Straight
right at
in,
the end.
no messing about, yeah.
But, I mean, if we go back to Tex's performance, welcome to FIFA 19. Welcome to Bucharest here for the LQE, because this is incredible stuff. And if we're going to see football like that all weekend long, I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching some of the PlayStation players. I want to see the likes of, Mo Aubameyang, how they're going to get in the Swiss format, because, last weekend, phenomenal Swiss format. He was destroying everyone in his path. He looked like everyone was going like, whoa, Mo, what you been eating this morning? And then he got into knockout rounds and didn't make it through, unfortunately. Didn't get progress any further. So keep an eye on the PlayStation side of things, because obviously Tex, we've just seen a rematch of the console final on the Xbox side of things, and Tex just destroyed Danny in that Swiss format. Yes, it's Swiss format, it's not knockout, but putting down that sort of a marker early on, it's a great thing for Tex, but it's also going to put a little bit of a target on his back.
Well, if you consider the fact that Joksan was probably the closest competition that we saw Tex have, aside from Danny, Joksan's not here. Who can actually take down Tex? Well, someone has to analyze Tex's gameplay and look how he's attacking. Is there a way that they can defend against him? I mean, I'm sure the analysts have so much to talk about, and I'm sure they're going to dive into it as well.
Yeah, well, speaking of analysts, as you say, now it's time to throw it back to the analyst desk. So, guys, it's back over to you.
Indeed it is. Thank you very much, gents, as well. A comprehensive victory for Tex yet again. He just carried on where he left off from last weekend, didn't he? 3-1 in both legs. Let's find out what our two Ivans thought of our opening match of this particular competition. Impressive stuff from the chap.
Of course, it's Tex. We all know how good he is. He managed to cut his opponent's only weapon, I would say, in attack. And without that weapon that his opponent has, he basically has no chance against a player of Tex's caliber, just because Tex is very good in attack and defense and build up. And even if needs be, we all know DH Tex is very good at keeping the ball, just playing to wait until the end of the game. And he didn't need to resort to that. He was 7 goals up. Here you can see a set piece, very well played, green time finish. It's one of these goals where you see he's practiced it.
Yep, we talked about Eusebio and Pele and the use of them. Boras, didn't we? We spoke about both of those players in the preview to this game, and they proved very valuable in this first leg.
Yes, and I mean, here we have Pele. He's been fantastic for Tex. He was also fantastic for him last week, and of course, it's his prime Pele 98. We're seeing here, I mean, what Tex does so good is that he's scoring goals in so many different ways. When you defend in FIFA on this level, you're always trying to look for patterns. How can I stop my opponent? But when it comes to Tex, I mean, he has so many different weapons. He can make, well, 5-6 different types of effective skill moves. He can shoot from all possible angles, and it's so hard for a defensive player to do anything. We have also here, he's coming a bit. I mean, no one expects this. No one expects this, but he still takes this shot. And, well, he just showed his whole repertoire in this game also here. Fantastic pass to R9. And, I mean, so many different ways of scoring goals. He doesn't only bang the first time finesses, he also has this. I mean, what is this?
I don't know even what this is. What is this cross?
Look at this cross. This is, I mean,
goodness.
It's magic.
A little bit of everything in there, wasn't
Yes.
there? If it was Eusebio Pele shot in the first half, Ronaldo, all 3 goals in the second leg as well. So just, as Boris says, he can just play it from anywhere. He seems very dangerous right now. Who can beat him? I think that was what Mark said in the commentary. Who can beat him?
I mean, theoretically, stat-wise, the best player couldn't do it twice. So we're yet to see. We know he had 1 defeat last week in the Swiss rounds.
Yep.
That player is not here this tournament, and we're just going to see if somebody is going to be up to that standard to be Tex.
Well, maybe that question is something you can ask the player right now, because he's joining us from the player area. Tex, congratulations on first victory. What is it like having to play the same guy you beat last weekend?
I
First
liked
game.
it because last weekend he went up early against me. So this time I thought, let me take the lead so I can chill from then, and I managed to do so.
You did. Well done on that one as well. Did you look at the draw and think, oh, why have I got to play him straight away?
Yeah, I did. I seen the draw yesterday. I was like, nah, something's going on here. But I managed to clutch up and I won. So.
But now it's good, though, because you're 1-0 up and you've played, arguably one of the toughest players in the competition. So that's a good start.
Yeah, on paper he's the second best Xbox player. So I had to keep my reign at the moment as the best. So I managed to beat him.
Good stuff. I've got the two Ivans here. I'm sure they've got questions. One of your questions earlier on was, who's going to beat this guy?
Yeah, For example, Tex, I know his confidence is sky high after these tournaments, but who are you afraid of?
Anyone can beat anyone in FIFA, so yeah.
That's a very, very media-friendly answer, my friend. Very media-friendly. Boris, what do you got for him?
I was just wondering if you're going to make any changes from last week. Of course, you had a great tournament, but are you looking to maybe improve something in your tactics or anything?
Yeah, so this week I want to take the lead in most of my games. Last week I think I took the lead in 2 of my games throughout the whole tournament. So yeah, I want to take the lead, and I've changed my keeper because in warm-ups yesterday, Neuer, he had to go.
All right, fair enough.
I like that. I like the fact that you're willing to take a risk on changing the keeper as well. We also mentioned before the match, Eusebio, Pele, they proved very useful for you in the first leg. Why are you favouring those two in particular?
Eusebio, because he's got 5-star weak foot, so I can 360 no-scope either foot, and then Pele, he's got 5-star skills. So.
I like it. You're appealing to my cross sports love. I like that. Thank you very much, Tex. Well done. Congratulations. And we'll see you move on, and we'll see more games from you, I'm sure, throughout the day.
Right, thank you very much.
Good man. There's Tex with a very good opening first leg and second leg, and an opening match, of course, as well. And also, nice bit of cross esports appeal there with some 360 no-scoping inside the game. Impressive. But also, we want to talk about some of the other matches that went on as well, because I want to talk about Mo versus Aggie.
Oh,
what on earth was going on in the first half of the first leg? Aggie's 4-0 down.
Yes, first half.
Hang on, is that 4-0? Everyone's like, yeah, it's 4-0, half-time. Not even half-time.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. I spoke to August a bit earlier today, and he's been in Bucharest now for about 10, 12 days, and he told me that he's missing home a little bit, and it feels like he was sleeping in this first game. It feels like he was already thinking about going home. I mean, looking also at his defense this first half, I didn't recognize anything of the Aggie that we used.
It was awful, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Nothing else you can say. I mean, we're talking about a world-class player here, so when they go down 4-0 in the first, I mean, he did claw it a little bit back. It was 7-3 in the end of the first leg, and I know he was leading in the second leg as well. We'll get the final results very shortly. Is that a thing? I mean, we talk about fatigue, end of the year, players travelling a lot, getting homesick. We don't, as fans, we don't normally talk about that kind of stuff, do we? Come on, they're playing FIFA. Surely they can just turn up and play anywhere. But there is more to it than that.
Definitely. As a player, especially after these rough qualifiers, for example, a player like Age, who has qualified for every event, he doesn't have these weekends to take a break. Every weekend he has either qualifiers or events he's qualified for. So sooner or later, especially with how difficult the game is this year, so to speak, it's really hard to keep a consistent level every single weekend. And this is only the first game. It's also against Mo Aubameyang, one of the favorites we already discussed. So it's definitely not a normal scoreline, but it's something that it's an off game. We can say it's an off game and see if he bounces back.
Yeah, you pointed out Mo is a good player though.
Very, very good. I mean, just saw him in, of course, last tournament for Champions Cup 1. He went unbeaten in the Swiss format 5-0. I was also going to mention that something that is very important when you're staying away from home, and it's also a big challenge, is keeping your routines, keeping your sleeping schedule, your exercise, diet. And I think that is something that maybe some of the players here who also was qualifying for last tournament are struggling with, because we have about 10 players who have been in Bucharest now for almost 2 weeks. We'll see how they will fight with this. Well, we saw Tex. I mean, he just handles this perfectly. He was playing even better today, which I thought wasn't possible.
Indeed. All right, going to get more from our two Ivans in just a moment, but let's bring in Mad Mike and see what he's got from us from game number 1.
I don't know if I'm going to rebrand to Mad Mike, but as Ivan was saying, it's kind of been the F2 Tech show, and he even played better today than what we've seen in the past. And I want to go over what separates F2 Tech, because we see the mastery of the meta. We're seeing finesse shots from everywhere on the pitch, and the way that he sets them up, very creative. But in this first clip example, I'm going to talk about different situations and scenarios that you might not realize he's winning the mental battle, and he's adding this creativity into his gameplay that you have to appreciate, and it's all about reading the game. And in this first example, what you've got going on is Danny on the defensive end. And Tex does such a good job of managing the end line and being able to attack that space. And a big key anytime you want to use skill moves is that your opponent needs to be manually defending. And that's exactly what you're going to see here, is Tex is going to use the La Croqueta with Eusebio, and he attacks that space. He beats the first man. Now, in the second man, what Danny is thinking, okay, there's 2 options. I don't want to give those up. So he's playing for a cutback with Vieira, who you're going to see right here. However, what happens is Tex is reading that, and he's already one step ahead, and he's going to attack that space. It seems very simple, but it freezes Vieira and gives him a better lane to attack. And in Tech's case here, he doesn't score off the initial pass, but he still has the composure to make that one more pass with Ronaldo, hits Pele for the bicycle kick, and a lot of people will take that down. Maybe they're going to take a shot. They're going to rush that situation, and he's not rushing anything. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we were sat watching that in the other room, and we almost universally, everyone said, should have won the second header.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Tex, as we already said, he has a lot of different weapons. Tex can score anything. I think of his 6-7 goals, we've probably seen 1 or 2 that were the typical long-range finesse back to goal. The 360 no-scope, as he calls them. But he has a lot of weapons. You can see skill moves. The goal where Eusebio crossed it to R9 after the rainbow flick. The cutbacks, the counter-attacks. Tex can do anything. And you never know what to expect from him. So he even scores bicycle kicks after they have been, so to speak, patched.
Nerfed, yeah. But, I mean, just like Mike showed here, this sequence, I mean... as a defender here, you would expect, of course, facing Tex, he will come up with some fancy skill move, but he can surprise you so much. Instead, in this sequence, he was just running straight like you would expect from a bronze 3 player, you know. And he knows this, that my opponent will never see this
I
coming.
can't let that go. Like, come on, Ivan, there's nothing wrong with bronze 3.
Yeah, but that is what he does so good, that he surprises the opponent every time, and he is so unpredictable, and that makes him, well, currently the world's best player.
World's best player, in
currently,
your opinion?
yes.
Okay. I mean, it is a good example of sometimes the simple things work better, right?
Of course. As the saying goes, too much is sometimes less. So Tex is just doing the simple things people don't expect. People don't expect him to just go straight forward because nobody does that. And he catches people off guard.
Yeah, it does indeed. Right, time for us to head to a break, pay some bills. When we come back, of course, we'll round up everything that happened in round number 1. We'll see you soon.
My teammate for a 2v2 tournament would be
Mo Aubameyang, Marcus Gomes from Webber City.
Danny. I would choose Marcuso, who is also my teammate now for North.
I will choose Agi Razumai.
I think it will be Ajax Joey. I would prefer him.
I prefer have like one of my teammates of Vitality.
Now this is the part where I don't actually know who it would be.
Probably FaZe Tass. Me and him go about 2 different play styles.
I would choose Megabit. He's my teammate already, so I think we are a great team.
I would have to go with NYCFC Diddy, Chris Lido. Yeah.
My teammate in a 2 vs 2 tournament would be Timox from VfL Wolfsburg.
My teammate from PSV, Ali Wiesa.
I would pick Marlot as my teammate.
If I were to pick, would probably be Zimmy.
I want to play with my teammate Icevogel.
Huge Gorilla.
Diddy Chris Lido from New York City.
I have no idea.
I think the funniest pro player is
Tass, maybe.
I'll say Mo Aubameyang or Maestro.
The funniest pro player is by far #Harry.
It's Seri World from Korea. At the after party he was dancing the Gangnam Style, so I like it.
The funniest pro player is #Harry.
In my opinion is Mo Aubameyang.
Probably is Fully.
Funniest pro player? I would say Ajax Danny.
Last week, for me, it was Ebinho.
Mo Auber from Werder Bremen. He's every time smiling and he's a funny guy.
I'd have to say probably #Harry.
Mo Young.
#Harry, because he always makes jokes.
Funniest pro player, I think FIFA Usu.
#Harry.
Definitely #Harry. Definitely the funniest.
Oh, the most handsome. I mean, there's a very nice guy here in this room. I mean,
oh man.
The most handsome pro player, yeah. Of course, it's me.
Maybe Danny from Ajax.
Handsome? I can't tell that. Me.
I think the most beautiful man is Dr. Arhano.
Like the most handsome pro in the community is Tex in my opinion because he's so young.
Well, the most handsome player is myself.
NYC Chris.
I don't know, Kurt maybe? I don't know.
If there's someone that's like that can be a model, I think it would be Aggie Rosemeyer.
It's hard to say. I think from Germany Timox actually, but it's hard to say.
Marv from Bayer Leverkusen. His styling is amazing.
I have no idea, no answer.
Timox from VfL Wolfsburg. He's also a good friend.
Most handsome? Tough question.
Me.
I go for Honey Badger, maybe. For myself.
A very warm welcome back to Bucharest for the PGL FIFA19 CUP Bucharest. Funnily enough, in Bucharest. That's right, we are in Bucharest. It is the first round completed. We'll show you the results very shortly. But we've also made a substitution in our team. And we welcome Richard to the panel. How you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah,
Yourself?
good flight. I know you've kind of like jetted in literally this morning to
Deadline
get here.
day signing, yeah.
Yeah, deadline day for sure.
This morning, 5 a.m. from London, but we made it on time.
That's
all
good.
that matters.
I landed at 5 a.m. by the way, this morning.
That's
We've
all right
all
for some.
just, I know, right? Just jet setters all around the world. What do you make of the first round then?
Interesting. I think from looking at some of the results that happened, it seems as though the people who played last week, no matter how well they did, if they went out in Swiss or found the competition, they seem to have started a little bit better, I'd say, than the people coming in late. I think Rafsu picked up a win. He didn't play that well last week. Alexander picked up a win in that first game as well. So it's interesting to see that, apart from Aggie, but you're playing more Aubameyang, the people who seem to have been here a little bit, almost got used to it, got used to this patch that we're playing on, etc., seem to have warmed to the game a little bit sooner than people flying in like us today.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's take a look at those results and show you what happened across the entire Xbox and PS4 console round. of 16 matches, of course. Some notable results in there. You'll see Mo Aubameyang 8-4 over Aggie. That was 7-3 in the first leg. So actually Aggie coming back in that one and picking up a reasonable result in the second game, but obviously a very disappointing defeat for him. We also had our featured match here, of course, between Danny and Tex. Tex coming out on top with that 3-1 win in both of the legs that they played in as well. Gorilla winning 7-3 against Hensu as well. He's kind of freestyling the second game in that one as well, having a lot of fun. There was also a penalty shootout in game number 3 as well, so that's why the score is a bit weird there. And any others stand out for you, Boris, in terms of the results?
Seeing also that we have on the Xbox side some interesting results. We're seeing Megabit losing the first round.
Yep.
A bit surprising. I know that Knight had him as one of his favorites. Also Marcus Gomes, who was top 4 last weekend on the Xbox side, lost to the very skilled Rayzaya, who was not here last weekend. And also, of course, we have the guy that I really want to watch this tournament, the reigning world champion MS Doster. He had a perfect first round, 5-2 versus Gabinho from Hungary. And question is he the man who can actually stop F2 Tex?
Yeah, we're going to find that out very shortly as well. Stefano Pena, one of your favourites, winning 6-2 in the opening game as well. I'm surprised. Well done, Boris, by the way, for not laughing when you said Knight's pick from earlier, Megabit lost the opening game, because that would have been easy to have laughed a bit at Knight for picking out a man that lost in his opening game. But you didn't mock him, and I praise you for that. Well done.
And also for Megabit, I mean, this is why we have the Swiss format. Even though you have a bad start, there is a lot of time to bounce back. So I'm pretty sure that we'll still see Megabit making it to the last 8.
Okay. All right. We didn't get a chance to ask you, obviously, because you were still flying in. But we've talked about favourites. We've talked about Aggie Rosenmeyer. We've talked about Megabit. We've talked about Mo. We've talked about Tex. Top 3 for you?
I think the person who beat Megabit, Jabler, is a little bit of a unknown coming into this tournament. It's his first real LAN event that he's ever played at. Had a couple of games at the G4 Elite Series. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to compete yesterday because he was here. But beating Megabit, who is a massive, massive player, not only in FIFA, but in that German scene, which he's thriving as well. Yeah. It's a little bit of a stamp to put down on the rest of the tournament.
Knight said earlier to me, because I said, well, surely he's looked really good, right? So comes in here, does well, it's a great opponent to beat. And he was like, nah, kid's going to be nervous, he's going to be playing his first big tournament, it's away from home, it's going to be really tough. He's won his first game.
Yeah, and I find that a little bit invalid, you could say, as well, because what did Tex do in Barcelona?
Yeah.
Everyone's saying, 16 years old, first tournament, no experience. He went and won the entire event, and now arguably the best player in the world at current stage. So this could be a breakout tournament for any single player. So I'm looking forward to seeing Jabler in that second round.
I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, Richard, but the UK FIFA scene right now is pretty good.
It's thriving.
It's pretty good. Right then, let's talk about our next round of matches, because it is round number 2, and these are the 32 players that will be playing off against each other. 16 matches all going on simultaneously, of course. We'll show you which 4 we're going to be picking out in just a moment, but let's just go through what have you found, Boris?
Versus Tex.
Yes, exactly.
I wonder which game we're going to be covering.
We watched F2 Tex in the last matchup as well, but this is a fantastic game.
It is.
But we have otherwise also very interesting. I'd love to see Rasta Arthur. We didn't see him much last weekend when he played in the FUT Champions Cup. Amazing attack versus, of course, the reigning PS4 champion Stefano Pena. Could also be a very nice matchup here. And also taking a look here, also the Spanish player Daniel Aguilar, who is playing against Mo Alba, could also be a very interesting matchup here.
A couple for me that jump out straight away. You've got a couple of North American versus ANZ clashes. Marcus Gomes against Fiddle, and also Honey Badger against New York City Chris. I think both of them sets of games are 0-1. So a big second round for both of them sets of players.
Jablet also got a chance to go 2-0 here.
Yeah, against Rise. Out of all the people who went 1-0, one of the more favourable ties, you would say. Potential go 2-0. Jablet's tournament.
Cursed it! Damn it! It's a good opportunity for him, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the 4 games then that we're going to be following in the main, and also the 1 game that we're going to be covering on the main stream. What do you think it is?
If it's not Gorilla Tex, I'd be shocked.
Oh, look! What a surprise. It's the all-British affair. For Gorilla versus Tex, I can't remember a time. You know, I go back a long way in FIFA, a long way. First commentated in 2005 on some FIFA. And back then we had Chrissy B.
Yes.
That was pretty much
Chris
all we
Bullard.
had for a little while. And then Chris Bullard, yeah. And then through the CGS era, of course, we also had Bazza. And then Bazza's brother as well, just after that. That was kind of the era of the British FIFA top fit. That was it.
Yep.
There were no other British FIFA players. Everywhere around the world, great Italian players. Germans were unbelievably
Spanish.
good. Spanish were great. Brazilians were great. We had two. We had two players for like 10 years. Now, we had two players meeting in the same round.
Yeah, I think Gorilla really brought that resurgence back out. Back in the G-Finity, play like a legend days, just dominating
He qualified.
the scene.
He qualified. I remember him coming through. I was with G-Finity at the time. He qualified online. Nobody had ever heard of him. He turned up. Who the bloody hell's this?
Walked it.
Absolutely cakewalked it as well. And then he went, well, he can't do it a second time. Did it a second time. Then he went to the finals. And everyone, well, he can't beat Aggie Rosenmeyer now. Guys, well, beat him as well.
Yeah, just
It was like
unbelievable.
7-3 or something in the final. Came out of nowhere. But you're right. It's such a good time for British FIFA players.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Boras, pretty much only on the Xbox as well.
Yeah.
British players.
Yes, and that's also one of my thoughts, that previously most of the tournaments were played on PlayStation, and we made this switch with having both consoles. And like you said, in the UK, it's definitely Xbox which is dominating. So that also might be a reason. I also want you to not forget about 2012, the winner in the Challenge Series, Adam Winster.
Indeed,
from
Mr.
UK.
Winster. Yeah, absolutely.
But yes, I mean, seeing now we have both on the PS4 sides, we have players like Shells, players
Shireen,
like
Jazz,
Taylor. I mean, on both consoles we have UK players, well, not dominating, but they're definitely being there as a top 3 nation.
All right, let's focus on this particular matchup between this. This is kind of, I feel like almost Gorilla's now the grizzly old veteran in many ways in this matchup.
I think, especially after last weekend as well, it's weird because I'm going to throw a darts analogy in there. Whenever Phil Taylor used to be playing, there used to be that almost reputation going up against him. You'd lost before you'd even started.
Yeah.
I think with Gorilla, that's slowly starting to deplete a little bit, and almost Texie's taking over the reign. I think this is a big statement. If Gorilla goes out, wins comfortably, or just gets a win at all, throws a cat amongst the pigeons massively.
Yeah, it does. Comfortable victory for both players as well coming into this. So
yes, and I think definitely that Gorilla is looking for some redemption here this week. And last week, of course, he went out in the Swiss 2-3, which was a big shock. And Gorilla, he has a strong desire of being the best in the world. I think he comes to this tournament being super motivated. And well, we can see here if he can take down F2 Tex, who is on the throne currently. That would be a big statement here for Gorilla.
Needs to prove himself for Gorilla, I think, in this game in particular, in this tournament. If he can go out and get a top 2, a top 4, a winning medal, get some Global Series ranking points on the board, I think it's a big, big indication that he's back on track.
Definitely, because let's say for the past 3 years, people would consider him as the best FIFA player. He won a lot of tournaments, always being consistent, making it to top 4. Now losing in the Swiss format, and if, well, let's say that happens again this weekend, that he goes out early, people will start asking questions. Is he finished?
Does he start to doubt himself as well?
Come on, guys, it's only the second leg. It's only the second tournament.
We're just
got like 12 more to come.
Yes.
You're writing him off already.
Yeah, but after all, this, I mean, for Gorilla would be a huge game for his confidence if he wins here and takes out.
In many ways, though, Tex is sort of sitting there, no pressure. I've got plenty of points in the bag from last weekend. Probably going to scrape through this no matter what the result of this game. That's the kind of confidence he's got right now.
Yeah, it feels unbeatable. It feels like he's king of the world at the minute, especially after winning last week. If he can go back-to-back and really just hammer it home that, yeah, I am the best. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a first event almost wonder, you've got to say. Because if you look back to last year, he won that first event, and then throughout the rest of the year, sort of dropped off a little bit. Is that going to be the same pattern this year? Is he going to start on fire and then slowly drop off? I think this is a big game.
All right, our commentators are almost ready, but just one last question for both of you, and you only get one word, Gorilla or Tex? Boris?
Only one word, come on. All right, Gorilla then.
Tex.
I love it. We split the panel in half, right down the middle. Let's get into it with the commentary team for round number 2.
Well, you thought we couldn't get a bigger game than the one we had first up, Dan. You're wrong. We got a bigger game. We've got Gorilla going up against F2 Tex. What a way to start the day. We've been pretty blessed here with the games that we've been given to start off with. I mean, you're looking at, again, Tex, that performance he had in that first game against IX Danny, absolutely, pushed him to one side. Now you're coming in against a player like Gorilla, who is not in a position he's used to being in, to be honest with you, Dan. Top 22 in Bucharest last weekend. When was the last time we put those sort of numbers next to Gorilla in a performance? It really is an interesting game here and a real chance for Gorilla to remind everyone how good he is.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a close one because Tex always says that Gorilla's kind of his kryptonite. He's kind of that player that he does worry about going up against. His playstyle can counteract his at times. But let's see who can actually get down to it as we get into this game. What an incredible first couple of rounds we've had.
I'm so excited for this game. These are two, the shining lights in British esports, to be honest with you. And early on here, it's going to be Gorilla on the attack in the yellows. One thing we can guarantee from this game, Dan, and that is there is definitely going to be goals. Two of the most attacking players that we have in the FIFA esports scene. There's going to be some goals. There's going to be some craziness. It's just about who can get those points on the board and who can pick up those wins.
Yeah, goals were had for Gorilla last weekend, but it's Tex going forward with R9. Cuts it back. It's Vieira of all people.
Oh.
Keeper's moved into the right direction, but Courtois managing to get down to his side. What a chance there was for Vieira, but well read from Gorilla. As I was going to mention Gorilla's goals last weekend. He scored 19 mark, but he had a goal difference of -8. Of course, didn't get out of that Swiss bracket. He went 2-3. So he'll want to do one better, I'm sure, get to those knockout stages.
Such an interesting matchup, this one. As you say, F2 Tex. Gorilla, not his favourite player to play against, shall we say. Always feels a little bit awkward playing against him. Says that sometimes he doesn't bring out the best in him. And interesting to see Kieran Tierney in there at left back for Gorilla.
And if you are an adamant player, if you're playing your foot champs as well,
Ronaldo!
watch this man!
Welcome back, Gorilla!
Because Gorilla has so much in the tank. I was going to say, you go on Gorilla's YouTube, you go on Tech's YouTube, both of them, they offer how to become a better FIFA 19 player. Check them out, because when you can offer stuff like that, you are in for a ton of fun on FIFA 19.
Well. 1-0 to Gorilla to start off this first leg. The first chance for Gorilla, he buries it with R9 Ronaldo. But I want to talk about that selection in that left-back spot. That informed Tierney card, I really wasn't expecting to see that card at all, to be honest with you, in competitive play. But obviously Gorilla, again, we talk about preference, has found a player in that position that he's enjoying using.
And the thing is, Tex, he is vulnerable. It's not like he didn't lose last weekend. He lost a game in the Swiss. He can be beaten.
Well, here is Tex then. Cristiano Ronaldo on the ball. The heel-to-heel tries to get around the outside of Ferdinand. Unfortunately, it's a long, long way around Rio Ferdinand, as he found out there. Ronaldo now brings Vieira into the play. Hullet moves this one forward quickly. This is what you will see from Gorilla. A lot of direct, quick passing, looking to get it into the striker early on. Ronaldinho back out to Ronaldo now. And this has been a real smooth start here from Gorilla. Lots of rhythm to his play. Chance of the strike. Pele hit that one well, found the green, but it is going to be a corner as the block comes in.
A lot of one-touch football from Gorilla as well, recognizing that Tex is kind of pressuring those players, so trying to catch them out of position as the corner's whipped in. Headed just wide by Ronaldo.
Yeah, De Gea was caught in no man's land. Maybe moving him towards that front post with that manual keeper movement to try and cut out that strong front post cross, but got caught under that one, and now straight up the other end again. This is end-to-end stuff here. Tex into Hullet. Tries to squeeze it through Hullet and Vieira, but that is not a gap that you'll be able to find very often. Pele now brings this one away. But look at this. This is so end-to-end, and now Tex with a chance to strike it here with Ronaldo, goes near post and finds the net. 1-0 already, 2 goals in the first 21 minutes of this game, and this one, well, this one's going to be special.
Low driven, time shot. That's Tex written all over. I would be extremely surprised if we even see one shot this entire weekend where he doesn't get timed on it. He's just got it down to a T, and practice does make perfect.
So we're tied up at 1-1. Lots of chances already in this game for both teams. And Ronaldo's going to pinch the ball off of Carl Walker here for Gorilla. Pele now into R9. Maybe a chance for the finesse shot here. La Krakita from Ruud Gullit there, just trying to create an angle, maybe for a pass, maybe for a shot. But you have to say a little bit, Dan, that maybe that goal from Tex there was slightly against the run of play.
Yeah, Gorilla certainly had his fair share of possession. He tries to get a shot with Ronaldinho here. And Gorilla did have quite a bit of goals in his first Swiss round as well, beating Hensu 7-3. So a good way for him to start this Swiss format as De Gea. Oh, he's a bit slow on the ball, and that's going to be a corner now for Gorilla. As Tex potentially just playing around with it a little bit too much at the back.
Pele whips this one in, looking for Ronaldo at that back post once again. De Gea gets something on it. However, he's going to just dribble out of play once again for another corner. Constant pressure coming in here from Gorilla. Decides to elect to take this one short. To the edge of the box now, Rio Ferdinand. Pele gets the ball nipped off of him by Ronaldo, but he wins the ball back now, and Alexandro is going to bring this one away for Tex.
Yeah, Tex does just need to be a little bit careful at the back. Yes, okay, you can get a good position if you play around with it with the keeper a little bit, but Gorilla is just relentless up front at the moment, not giving any space. Forces him off the ball there. That is going to be a free kick, though, for Tex. A little bit further out than maybe he would like, so maybe just a short pass and try and work his way to the edge of the box for one of those first-time finesse shots.
Here's Pele then, turning, tries to squeeze the ball through. It's Patrick Vieira, who was actually of all players, making that run into the box. Ronaldinho. Back to Vieira. Ronaldinho's going to pick the ball up just in a pocket of space there, but the tackle comes in, and now Ronaldo straight to the other end. He's going to invite Walker forward here to join the attack.
Eusebio's trying to make that darting run as well. You can see Gorilla's trying to mark it, though, with his left back. That is going to be Tierney coming into full effect, but not doing the job, but thankfully Rio Ferdinand does back him up. When you were saying it's an interesting choice. Speaking of interesting, I said the time shots were perfect from Tex, but that one just a little bit too early. Not even a yellow.
Ferdinand then for Tex. Brings this one away, but Gorilla's doing a great job of winning the ball high up the pitch as well. So what you see a lot from Spencer is always has that pressure on him. He's always trying to nip the ball away early, and maybe bringing in that Tierney card with, that high pace on him is one of the reasons that he has brought him in there, just to try and keep that pressure up the pitch, but also have that pace to get back and maybe, make those recovery tackles if those balls are played over the top.
I mean, when that foot item came out, there was jokes made about, why are we getting this rubbish in SBCs? And then people looked at the card and were like, oh, actually, this foot card is pretty good.
Ronaldo, strike from him, good block comes in.
It just offers so much. He's got so much physical ability about him as well. Like, people were saying this could be a left back that we do actually use over the likes of Sandro. So credit to Gorilla for actually going down that route. And we'll see how it plays out throughout the tournament.
There's space on the right-hand side here. There's space all over the pitch, to be honest with you. Vieira now, inside the box. Dinks it back across. There's a 9. That's the time to finish their Tex, but Gorilla using Gullit to get that block in. Into added time at the end of our first half of the first leg here. Pele, maybe a chance here for Tex to steal a lead away towards the end of the game. It's Pele. He looks for that far corner. It was drifting close. But unfortunately, it drifted just wide of the upright.
Yeah, how many times do we see them sailing into the top corner? Just bring back from the previous moment of play where Tex decided to cross that ball, but instead of finding someone at the back post, he looks for someone on the edge of the area. So really recognizing who's free, making sure that he keeps possession, not just taking any sort of 50-50 header. And it almost worked out for him.
Ball whipped in by Tierney then. Ronaldo's under it. Ronaldo sends it back across goal, but it's going to fall just wide, and that is the half-time whistle. First 20 minutes or so of that game, they were explosive down. It started to calm down a little bit towards the end of that first half as both players kind of felt each other out a little bit, but you can see from the shots on goal and the shots on target, I said there'd be goals, and there has already been 2.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Gorilla has looked at how kind of Tex plays. Maybe last weekend he was watching him a lot, studied him a little bit, because his one-touch football has kind of counteracted how Tex defends. But then Tex is now adapting to that, and he's kind of stepping off Gorilla a little bit, waiting for him to make that pass, and then darting for that interception with one of his CDMs or one of his fullbacks. So he's going to be who can kind of bite the bullet and change from their natural play style to try and get round their opponent here.
And one thing I like that I'm seeing as the first shot of the game comes in there from Tex towards that near post, Courtois with the comfortable save, is that Gorilla's gone back to what he knows and what he's loved, what's brought him success in the past, and that is that narrow 4-1-2-1-2 formation. Now, you saw him on Twitter, if you follow Gorilla on Twitter, saying, you know, maybe I'll have to go to the 4-2-3-1. Tried it for a little bit. Played it a little bit last weekend as well and got some disappointing results. And oh, my word. Talking of disappointed, Tex is going to be disappointed as he rattles the bar. But I think that maybe Gorilla got in his own head a little bit at the start of this season in FIFA 19, but he's gone back to what he knows, that aggressive formation. He's kind of thought, I'm going to beat you at what I do best instead of trying to play you at your own game.
Well, now we have the beauty of dynamic tactics as well. We can have that 4-2-3-1 and the 4-1-2-1-2 set up and have them at the ready. And if you are a follower of his YouTube channel, he has posted all those tactics so you can see what he is kind of using during his own FUT Champs runs and probably here today as well. And just having both available.
Oh, my word. Oh, Courtois gets that one away, but that was a scary moment there for Gorilla. But this is the beauty of the 4-1-2-1-2. On the counter-attack, so devastating with that cam and those two strikers. You can get the ball up so quickly, spacing behind, and this is where Gorilla is so dangerous. Pele now tries to just dink that one inside and looking for Ronaldo, who was hovering, but again, well defended by Tex.
Yeah, as soon as Gorilla takes more than one touch and actually starts to play around with the ball, Tex is always there waiting for that interception. He's going to try and play a lofted through ball here, but decent defending from Gorilla as well. This is going to be a tight one. You said there was going to be goals, Mark, but defensively, they seem to be counteracting each other quite well.
So you guys have obviously played each other a lot, played a lot in FUT Rivals, played a lot of friendly games. They know how each other tick. Pull it now. Ferdinand, beautiful little toe end on that one to get that interception away, and Pele just leaves Vieira for dead in midfield with that fake shot. Ronaldo turns as well. If he can find a pass here, Gorilla, that would have been vital, and that's an important foul, to be honest with you, coming in from F2 Tex, because there was space for Gorilla to work with there.
Look at Tex just switching between 3 or 4 different defenders, trying to work out where Gorilla is going to be sending this ball. There's going to be a bicycle kick from Ronaldo, but it's a bit lackluster in the end. It looked flashy, but I don't think the keeper was ever worried about it.
That was one of those, like when you do it on the beach, you've got a great idea in your head, you've got the picture in your head of it flying in the, you know, the far corner, but you just end up on your back with a bruise. Ronaldo now into the box. Ronaldinho, a little bit of space, and this is where Gorilla can be dangerous. Big interception, though, coming in from Tex.
Look how many men are already back for Gorilla. Despite the fact that he was just on the attack, he had committed men forward. There were 6 players waiting for Tex on the counter-attack. And considering how dangerous Tex has been, you need all of those players back, because every player is going to count at stopping him doing what he does best. As we're going to see a substitution now for Gorilla, I believe. Eusebio replacing R9. R9 does struggle a little bit with his fitness, so I'm not surprised he gets taken off.
Chance here. Gorilla with a scoop turn. Eusebio with the shot. The ball falls free. Hullet can't finish, though, and Tex escapes.
Slightly flustered as well at the back there, Tex, just kind of hammering that pass button, that cross button. Trying to get the ball out, hoping it's not going to land at the feet of Gorilla.
Ronaldinho.
It's not going in the top corner like we used to see him in these finesse shots. We've seen 3 or 4 now hitting green, and we've seen the post, the bar, and it just skimmed the post as well.
Loose pass there, and look at this. Cristiano Ronaldo in behind here for F2 Tex. Hits the El Tornado, doesn't get the time finish though. Maybe some nerves starting to creep in on the side of Tex now. He's so used to winning these games. We're just approaching the last 15 minutes so far, and the guys on the desk were talking about who is going to step up to Tex in this tournament, who is going to try and dethrone him. I think Gorilla, he thinks that F2 Tex maybe is just a pretender to his throne. It's time to take his title back.
Well, cross in though. No one can get ahead to it. And Gorilla, again, on the counter-attack. Look at the players waiting at the top of the field. It's Eusebio and CR7. And Ronaldinho's offering some space out right here as well. But Sandro, again and again, is the man of the moment for Tex.
Space for Kyle Walker down this right-hand side. We are into the last 15 minutes of this first leg now. Of course, this is the Swiss-style format. Players who are coming up against each other will have same records. Both of these guys won their first game. Some interesting results, talking of that Swiss format as well, Dan, that we saw coming in. You know, Mo Aubameyang, big performance once again from him. Jablet taking down Megabit, which not a lot of people saw come in. So the Swiss format already throwing up some surprises. And I mean, to be honest with you, F2 Tex's performance in that first leg against that first game, excuse me, against Ajax Danny, the way that he kind of decimated him, that was a surprise to me as well, considering that was the Xbox final from last weekend here in Bucharest as well. Neymar on the pitch then. Ronaldinho on the pitch as well. But now you're going to see Pele going up 1v1 here against Kyle Walker.
I think the problem was for Danny that he stepped off Tex a little bit too much, gave him that chance!
Oh, it's in!
Speaking of, it wasn't even a timed shot, so I didn't think it was going in. But Eusebio has lofted that ball over the keeper, and Tex suddenly finds himself 2-1 up with 10 minutes to go.
Tex finds a shot from nowhere, and it caught the keeper off guard here. Eusebio on the turn, and you feel like Courtois was a little bit of a bystander in that situation, to be honest with you. Not sure if you want to try to manually move the keeper towards it, but whatever happened, Courtois wasn't interested. And a bit of luck falls on the side of F2 Tex here. He takes the lead.
But again, you make your own luck. He put himself in that position. He took that shot.
You know, he's created the opportunity himself.
And now Gorilla is going to have to fight to get back into this one. Does have a free kick, though. And we saw from Tex what he had from free kicks. What can Gorilla do? Does just play it short.
Ronaldo then dropping the shoulder a couple of times. Pele. Kyle Walker's trying to bully him off the ball, but good strength there from Pele. Ball around the corner. Neymar with a Cruyff turn. Vieira, though, that's why every single pro has him in their team at the moment. Those tackles when they matter are what that foot iron does best.
How many times do we see players kind of second-guess themselves and almost beat themselves because you're constantly worrying about what's happening with the goalkeeper movement? You do just say, well, am I going to take this first-time shot, or am I going to try and get a Cruyff turn on the go? And in the end, you seem to be your own demise, as Eusebio has the ball out on the right.
Whips it in. There's a man free at the back post, and there it is. There's the goal. Pele arriving right on time. He makes it 3-1 to Tex. If there was any doubts about that second goal, the third one there, he's certainly going to tie up this first leg here. He's probably going to go into this second leg with a 2-goal advantage now. Great finish on the volley, though, from Pele.
And how many times in these last two games have we seen Tex with so much space, with Pele out on the left, with Eusebio out on the right? The fullbacks, they can't keep up with how much he's pressing. And Gorilla, despite taking a 1-0 lead here, looks like he's going to fall 3-1 in this first leg unless he can catch a goal here from kickoff.
Well, if there's one man who can find goals out of nowhere, it's Gorilla. Neymar around the corner now, finds his way inside. Well, De Gea just picks that one up as it breaks to him just inside the 6-yard box, but well into stoppage time now. You can see Tex just use up every single second that he can. Tierney beats Eusebio to the ball there, but there is the end of a very, very interesting first leg, Dan. F2 Tex, once again, picks up the win there, 3-1.
It's just business for him, isn't it? Getting the job done. I'm sure even when he was 1-0 down, he wasn't even concerned. Got to give credit to Gorilla. He came at Tex.
He did.
He knew exactly how he wanted to approach the start of that game. Very fast, tiki-taka football, playing around Tex, not allowing him to have the defensive presence that he had in the previous game against Danny. But then Tex adapted. He changed things up. He started to go for a few crosses. Tex really is an absolute joy to watch, but this is not over. Gorilla certainly has more to offer here.
Yeah, I feel, you know, a little bit hard done by maybe Gorilla probably at the end of that game, to be honest with you. He had his own chances. That second goal, I think, maybe he feels like his goalkeeper could have done more. And, you know, if it's 1-1 going into those last few minutes, then maybe, you know, he's not pressing those fullbacks up. And that third goal doesn't happen. You know, Eusebio doesn't have that space, and Pele doesn't have that space on the other side, because essentially he's pushing his fullbacks forward, leaves that space in behind, and that was where, you know, the ball was delivered from and where the finisher arrived. It's a tough one to take, but you've got to, you know, maybe think going into the second leg with just a 1-goal difference, maybe a smarter thing to do.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't let it get you down, and these pro players, they will just kind of ignore the fact that a goal had gone in, regardless of whether Courtois maybe could have stuck an arm out. You've got to look at earlier, Tex hit the bar and hit the post from finesse shot, so either of those could have gone in, and in theory, Gorilla could feel a little bit favourable that those didn't find the net. So he'll be more concerned, I think, that he was able to give Tex the space to take that shot with Eusebio from that distance. Didn't close him down quick enough. That's going to be the concern from his end. And I think that's one thing he'll learn from that first leg, is don't give Tex any space whatsoever. And also, try not to manually defend as much against him.
It's so tough to do, though.
Because if you're manually defending, he's going to just use skill moves.
Exactly. I mean, the guys on the desk were talking before we got underway with any of the games when they were talking about Tex. You know what he's going to try and do. It's one thing knowing what someone's going to try and do. It's one thing stopping it. And it's got so many tricks in the box that it's just so tough to play against. But we are into our second leg now. If you're just joining us, of course, you can see the aggregate score there. First leg, 3-1-2 Tex. Super tight game, though, between these two players. And it's Gorilla on the attack to start with, but a strong tackle there from Rio Ferdinand. However, Ronaldinho's going to get a little bit unfortunate there as Ferdinand pushes him off the ball. Early possession back in the hands of Tex.
And maybe there's a chance for Gorilla to kind of suss out what Danny figured out towards the latter stages of his game as well, that Tex does kind of bring those fullbacks up quite wide. But again, space for Eusebio.
So much space. Ronaldo now turns inside. This should be a finish. That is a goal. And again, Gorilla's just being caught out in these fullback positions. Eusebio's getting in behind every single time. And it was such a simple finish, to be honest with you. That's about as simple a goal as you're going to see from a pro player. Tex is squaring across. Ronaldo, simplest of finishes in front of goal. And that makes it 4-1 on aggregate now. And that's the nightmare start there for the second leg for Gorilla.
Yeah, because, I mean, as a player for Gorilla, I'm sure he feels like he could score 3-4 goals against anyone on his day. But the problem is it's scoring 3-4 goals and not conceding anymore. That's where he's really going to struggle. And Gorilla does need to kind of look at this fullback situation. I mean, you brought up the fact that Tierney is played in that left-back situation. And how many times did Eusebio had space out on the right wing?
Enough for us to ask that question.
Enough
I think
to say, is that the right choice of a left-back? Tierney has maybe found himself up the pitch a little bit too much, left too much space, perhaps.
We can see here both players maybe thinking about making some changes. You can see Tex was just maybe looking across to see if he could match up. There is the replay of that first goal, though.
And what a goal it was. Just simple stuff from Tex. His decision-making is incredible, really, because he has so much in his arsenal. And he's so hard to read, so hard to predict. It's what makes him such a difficult player to go up against.
Well, here comes Gorilla then. Maybe a chance for the finesse there. Closed down by Carl Walker. Ronaldinho to Pele. Pele round the corner to Hullet now. Scoop turn inside. There's R9. Good keeper movement, though, from F2 Tex. Moved De Gea to his front post. Made that one look very, very simple.
Simple indeed, and now he's just going to calmly play it from the back as well. Look for that little bit of space. And again, it's those fullbacks for Gorilla letting him down. Pele has a chance, just throws it in, but thankfully the defenders this time, the centre-backs, doing their job, not allowing CR7 to have space.
Well, there is some space in behind the fullbacks of Tex here, and it's Ronaldo, but Carl Walker gets back and does the job to win the ball back there in a situation that looked very, very dangerous.
And I wonder whether Tex is purposely targeting this left-back as well. Maybe he's analysed that card, that foot item, and he said, all right, well, I think there's actually potential for me to utilise this space out on the right.
Maldini makes the tackle here on Ronaldo, and it's an interesting question that you do pose. I think probably Tex is just playing what's in front of him. I think you can put a couple of bronze players in the team of Gorilla, and I think Tex would just be, playing his own game, not worried about what's happening on the other side of things. But
I don't know. I think there's more behind this man than maybe we let off. I think he's a bit of a tactical genius as well as a mechanical one.
Oh, there is some mechanics for you. The strike comes in. Courtois makes the save. Good keeper movement there from Gorilla once again. But we analysed that foot item a little bit more, that Tierney card, and 84 rated. He does have high work rates as well, so he's going to be putting in the defensive shift. So I wonder if Gorilla has them to always overlap or maybe join the attack, because he is leaving that space. But Pele now for Tex. Looking to double up on the lead there. Great ball from Vieira. Gets the ball back as well. Pele teasing in and around the box. You can see Hullet completely free.
Oh, my goodness.
And Ruud Hullet rises, knocks that one past the goalkeeper. And that is going to be F2 Tex with a 2-0 lead. Think of some of the goals he scored so far today, Dan. We've seen skill goals. We've seen balls down the line. We've seen driven crosses into the box. We've seen finesses. And now we see a header as well. Tex really does have everything.
And he's just seemed to have sussed out how Gorilla's defending at this point. Just being able to pass around him comfortably, finding those players in those gaps. And yeah, and you speak of the high work rate as well for Tierney at left back. It's the reason why a lot of people didn't use Marcelo or don't use Marcelo, because they find he goes wandering a little bit. And you can see there just the player ratings. It's a 5.6 for Tierney. I mean, Kyle Walker also not having a great game, but it's hard to have a great game when Eusebio and Pele are just destroying you on the right and the left wing. Because Tex is constantly looking for those angles, constantly looking for those runs. And then he poses such a threat with those 5-star skillers and, of course, 5-star weak foot as well.
So good when he can isolate those players, as you say. Isolate the fullbacks. That's where Tex's strength is. He saw the changes coming in from Gorilla now. Gone to that 3 at the back formation at this point. He's got to throw the kitchen sink. He's got to throw anything that he can find around him, to be honest with you, at Tex to see if he can get back into this game. Eusebio on the pitch. Kyle Walker going to be taken off. Eusebio just sells a player down the river there with that drag back. Vieira tries to come across. That's going to leave a little gap in the middle, though. Eusebio now, again, isolating a defender 1v1. Unfortunately, well defended there by Bandini. But a loose pass there from Gorilla gives the ball straight back here to Tex.
It is putting a lot of pressure on Maldini as well to kind of cover that area and make sure that there's not going to be easy routes into the box. And he has done his job here or there, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to get a 100% tackle success rate.
Ronaldo then, great tackle from Alexandro there. Tex manages to keep possession in a tight area there. That was a slightly risky pass from Tex, but I guess when you've got a 4-goal cushion, you can kind of take a few risks. Vieira finds Eusebio down this right-hand side. There is that run from CR7, again, in behind the fullbacks. Cuts back inside. Tierney finally gets back into position. Eusebio now. And you can see Tex now just stretching the play here, making those CDMs work so hard to cover those back 4.
It's one thing he does very well. He's not afraid to go back to the defenders and play it around a little bit. As Pele's now got the ball out on the left. A heel-to-heel, manages to get past a couple of players, but in the end, it all just got clogged up in the box. But as I was saying, Tex, he will just pass it from left to right. He will switch the play, just waiting for the time for when he knows he sees that opportunity. And boy, does he take the opportunities when they rise.
Well, I believe we're going to actually lead this game at the moment. As you can see, once again, Tex is doing such a good job in his games. We're actually going to move over, and it's going to be last season's FIFA 18 FIFA E-World Cup finalist Stefano Pena going up against Rasta, representing Sporting Lisbon. PSV versus Sporting Lisbon, Dan. And this is going to be another interesting game. Keeping an eye on Stefano Pena, seeing how he's playing. As you can see now, 3-2 on aggregate to Stefano Pena. 1-1 in this game. Just 50 minutes gone, though. This one's very, very tight.
Chance, maybe as we join the game, the header does fall in! Is! And there we go. Pena takes a 2-1 lead, and that's 4-2 on aggregate. Shame for Rasta as it means he has a lot to do in this second leg. Rasta being one of 3 players who has qualified for every single live event so far in FIFA 19, alongside Mo Aubameyang and Aga. But at the moment, he's behind.
Towering header there from Ronaldo, R9. Getting up against, of all players, Ruud Gullit as well. One of the players we usually talk about winning every single header on the game, but Ronaldo got up, found the finish. And that is going to make things all the more difficult for Rasta. As you say, one of those players, one of those 3 players who has qualified for every single event so far. Now we've got to see how he plays from behind.
And Rasta, I remember at Paris Games Week in that PS4 qualifier, he got goal of the tournament. He definitely has a lot to offer in terms of his own skill moves and his ability in front of goal. Knows exactly how to beat a man, but he's going to need to do a lot here as we take a look at a couple of these formations. And was that 3-5-2?
Yeah, 3-5-2. I think it's just changed to that one. Obviously, being a couple of goals behind here on aggregate with only half an hour or so left in the game. I like seeing that, 1 goal down, maybe you can create a chance, and you don't have to, force that formation change, that extreme formation change that can leave you open at the back with the 3 at the back. But he's obviously recognised the situation, realises he needs a goal pretty quickly, so he's getting those attacking options on the pitch. Saw Neymar coming on for Cruyff there, and he's going to be trying to chase this game down. All over the top then, will find Neymar. Here comes the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper just about gets there.
That's Neuer written all over that.
I was going to say, Manuel Neuer taking a page out of real life there. Playing that sweeper keeper role.
And he does do it by himself as well. If you've played and you've used that foot item in online play, you do have to keep tabs on him. Sometimes you've got to press triangle, triangle, or YY just to keep him back in the goal, because he is always willing to dash out and try and be that sweeper keeper that we know and we love.
Great pressure here coming in from Rasta. Oh, it's a beautiful little McGeady spin inside. Didn't quite create enough space. Ball towards the back post. Vieira's there. Oh, it hits Ronaldinho. He knew nothing about it. But that was a big chance there for Rasta to get back into this one.
If we combine Paris Games Week and Foot Champs Cup 1, Rasta had 45 goals in the bag, but his goal difference is -3. So, yes, he has the ability to score, but both defensively, he does leave himself open a little bit as well. But here he has to try and use this 3-5-2 now to try and find some chances in this second round of Swiss.
On the attack again then. Needs a goal in the next sort of 10, 15 minutes, you have to say. Just to give himself the belief that he can score another one and maybe send this one to extra time. Ronaldo forcing his way down the left-hand side here for Stefano Pena, and does manage to force a corner. LA's going to be the one who's standing over this, whipping it in towards that near post, it looks like. Ronaldo's there. So is Rio Ferdinand, though.
And Rasta did beat Honey Badger 2-1 in the first round of the Swiss. Honey Badger, of course, part of the hashtag crew now. And that's certainly a good player to take down and give you that confidence boost, but he's going to need to get some of that confidence into this game now, as there is plenty of space, plenty of red shirts available, but can't quite find them. Great stuff from Vieira, but again, Rasta relentless, but it's going to be Huller actually drawing a foul.
Reminder to everyone at home, we want to hear your tweets as well. You can see at the bottom of your screen there, one coming in. Good start again for Mo Aubameyang. 8-4 on aggregate versus Aga Rosamina. And he will go unbeaten again in the... Will he go, unbeaten again in the Swiss round? I'm sure that he'll certainly be hoping that that is the case. Thanks very much for that tweet there from Mirova91. You can also see the records and goal-scoring prowess of some of the players in the Swiss round. Obviously, we've got a lot of games going on here at Bucharest at the same time. Speaking of chances, though, there is one. What a save from David De Gea.
Surely thought that was going in. You can see the shots there. It's 8 in favour of Pena as he crosses this one in. And now it's do or die time for Rasta. Just 15 minutes remaining. 2 goals behind on aggregate. Can he get 2 back and send this one to extra time? Maybe even penalties. You can see all these players, they're probably set to get in behind. They're making those runs.
Chance! Oh, Ferdinand got across just in time.
And that's what Ferdinand does best, and that's why Ferdinand is the most used centre-back in these tournaments, alongside Maldini. He's so quick, that foot item. Has so much physical presence as well. As we're going to see more changes coming in.
Ronaldinho replacing, obviously just getting those fresh legs on the pitch, making sure that those players are getting in behind the defence when they need to be. What a midfield 3 that is. Vieira, Hullet, Ballack. Who's going to be the one that finds a goal, though? Obviously, Stefano Pena just looking to shore things up here with that central midfield 3. Great defending stats kind of all round on those cards, to be honest with you. Great power, great strength. All of them in-game stats. That standing tackle, one of their standout attributes. Going to be difficult to get through those 3.
Extremely difficult. Changing to the 4-5-1 to try and just dominate the midfield as well. Not allow any easy chances for Rasta to get back into this one. Can he find a shot from outside the box? It's Eusebio, but it's gone over the bar. Did it take a deflection? Yes, it did. Corner.
Ball in, played short. Neymar with the rainbow flick. See, Neymar has his own animation in game for that rainbow flick. Looks pretty cool. Just that time it just didn't work out.
Yeah, maybe a strange time to use it. It would look great if both defenders had gone towards the ball, but unfortunately for him, of course, one player just kind of sits back. And you have to feel with 10 minutes remaining, Pena should just be able to close this one out and pass it around if he can keep possession, but Rasta does seem to be relentless, probably has it on team press at this point. Fatigue goes out the window when you need goals.
And giving the ball away in midfield is not a way to find yourself a goal. Alexandro drills that one down the line, but Ferdinand picks the ball up again here, and there's been a few sloppy plays here in the last few minutes. Possession Wise from Stefano Pena. Ronaldinho, great tackle from Paolo Maldini, but round the corner, Cristiano Ronaldo. Ball back to Hullet. Questions of an offside flag, but now Stefano Pena's got lots of time to work with. And you're just going to see him waiting for those passes, dragging a few players out. Look at the space here on this right-hand side from Ronaldinho. Neymar's the player trying to track him. One Brazilian against another. He'll take the corner. It's actually a goal kick there. I thought almost certain that was a corner, but with just 4 minutes of regular time to go before extra time, you feel like this one's kind of slipping through the fingers here of Rasta Arta.
Yeah, and it's so difficult as well because there's so many bodies, so many white shirts available for Pena. Playing that 4-5-1 they switched to, those 3 midfielders, he's got them at stay back whilst attacking. So 4-2-3-1 can be hard to break down. Change those 2 CDMs to suddenly 3 CDMs that are just all sitting in front of your centre-backs. It's all very difficult. And we need a goal now for Rasta Arta if there's going to be any life in this second round of the Swiss. But once again, white shirt.
Eusebio manages to cut that one out. However, the header back across goal is cut out in reply. And now again, that ball over the top, that in those gaps in behind is going to allow Ronaldo to go for that heel-to-heel. It ball does break, and I think he's actually managed to pick up a free kick here. Precious seconds running down here for Rasta Arta towards the end of this second leg. Stefano Pena in total control. Ramos does manage to win the ball, but you just wonder, with the seconds ticking away, is this just too much to ask towards the end of this second leg?
And this will be a good start to the Swiss for Pena as well, taking down Dr. Arno in the opening round. And now taking out Rasta Arta. As I said, qualified for all 3 of the live events that have been available. There is an advantage for PS4 players, considering the first live event was a PS4 event, but still,
certainly helps.
Quite the accolade in FIFA 19 thus far, as we are still quite near the start of it in grand scheme of things. But that's going to be the victory for Stefano Pena as he goes 2-0 in the Swiss now.
Yeah, looking really, really strong as well, of course. As I mentioned at the start of that game, last season's FIFA E-World Cup finalist going up against MS Dasari. Unfortunately fell just short there, but he started off FIFA 19 solidly here with a nice win here in the Swiss group format. And if you're just joining us as well, we started off with Gorilla versus Tex, and Tex was very much in control of that one, looking like he was going to pick up that win as well. We'll get 100% confirmation, of course, if he did manage to close that one out. It would have taken something special, to be honest with you, from Gorilla in order to turn that one around. But Dan, the Swiss format is already throwing up some surprises for us, but I mean, Tex has just been the standout player so far.
He has. It's hard to deny that going forward, Tex looks like a different class compared to everyone. So much in his locker. Decision-making seems to be on point, recognizing how his opponent is defending and switching things up at the right time.
Okay, well, that's going to do it from our second round of games here from the caster's desk. Guys on the desk, the analyst's desk, it's back to you.
Indeed, thank you very much, gents. Great commentary on game number 2, and yet again, Tex marches on. There's just no stopping this man. The Battle of Britain, it was more like a damp squib, really, wasn't it? Because it wasn't much of a battle at all, but perhaps the pupil has beaten the master. Let's find out from our 2 analysts.
Well then, Tex went 1-0 down. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
He went 1-0 down
Yes.
before winning 7-1, I think it was in the end.
8-1 in the end.
8-1.
Yeah, 5-1 in the second leg. I mean, I want to try and help put this into context, because this is a massive statement by Tex. We already knew he was good. We already knew he's world class. But to do this against Gorilla over 2 legs is unbelievable.
You see here, Gorilla got the best start with this attack here. He will find back to R9. Nice timing here, and he scores the first one. And here we thought, okay, Gorilla is maybe going to do it. Maybe I was right with my prediction, but no, he reads this pass here, and this is so nice. How he finds this near post finish with the timed driven finesse. Actually not, it was a regular driven shot. Something that we don't see so often, but it's super effective as well in FIFA 19 if you perfectly time it.
This goal from Eusebio, I think it is.
Yeah.
This.
Seen that a few times already over the last couple of games. But for me, the third goal is the better one.
Yeah, interesting enough as well, Tex in the cross-console final against Joxan scored a goal from a very similar position. I think it was his third goal, just a cross into the back post, wait for a runner, and that goal pretty much set him up really nicely, because it finishes 2-1. Gorilla only needs one to get back into the game, sort of up in the air still in that second leg, but 3-1 going into the second leg. If you're not getting that first goal, if you are Gorilla, it's pretty much it's over before it started. You've got to say, and Tech's rampant in that second leg.
Yeah, the Hullet header as well was
this one.
was
I
pretty
believe
special,
it's
wasn't it?
this goal when he finds this timing. I mean, he
really
sees
nice.
this option so quickly, and then just a very light cross to find Hullet. And talked about it in the previous round also. He scores goals in so many different ways. He has so many weapons in his locker, and well, when you are expecting some skill moves, he will just take this first time finish. And this was a pure show. I mean, once again, driven, near post, and here we have 7-1. Gorilla, of course, getting desperate. Well, this is over. He's just playing for the honor these last 30 minutes. He will manage to get one back here, but he was actually, to be honest, he was not even close.
It's almost as though Tech sees things like a couple of seconds before it's actually happened. Like, you think some of the best players in the real game over the last 10, 15 years that I've seen, Iniesta, the likes of Xavi, Pirlo, they see the game before it's even happened. They're one step ahead. And it seems as though with that little dinked cross into Hullet, he's seen that move before it's even taken place. Gorilla, you can't react to that. You can't defend to that.
And,
tough.
and something that I was actually wondering before this tournament was, will Tex have the motivation? Will he have the hunger after winning last weekend in the Champions Cup? And he is just showing champion mentality. He just shows up here like last weekend didn't happen. He wants to win every single game. Super impressive.
We saw at the end of obviously that last one, Rasta versus Stefano Pena. One of the guys that you picked out as a potential winner for this entire championship. He's now 2-0 and playing very well. It looks like it was a tight game too.
Yeah, and of course I mention him because he is the reigning PS4 world champion, which is a fantastic achievement. And also great start here, beating Rasta, who qualified for all 3 tournaments this far of FIFA 19. That is a big win, currently 2-0. And I think still this is one of the guys that we should look out for, definitely. I mean, he could make it here.
All right, let's bring him in right now because he's waiting in the player area. Stefano Pena, a winner in the second game. Congratulations, sir. Well done. That looked like a tight game. How tight was it for you?
Yes, it was very tight, especially in the first game. I conceded in the 86th minute, I think. So it was a very tight game, for sure.
Yeah, very tough. You're now 2-0, though, so one more win and you're through to the knockout stage.
Yes, hopefully my next game I win it, so I'm secured to the next round. So, but we see. I give my best, and we see where I go.
Yeah, one game at a time.
Yes, one game at a time, always.
the classic.
Yes.
Gents, what questions do you have for him?
Yeah, I think now you're representing PSV. Do you feel like there's any more added pressure now you've got that team behind you? Now you've got fans behind you as well. Do you feel any more added pressure coming to events like this?
Yes, of course. It's always more pressure if you play for a club. So yes, and the fans, especially because I was a PS4 champion last year, so they expect a lot from me.
Speaking about that cross-console final, of course, did you practice anything more on Xbox after that loss?
Yeah, I practiced a little bit, but not enough. I practiced a bit Weekend League on the Xbox.
Yeah.
But if I come in the cross-console final, we'll see. I'll give my best.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And I know you want to get back and have a little break before the next game, but good luck in game number 3.
Thank you.
Stefano Pena there goes 2-0 right now here at the PGL Bucharest Cup. And of course, one more will see him through to the knockout stages, which will take place tomorrow. 5 rounds of Swiss, 2 are done, 3 still to go. Plenty more to talk about as well as we head towards round 3. Surprises so far? I was going to bring up Mr. Desari, my personal favourite. I loved watching him through to the World Cup final. Obviously, previously he's gone 2-0 as well. Looked very impressive in that second round of game. 6-0.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up Desai because I've actually got a question for Boras. As a pro player yourself, you've won a substantial amount of money in the past from FIFA tournaments.
It was just one.
How hard is it to almost remotivate yourself to go back the next year? You've seen it in the past where I want to bring up Rocky, for example. He won $160,000 and then FIFA 18 just didn't really click for him. Is it hard to remotivate yourself for a new game when you've got almost that security in the bank account?
I think so, yes. And talking about previously about Tex also, that is what he's doing. He won last weekend, but you have to always keep the desire and hunger, of course. Winning a world championship is much bigger, and for him, he has to try to just keep the hunger. We saw him in Paris. He didn't have his best tournament. That was a very early tournament, and also on PS4. And I think some people wrote him off after that tournament, just saying, okay, this won't be his year. He won his big trophy, FIFA 18. But we have to remember that tournament was, well, almost the first weeks of FIFA 18. It was of 19, sorry, and it was on his, well, let's say his not
less favorite console.
Less favorite console, yes, on the PS4. And seeing here 2-0, playing very well, and well, he looks motivated. And I think also after
more like
that,
his old self.
Potential of a Tex Desari 2-0 clash.
Yeah, who knows? We might get that just yet. I tell you what we do need to get, though, is we need to get some breakdowns, and there is only one man to do this. This man was a man I commentated on FIFA 10 years ago. He's still here. We just can't get rid of him. And right now he's going to break down his favourite moves from game number 2.
Paul is right. You cannot get rid of me. And today, or in this example, I should say, we're going to look at the reinstatement of the low-driven finish. We've got Tex versus Gorilla, and this is bringing back some of the classics. A lot of people think this game's only about time finishing, and it's only about the finesse shots in terms of finishing your 1v1s or creating opportunities. And you want to be cool, calm, and composed, the big 3 C's. And in this freeze frame here, what you're going to see is you got 2 options. Very common. And you're either going to go across the body or you're going to hit the near post. Now, most players are looking to go across the body. It would be your easy choice. However, you can move the goalkeeper, and Gorilla's going to anticipate, okay, he's going to go across the body. That's the obvious move. However, Tex is playing that mind game so well that he's actually going to hit a low driven on the near post. And you're going to see the goalkeeper scoot over ever so slightly, but he can't get back in time. Low driven. It beats Gorilla's goalkeeper, and you have the equalizer. This was in the very first matchup. And then from there, kind of got him going. And I want to rewind that clip so you can see it in full speed, because you need to see the greatness of the turnover, the speed of the counter, and then having the ability to register what's happening instinctively in this 1v1 scenario. We'll see what Richard has to say. Yvonne, Paul, what's going on at the analyst panel?
What is going on at that? I like it when Mike breaks stuff down like that, because it's the little things, Richard, isn't it, in this game? Sometimes you don't spot them. When you're commentating in the middle of it, you're just like, oh, great goal. Or when you're watching at home, you're like, oh, that looked good. But when you slow it down just a little bit and you see that anticipation, that move of the goalkeeper just slightly, what a great goal.
Yeah, the tiny margin. He moved him probably half a centimetre to the left, and it was that half a centimetre that even opened up that near post. Because if he stands where he is, that near post shot more than likely is going to get saved by the goalkeeper's legs. So just be able to almost instinctually know, okay, he's in this position. That position, something's probably done 1,000 times already this year on FIFA 19. That's what grinding the game. That's what getting 13 on weekend league, going undefeated in Swiss-style qualification does do for you. And when you come to this, I often say it's all about playing the match and not the occasion.
Absolutely. You ever done that over the weekend?
What, near post?
Yeah.
I dabble a little bit.
Little bit dabbling on the near post. We've all done that before, I guess. Not quite that good. Let's take a look at the results from round number 2 and bring you right up to speed where we are right now in our PGL FIFA19 Cup. This is the results from both Xbox and the PS4. Notable results, of course, the Gorilla match, Tex winning that one 8-2. Desari going on to win 7-0 in the end against Alexander. And remember, he won his opening game in that group as well. Megabit winning. He bounced back after losing the first one. He wins 6-3. Hensu, likewise, also lost in his first game, bounces back to win 2-1. Jablik continues to surprise everyone. 6-5 winner to go 2-0 under the Xbox. That's fantastic from the UK man as well. Wins for Danny at the bottom there, as well as Marcus Gomez on the PS4 side. Mo winning this one. Slightly tougher game, 6-3, but he has gone 2-0 again. Can he go clean sweep through the Swiss section for a second consecutive week? We'll find out. It's a big win there for Test as well over Pico. 8-2 in that particular game. And as you saw earlier, Stefano Pena coming through a tough game against Artur. 4-2 in that one. NYC Chris as well against the Honey Badger. Mr. Hashtag United down there, losing 8-1.
Yeah, it was a tough day at the office for Honey Badger.
That's a rough game, isn't it?
Get yourself out of the situation now. Go and take a little bit of a break, have a breath, just try and recompose yourself going into that third and vital round.
Yeah, and then also, I wanted to mention Aggie Rosenmeyer is having an absolute nightmare morning.
Yes.
Or a nightmare afternoon, I should say. I forget what time zone we're in. He's lost both of his opening games. He's on danger now of losing one more, and he's done.
Yes, he's definitely under pressure now. 0 wins, 2 losses, losing against a young player here, Feldman. And I was watching the game behind him. It didn't look like that.
Doesn't look comfortable.
It didn't look like he had a spirit.
Right.
Yeah.
He was kind of like he didn't care. And when you come to this stage, when you face these kinds of players, you have to care 100%.
Yep.
Because skill, sure, that wins the tournament, but what it is even more important is the motivation.
Yeah, especially when you're not playing very well as well. You need to still pick up the odd result. Let's take a look at the standings as to where we are after 2 games, because we do have plenty of players moving to 2-0 right now. And of course, some who will be on the brink, as will be Aggie Rosenmeyer right now, because he will also be 0-2. We'll take a look at the PS4 first of all. And you can see that alongside Aggie, there is Pico, Drahana, and Honey Badger, all on 0-2. They're all on the bubble of leaving the competition very early. At the other end of the scale, though, there are 4 men still on 2-0. Mo is one of those. Nicholas99, we mentioned him earlier on. Stefano Pena, potentially a winner as well in there. Also doing well. That's the PS4 standings. Over on the Xbox side of things, of course, we've got 16 players in there. Hopefully we can take a look at that one as well. I'll just extend to get there. There we go. There's the 16 players again. 4 at the top with 2-0. Tex amongst them, of course, after 2 fantastic wins. Dasari's in there. Jablet's in there as well. And Tim Lacker as well from Shellcut 04 is also at 2-0. At the bottom end of the table, we've got Fiddle, Lucas, Tabata, Gabino, and Wolf as well on 0-2. Struggling in the Xbox side of stuff. Surprises for you?
I think Aggie on the PlayStation 4, struggling. That could be a really tasty game, Honey Badger and Aggie, if they match up in an elimination game. On the other side of it,
we could get Jablet
Tex,
by the way. To have another Battle of Britain 2.
I mean, it's a battle of youngsters as well. 17 versus 18-year-olds. What a game.
Crazy. Yeah, it's not gone quite as we thought it would at this stage, is it?
Well, we've seen some surprises, but then also we saw some of the favorites really doing a great job. Speaking about Aftertech, speaking about MS Dawsery,
Nicholas,
Fanopina Nicholas. But then, of course, we had some upsets this far. For example, yes, August not really having his best day. Also, Dr. Erjano, 0-2 as well.
Yeah.
He made it through the Swiss last week. He also had a great FIFA 19 season, and well, we're gonna see how they're gonna play here in the last round, because they have to find their best gameplay now.
Well, they do indeed. No more mistakes from them. Let's take a look at the 4 games we've got for you to choose from to find our primary game for round number 3.
We have it.
We have Rogue MS Dasari playing Jablet. Another big game for Jablet down there to prove himself in fine form so far, Dasari. Marcus Gomez versus Alexander. Honey Badger versus Aggie Rosenmeyer. Would you believe it? To stay in the competition, by the way, as well. And Mo Arbor against Nicholas99. Both playing very well indeed. So which one do you want to watch? Your choice. Head over to Twitter and vote at PGL Esports. And let us know which one you want us to focus on as we head into round 3, which is exactly where we're going in just a moment after the break. We'll see you very shortly.
The first person to get mad at FIFA is either me or Niklas Rasek from Germany.
Definitely myself, I'd say.
I think it's Fidelity Rafsu and Megabit.
Last week was Night Watch. It was funny. He lobbed his controller and his headset about 20 meters.
The first one to get mad during the match will be...
Definitely myself, yeah.
Danny from Ajax.
If it's not me, I don't know.
Rafsu from Vitality. The one player that I know that gets mad that I heard last week when I was playing was Rafsu.
First person who gets angry at the match is still Mo, I think.
I'll say Ajax Danny.
Maybe me.
The first player to get mad is definitely Rafsu.
Gorilla. Gabinho.
I'll say the nicest person in the pro scene is Nicholas.
There are many nice people and I don't think I can say just one person. But for me, like, my role model in the FIFA community is Benedikt Salza because he's such a nice guy.
I do like Ager.
The nicest person is probably Boras.
There's a lot of nice persons in the FIFA Pro community, so it's hard to pick one out, I think.
I'd say Marcus Gomes. Nicest guy ever.
For me, the nicest person is...
Megabit.
I don't know, maybe Flago.
Seri World.
Maybe Ustun or Honey Badger, Nicolas.
The nicest person in the FIFA community is someone I just met recently. His name's Seri World.
All are nice, so I can't choose. I love the FIFA players, but I love all the players.
The calmest player.
Nicholas.
Nicolas.
Nicolas from Argentina.
Probably Goal Machine.
I think the calmest is Nicolas.
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 I don't know.
Nicolas is the most calm player.
Definitely Nicolas.
The calmest, I think myself.
I'm the calmest pro player, but at the same time I can be like the one who gets mad at first.
Probably me.
So the calmest player I'd probably say is Tass.
Tass is the calmest.
Boras again is the calmest pro player.
A very warm welcome back to Bucharest for live coverage of the PGL FIFA19 Cup. We're into round number 3 next up. Crucial round for some players because they're playing at 0 and 2. And others, crucial round because they'll be the first to qualify through to the knockouts as they're 2 and 0. So time to find out then which match we're going to be covering here on the main stream. Any ideas, boys? As we've changed it up, by the way, we've made more substitutions. We've got... Mad Mike in the studio. We're going to cover that in a moment. And we've also got Knight back with us as well. We are going to be doing Dasari versus Jablet. The match.
Big matchup. Whoever
Big
wins,
match for both games. They're both 2-0. Both playing really well. Jablet surprised everyone. Dasari's just doing what Dasari does. Not all the time, but he's back to doing what he used to do really well when he was... Well, I mean, you know what I mean, right? He's playing God's football right now. So this is a good game.
And no one wants to go, like, you don't want to start a slippery slope. You want to go ahead and get your 3 wins, qualify for the next day, and keep it moving. You do not want to start going, all right, 2-1, then 2-2, and then potentially fall apart.
I mean, it's always the same in Swiss. I watch this often with teams and players. You go 2-0 and I'm kind of confident, you know, and then you lose one. You're oof, that's a bit rough. Oh, that doesn't matter. I've got 2 more chances. All of a sudden, you're at 2-2 and you need a win to stand it. It's horrible.
And in competitive gaming, it's all about your mental state.
Yeah. So get it done now is the
That's what I'm
answer,
saying.
right?
Get it done now.
Go through, forget it, move on.
Exactly. Personally, I've been in qualifiers 2 times, 3-0, needed 4 wins to go to knockouts. Both time went 3-3.
Really?
Like FIFA is...
That's so harsh.
It is. FIFA is a mental game, especially at 3-0 or at 2-0.
Yeah.
You play somebody of your caliber, somebody who's also confident. One moment where you don't pay attention, you concede, you lose the game, and you're like, as you said, I got a couple more chances. Next thing you know, your last game, you need to win to qualify.
What's his mind like right now, the world champ? Where's he at, do you think, Mike? Because he's not been as consistent as we've seen him at the World Cup.
I talked to him earlier today, and he seemed really confident. He's like, I got the time finishing down, because we saw him play in Paris, and that was the big thing. It's like, Dasari's build-up, it looks right. His defense, it looks right. But he hasn't mastered the meta. at least not at that point. And I think that he's kind of worked on that now, and he's ready to rock and roll. And I expect him to do well.
Okay.
He might not like the rock and roll reference, but I'm expecting him to do well in this tournament.
I mean, it's a bit 50s, Mike, but, you know, I'll take it. I mean, most of the players that played in FIFA, thanks, by the way, to the person that tweeted at me earlier on. You must feel really at home, Red Eye, with Pele and Eusebio playing. I wasn't even born when those two players are playing. Come on, give me a break. On the other side, I think Jablet, what a surprise. What a pleasant surprise as well. He's done really well on local home ground, soil in the UK, but you bring him out of that, you put him into Bucharest like this in a big, big studio, playing some of the world's best players. He looks perfectly at home, doesn't look nervous at all.
It's his first big event. First game, Megabit. Second game, Razia, both very experienced players.
Yep.
Now he has to play Dossary. Dossary last game, I believe he won 7-0, so he's really confident with his game style, and that's another really, really big test for Jablet.
All right. Which way does it go, though, Mike? Which are you going for experienced, or are you going for youthful exuberance?
I'm leaning towards experience here. Nobody wants to match up against MS Dossary. I don't care how good you think you are in FIFA. That's not a matchup that you're, oh, what a great one from the FIFA gods today. That's not what you want, especially not when he's in good form.
Yeah.
I think that him being tested earlier this year and maybe not going in his favor has really motivated him, and he got back to working.
Okay. Dasari for you?
Dossary for me, because if he has mastered what he was lacking in Paris, and that being the time finish and the goalkeeper movement, his mental strength is at the top, so he's my favorite.
Okay. The world champion has the advantage as far as our expert analysis is concerned, but we've seen what youth can do here already in this afternoon's FIFA Cup. Let's find out whether the same thing happens again in round number 3.
Welcome along, everybody. Of course, now we're into round 3 of the Swiss format, and we've got another UK-born talent here, one of those young guns coming through, but going up against the FIFA E World Cup champion from FIFA 18, MS Dasari. Now, every single matchup we've broadcast today has had different connotations, been very interested in clashes of play styles, clashes of form, things like that, and this is another one, isn't it? You've got the established world champion going up against a young gun coming through from the UK.
I'm so excited to see what Dasari has to offer, because as the analyst pointed out, in Paris Games Week, he lacked finishing. He only got 3 goals from the 4 games that he played when he finished top 16, and he went -4 in his goal difference. Really, really struggled. Didn't even have time finishing turned on, as far as I was aware. So this is a real chance for Jablet to test himself. He's played Megabit, played Razia, got 2 close and hard-fought victories, but now going up against Dasari, who is an absolute goal machine, it would seem, at this tournament. He's already got 12 goals bagged for himself. So we certainly could be in for a goal fest.
Oh, for sure. And we've got to give a shout out to Jablet, the way he started this tournament. First game, taking down a player like Megabit. Obviously, he was the console champion back at the Global Series playoffs last year in FIFA 18. So a lot of pedigree there, and that's going to fill him with confidence to start things off. And I want to also just highlight to everyone at home, if you're wondering, if you haven't played Jablet online in the Weekend League, Gamertag Online, Noxious Bacon.
That's interesting.
So keep an eye out for that one.
Noxious Bacon. I wonder where that's come from. Maybe just a randomly generated one on his console. But here we go then. A chance to qualify through to those knockout stages. Of course, 3 victories will be enough. As Dasari on the ball, already twisting and turning, trying to find his first goal! And that's going to be it. We questioned how he was going to be finding finishing coming into this tournament. And already from the get-go, Mark.
Perfect finish from Cristiano Ronaldo. Just toying with Jablet. Johan Cruyff with the Berber spin on the edge of the box. A little bit of L1R1 dribble in there, keeping that nice and tight. Finds Ronaldo, gets it out of his feet, and just sends that finesse across Manuel Neuer in goal there for Jablet. And that's going to be the first goal for MS Dasari, obviously representing Rogue Esports as well, and just finishing as he left off in his last game.
And now I didn't get to see Jablet's round 2 game, but as far as I was aware and from what I heard, he was constantly behind. He did win 6-5 in the end, though. He kept going like 4-3 down, then 5-4 down, and then somehow came back into it. So he definitely has it within him to come back from behind. But can he do it against a world champion?
Well, again, it's going to be Cruyff inside the box. Goes for that finesse towards the far corner, excuse me. As Manuel Neuer gets a palm on that one. Corner whipped in now. Ronaldo is up. Almost fell to Johan Cruyff there on the edge of the box. Now, there is a player I'm sure that Red Eye on the desk is aware of. Probably watched a little bit of him growing up.
I'm sure he did.
I'm sure he did.
I would never insult that man's age.
That's not an insult.
No,
he had the pleasure watching him, is what I'm saying.
But for MS Desari, you've got to look at Paris Games Week. He was just invited to that tournament, didn't qualify for it, was playing on a foreign console to him, playing on the PS4 rather than his more familiar Xbox. Now he seems to have settled in. He's found the meta, and he is finding the back of the net as well.
And sometimes it can take a tournament just to, just get the wheels in motion again. First one of the year, as you say, a lot of factors in it. But maybe, you look at that end result and you wonder what happened, and you can kind of, see exactly what happened. But Jablet now is going to be on the attack. Pele finds a beautiful through ball here to Ronaldo. Ronaldo versus Rio Ferdinand. Ferdinand just comes in for Desari and just bullies him off the ball and wins it back. And that's going to be a tackle which sets up an attack at the other end as Eusebio's trying to find Ronaldo at the other end.
Important block there from Huller, though. There was potentially a chance as R9 on the other side was darting through. And where is Jablet going to be able to find his opportunities? None thus far.
The interesting thing here is Desari employing a very similar tactic from him defensively that we saw in FIFA 18, just constantly using that offside trap, keeping that high line, trying to win the ball back high up the pitch. But Kyle Walker now into Ronaldo. Ronaldo forces the save from Manuel Neuer. And it can almost be stifling. Sometimes, occasionally you will see it go wrong and, a player will get in behind, but that stifling pressure always has those two centre-backs and the full-backs just pushing up as high on the pitch as he can possibly get them.
And I am fairly certain when we saw one of the players flicking back and forth between the two formations, both players are playing 4-1-2-1-2 at the moment. Could have switched by this point, of course. But it seems like most players, they go to 4-2-3-1 and then 4-1-2-1-2 as a backup option or a starting option, depending on preference.
Vieira gets an important tackle in there for Jablet. Still 1-0. Nice quick pass in here from Jablet as well, around the midfield, just avoiding the pressure that Desari is putting on the ball. You can see, again, spamming that offside trap. Making sure, keeping that high line, and that just makes every single pass has to be more calculated from Jablet. There comes Maldini, stepping out from that back four and winning the ball back once again here for MS Desari.
Yeah, high line just so important for Desari there, and just trusting in his players that if he does just charge in, he can make that tackle. You saw how hard Jablet had to work just to get his right back included in the game. Probably got him to stay back whilst attacking, so he had to kind of cut back towards him.
Chance here for Desari.
It's the post.
Strikes that upright, as you say.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Jablet's going to take a pause just to change things here. So we can see that Desari now on the 4-2-3-1. Seems to be working quite well for him, dominating the midfield. But Jablet just hasn't really managed to get past the defensive line of Desari.
Yeah, it looks like he might be adjusting to the 4-4-2. I think Jablet might have started off with the 4-1-2-1-2 there. So going for the 4-4-2. And try and match up the width in the middle of the park. The only problem with that is it might leave the cam of MS Desari with a little bit of space between those two midfielders. And that's going to be Ronaldo in that space right now. Finds Eusebio. Beautiful little back heel. Ronaldo tried to take that one first time towards that near post. It's going to just dribble out for a corner here. Cruyff flicks that one up using that active first touch system and almost finds a man in the box. Socrates will bring that one down and put the ball given away there by Jablet.
And I think Mike summed it up perfectly on the desk as well. In Paris for Desari, everything was kind of there. Everything was in motion, but it was just that final product. He still finished top 16, Marlon. He still got out of groups despite not being able to finish as well as maybe some would expect. But now it seems like he's fixed that. And he is so scary to go up against because defensively, so strong. Using those fullbacks in the right areas, pressing when he needs to be. Jablet not even had a look in at his opposition's net yet.
Of course, we always want to hear from you guys as well. Who you think's going to go through in this Swiss format? Who you think's going to be going home? Use that hashtag PGL FIFA to get in touch and get your tweets on the broadcast. First time we've seen Jablet really with an opportunity here. Pele, lovely little bit of footwork, goes for that strike across goal. Maldini, though, the big Italian in the way.
Yeah, he was just dancing. hoping that the defenders were going to go one way rather than the other so we could just turn and slot that one away. But again, fantastic work from Dasari at the back, not biting on what Jablet was offering for him. And then it's the threat again going forward.
Eusebio now for MS Dasari, just toying with the midfielders here. This is a concentration game here for Jablet. Don't switch too early, and he's done really well there to read that pass and get Ruud Gullit in a position to get the interception. But again, Socrates gives the ball away there, pressured by Johan Cruyff. And here is Cruyff now on the return. Can he find a little bit of space to deliver across? He can. Eusebio's there, but great defensive play. Coming in from, I believe it was actually Pele there.
And you saw that possession flash up as well in the top left-hand corner. 60% in
Chance!
favour
Good manual goalkeeping.
MS Dasari. Jablet really struggling in the midfield, but chances will come. He has not been shy of goal either. 9 goals for him already in the tournament in just the first 2 games. Cross comes in though. Not going to work out this time as we get close to the end of this first half.
You can see some of the stats for some of the other players in the Swiss format as well. On the right-hand side of your screen, keep an eye on that. See who's hot at the moment, who's a little bit cold. Cruyff now trying to find the ball into Ronaldo. Almost squeezed it under Manuel Neuer, but the German got just enough on that one. And at half-time, MS Dasari looking like the world champion. No shots on target yet for Jablet.
Yeah, you saw the stats there. I mean, it just says it all. And Jablet's going to be done having to think of what can I change. He tried to change formation. As you saw, he went for the 4-4-2. Tried the 4-1-2-1-2. Maybe you just counteract 4-2-3-1 with a 4-2-3-1 of your own. It is, of course, only the first leg of 2, so he doesn't have to go all out to try and get back into this one. Has another 90 minutes afterwards to do so. But there's something there for Jablet, for sure. He has looked, when he's had that ball in the final third, his individual skill and his mechanical skill is definitely, there's a presence. Give him an opportunity and there could be a goal for him.
Currently 2-0 as well, as we should highlight, no knockover here for MS Dasari. No one in this tournament's going to be a pushover. They're here for a reason. They qualified for this tournament. Some of the best in the world. Eusebio now for Jablet. Chance here for Ronaldo. Goes for that far post. Oh, the upright struck. Falls to Ronaldinho. Courtois. Combination of both legs sends it out for a corner.
Well, he said he went for the far post. He felt like he aimed for the far post because it struck it so centrally. And the corner is not going to come to anything. But that's the danger of just being a goal up. You need that 2-goal cushion because those first-time shots from outside the box can just catch you off guard if you're not pressing. And the first real chance for Jablet in this game.
See how MS Dasari answers back then from that. Ball rattling the upright from Jablet. First real strike he had on goal. Johan Cruyff now, twisting and turning. Back to Gullit and Vieira. Looking for these triangles. Jablet having to be disciplined here. Just marshalling with Ruud Gullit at the moment. Great tackle from Rio Ferdinand. And that was impressive defending from Jablet.
It was just very patient defending as well. So much of FIFA 19 is about patience, whether it's your build-up or whether it's not diving in, not switching too early to manually defend and offering that chance to be beaten with some skill moves. But maybe a chance going forward here. Ooh. First time finesse, just slightly off balance there for Eusebio on his left foot.
Yeah, I wondered if that was the best option in that circumstance for Jablet. Maybe just trying to keep the pressure on MS Dasari here. And that's going to be a loose ball. Oh, Kyle Walker saves his goalkeeper's blushes there by just getting a foot in and getting that pass back to Ferdinand. You can see that Jablet's starting to grow into this game a little bit. And at 1-0, of course, this is just the first leg of this game. The longer it stays at 1-0, I think the more confidence that Jablet's going to gain from this game.
Oh, for sure. In the back of his head, he must be thinking this was the E-World Cup champion of FIFA 18. I'm currently going toe-to-toe with him. I've taken down some greats currently so far in the Swiss as well. I still have every chance. If I could just stay calm at the back, not allow a second, I'm still in this.
Ball into the box. Neuer gets a couple of fists on that one. Ronaldinho wins the header. Now Jablet with a chance for that counter-attack, but Alexandro.
I'm glad he got a couple of fists. A few fists would slightly worry me. I'd be concerned. As again, just patient defensive play from Jablet. Not diving in, giving a little bit of space, but as soon as then you see MS Dasari moving forward, that's when he takes that chance to move forward and dive in and get that tackle as he keeps trying, but Dasari keeping the ball.
Jablet marks his defence so well at the moment, but equally as impressive has been MS Dasari's ability to wait for the precise moment to find a pass. Ronaldo skies that one over the bar, though, for Dasari, and it stays at 1-0. A big chance, though.
Pele is going to be joining the field for one of the teams. Didn't see who it was quite. Can he be the difference maker in this game?
Offside trap again, just stifling pressure from Dasari. Doesn't let you settle in midfield. We see a lot of players just knocking around midfield, waiting for those passes, waiting for the space to open up. But Dasari with that offside trap, and there's the danger of it. Did he catch Ronaldo off?
Yep.
Just about. Well timed there from Dasari, but that's the danger. You've just seen it highlighted, the good and the bad of that offside trap.
It's going to be Ronaldinho and Pele coming on for MS Dasari. Just using the quick substitutions as well that the game offers. I mean, considering the benches that they have available, I'm not really surprised that you can do so.
Big
Ball over
chance
the
here.
top.
Eusebio's in. Eusebio drags Neuer out of his goal, but Neuer equal to that one as he tried to slide it in at the front post. Corner going to be taken short here. Ronaldinho does go down. The skill move is going to gain a penalty here for Dasari. And this could well be the chance.
See if we can take a look at that again. No, it's just
could
going to
end
be
this game. Eusebio steps up. Eusebio versus Neuer. Saved by Neuer.
Chance again, though. No. Well, it stops that one, puts it to bed. Jablet survives in this first leg. So important, that penalty save. Maybe he felt a little bit hard done by with that penalty, but doesn't matter now. Put it out of your head. Oh, tried the driven pass out wide. It didn't quite work out.
Dasari then missed the chance to double his lead with that penalty. Can he create another opportunity and just create a little bit of daylight for himself? Pele. Ronaldo now into the box looking for that return ball, but now you're going to have Hullet pulled out of position, the offside trap again employed, and he's won the ball back again, created the chance. Ronaldo with a drag back, went for the driven shot across goal. Again, Jablet slightly desperate defending towards the end of this game, but he is managing to keep this one tight.
And you've got to imagine if Jablet had been playing this way from the get-go, maybe MS Dasari wouldn't have even got that goal. It was an early one. Felt like he caught Jablet a little bit off guard. Maybe wasn't quite warm into the game yet. It's Eusebio coming into the box. Nice turn.
Great Berber spin. And there's the finish. Opens himself up. Ronaldinho, he won the penalty, and now he takes things into his own hands. The Brazilian icon slots this one past Neuer. I think Jablet moved Neuer to the near post, expecting that finish to come in there, but the game of cat and mouse again developing here in Bucharest, and he doubles the lead here for MS Dasari.
Yeah, those are the dangers of moving that goalkeeper. And now it means that there's a lot more work for Jablet to do here. Just one goal would be perfect in this leg for him, really, to give him that confidence going into the second one. But he's really struggled to find those opportunities. He does have space in the box, but no, straight away, Dasari on him with 2 or 3 players.
Oh, big mistake here. Dasari's going to pay.
Oh, no.
That is so un-Dasari-like.
That's not what you expect to see from a world champion. And Jablet, I think, was apologising there. But it happens. Ronaldo has a great stretch about him. And Jablet gifted away back into this tie.
I was going to say, Christmas is just around the corner, and Dasari has gift-wrapped that one for Jablet. And that changes things completely, Dan. A 1-goal difference between the two teams with a second leg to come. Jablet's very much still in with a chance here. At 2-0 going into the second leg, he has to change his game plan. He has to force things in this game.
But at 2-1, it works out nicely for him. Can Dasari make up for it here, though? Yes, he
just
can!
like that. Just like that.
Smashes it into the bottom left-hand corner. And I'm sure he would have been extremely angry with his lack of composure at giving that ball away, but he certainly makes up for it.
Yeah, ball cut back there to Eusebio. Eusebio smashes it across Manuel Neuer. Lovely build-up play there, and Portuguese icon slots that one home. It's almost as if Dasari said, how dare you score against me? I'm going to restate my 2-goal lead now, move into the second leg. Order has been restored. And that's what a world champion can do when they need to turn it on. They've got that extra gear.
Maybe one last attack for Jablet, though. from the kickoff. What can he offer? Ronaldo twisted turns. Can't get through though. That's going to be the whistle.
Whistle goes then. That was a tightly fought affair between those two players. We have to say Dasari maybe had the better of it as far as chance creation was concerned. Penalty missed as well in that game. Jablet gifted that goal towards the end by a rogue throw from rogue MS Dasari. No pun intended there. But going into the second leg, Dan, what were your thoughts on what you saw in that first leg? Because to me, that was tighter than the scoreline maybe shows.
First goal, I thought Jablet got caught off guard. Wasn't really ready. It was from kickoff. Maybe he hadn't kind of got his players in the position that he would have liked. Hadn't warmed into the game. Hadn't sussed out Dasari, maybe. But then as we got to the latter stages, it seemed like Jablet kind of knew how he wanted to approach the game. Had Dasari's number, seemed to know which kind of angles passes were going to be coming from. But then Dasari, just a little bit of excellence, a little bit of a skill move with Eusebio to turn and find the space for Ronaldinho was enough to give him the lead, I feel.
The tough thing for me, looking at MS Dasari and, all of his achievements and everything that he's done in FIFA 18 and, we've seen the glitz and the glamour that comes along with being a world champion. One thing that always stands out to me is how aggressive he is in defense. It's very rare that you'll see him winning the ball around the edge of his own box. It's always winning the ball sort of around the halfway line, just the other side of the center circle, using that offside trap, keeping that pressure on. And it's something we don't see from a huge amount of pros because it is a risky strategy and it can make you look a little bit silly if it goes wrong. But Dasari seems to have mastered this. And I just wonder if that's something that a lot of other players are going to be looking at.
Yeah, similar to how Tex was playing as well in those opening two games, using his fullbacks to get aggressive and try and tackle with a high line. It does leave you vulnerable to maybe some lofted through balls, but lofted through balls have their downsides as well. I love, by the way, you can see in the background players wiping down their controllers with their own towels or jackets that they've brought. Hands do get a little bit sweaty in these nervy games as we are just about ready to kick off this second leg then. Dasari with a 3-1 lead against Jablet. Maybe should be a 3-0 lead, Mark, if we think about the goal that was given away.
Yeah, of course, the missed penalty as well. It could have been oh so different, but Jablet's going to be playing in the light blue here. I believe that's the Napoli kit. Dasari going to be playing in the white. At least strike on goal there from distance from Jablet. I don't want to see Jablet getting too carried away with things here. I don't want to see him getting too desperate, too quick early on. Yes, he's down by 2 goals, but still take that time to create those chances. And again, ball going to be given away in a dangerous position here. Ronaldo into Socrates. Jablet on the attack here early on. Can Vieira find a penetrating ball? He does find the ball into Hullet. Flicks it up. Goes down in the box. Nothing given there. I think Vieira might have got just enough of the ball for the referee to decide that was not a penalty.
Yeah, not even close to a penalty for me. And for Jablet here. Did we see Socrates on the pitch last game?
Yeah, he started with him.
Oh, he's managed to hit both bars.
There is the goal. There is the goal that Jablet needed. I don't think either me or you expected that shot from distance to cause so many problems. Courtois was a bystander. And if you want a poacher, what better one was there in football in history than R9 Ronaldo? He puts this one away. We've got some tweets coming in at the bottom as well. Huge Gorilla, still one of the best in the world, but Tex is too good for his own good. He's a different breed. I mean, it's difficult to argue with that so far in FIFA 19. I am rooting for Jablet. Come on, not sure who that's from. I don't know if that's someone in the back, maybe, with a bit of preference, maybe Brandon or Richard.
You know what they're like. But MS Dasari needs to respond to this now. But he has given the ball away again for Jablet, and Jablet looks like he wants this. Through ball was there.
Yeah,
it was there.
Spacing behind here.
And I said earlier, did we see Socrates on the pitch? Because yes, he started, but didn't really have that much of an impact on the previous game. There wasn't very many corners to work with, so very little aerial threat. Very little crosses coming into him.
Beautiful play here from Dasari, though. La Croqueta left that player for dead, and now Ronaldo on the edge of the box tries to find the ball back to Ronaldo. Now Jablet can come away again. Interesting to see if he just waits to see if that offside trap does come, and he did. Just wait to see if Dasari would feather those in-game tactics there and drag that backline forward. So Jablet's recognised, I think, and that is a viable option for him on the attack.
I mean, how many times have we seen players come back in a second leg because they start to learn all of their opponent's kind of tricks of the trade? Dasari does like to use that offside trap, and if Jablet can exploit it, it's certainly going to work out. But he needs to make sure he's focusing on his defense as well.
That's wasteful. That's
and
wasteful.
not give away stuff like that. Too quick out of his defense. Wait a little bit. Pass it around.
And from that phase of play now, there's a chance here for Ronaldo. Saw the goalkeeper move early there. Got across man by Neuer. Made that one look comfortable. And the goalkeeper discussion is something I think that will rage on for a while as well. You know, you see Tex saying that Neuer let him down a little. Well, Tex actually was using De Gea before the warm-ups last weekend, then used Neuer by accident, and then, like Neuer, kept him in goal. And then he's gone back to De Gea again now over Neuer. So you can see Courtois, Neuer, De Gea, all viable shouts at the moment for that goalkeeping position.
Again, it comes down to preference, but it's also the kind of traits that they have. Kicking ability, distribution, very important.
Great move from Dasari. Great tackle, though, from Jablet. It was risky, but it had to be last ditch there. Now Socrates on the ball, and he's going to come forward down. A play we were looking for a little bit more from. Finally starting to get involved here for Jablet.
Yeah, but Socrates is out on the left. He's out on the wing.
Ronaldo! 3-3 on aggregate.
Jablet's back in the game. And it's with a beautiful finesse shot from outside the box as well. Don't even know if that one was timed, Mark. And it's just found its way over Courtois. And we were talking about Socrates, and we're talking about what's he offering. Well, he offered the space out left. Defenders had to move to try and cover that. And it allowed that shot to happen.
Well, if you hadn't heard of Jablet, I certainly have now. Currently 2-0 in the Swiss format. Was 3-1 down on aggregate at the start of this game. Now he's given himself a chance. He's back on level terms with your FIFA E-World Cup champion from FIFA 18. He's already taken a couple of scouts here, Megabit being one of them. But this one, I mean, this is one you definitely want to put in the trophy cabinet.
New game, new breed of players,
Here's
that's for
Socrates.
sure. Can Socrates make a difference?
Maybe looking for another finesse. He does go for it. Courtois gets a hand on this one.
And that's more like it from Courtois. You've got to expect him to be saving those, especially when you've moved him ever so slightly. What do we see from the corner? Anything from the training ground? It's just moving that player from the back. Drifting in!
Oh, it's in!
Walker.
Jablet's done it! He's turned this game right on its head!
And Walker was stood on the near post, and you'd expect him with his height, his presence, his jumping ability to just nod that one away.
Oh, and Courtois gone missing again.
It's just clocked him on the head, Mark. It's just hit him right in the face. You hate to see it. Or you love to see it if you're a Jablet fan. But what a shame for Dasari. And now, after having a lead and after dominating game number one, he finds himself behind.
Unbelievable. 3-0 here to the young man from the United Kingdom. Who would have thought that would happen? What a turnaround. 3-1 down coming into this game. 3 goals in the first 38 minutes of this second leg. Jablet is on fire.
And just going back to that corner after this bit of play anyway.
Oh, just wide of the post.
As there's going to be a goal kick. Going back to that corner. Jablet did draw one of his defenders from the back towards the front of goal. It meant that Dasari had to man mark him, and he left that front post open for a header. Good use of switching to the receiver from Jablet.
Cancelo then. Into Ronaldo, tries to get the ball inside there to R9. Here comes Dasari then. Not a player who's used to being behind, but a player who certainly still has goals in the locker. Johan Cruyff now. Have to be wary of that 5-star weak foot. Vieira joins the attack. Hullit's in a little bit of space from the edge of the box. Gets the ball fed to him, but Ruud Gullit well positioned to make sure that his namesake doesn't get that ball back.
And now if Jablet just thinks back to that last game and thinks how he did defend against MS Dasari in certain scenarios, he knows if he keeps his focus, if he plays his game, he can keep Dasari at bay and keep this lead. But he also needs to try and offer something going forward as well. Look for that space, look for that striker who keeps making that run behind enemy lines as we go into half-time. And who would have thought this one? Jablet, the new boy from the United Kingdom, currently leading against FIFA 18 E-World Cup champion, MS Dasari.
Well, 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 we certainly have a second 45 minutes on our hands. You can see here, Change of formation here for MS Dasari, going for that more attacking 4-1-2-1-2 formation. I think the other side of things, I think Jablet was maybe toying on one of his in-game tactics there with the...
Well, notice how MS Dasari has looked at what his opponent's playing there, going into the player ratings, checking the opposite formation, and then switching things up. 4-4-2 potentially.
Such an interesting game, as we say at the moment.
Okay.
Such a tactical
I like 4-2-2.
battle.
4-2-2 is nice because
It's a
slightly
balance,
different
slightly
from the
balanced,
4-2-3-1. 4-2-3-1, your CAM sometimes gets a little bit lost, drops back and tries to defend, even if you got them on stay forward. Whereas 4-2-2, just you have this presence of 4 men up front. And if you've got them all on stay forward, they're just there waiting for to receive that ball. It's almost like a mini game up front for themselves where they could just pass between one another to try and find that gap.
Here we go then. What a second half this could be for Jablet. Dasari on the back foot. 3-0 down in this game. 4-3 down on aggregate. Dasari tries to squeeze that one through early on to create an early chance. If he gets one here, Eusebio into Ronaldo. Well defended, though, by Jablet. Almost read there what Dasari was going to do. And if you can do that, you're defending pretty well, because there's not many players in the world who can manage it.
And the more that MS Dasari starts to press for this goal as well, the more vulnerable he is going to be. But again, MS Dasari winning that ball back in that midfield, like you pointed out earlier, Mark. Still pressing with a high line, despite the fact he's down by 3. I guess he kind of have to. That's when you expect the high line press. Wonder whether maybe Jablet has exposed that in this game.
Dasari still on the attack here. At the start of this second half, Hullet. You see R9's looking dangerous. Vieira comes in. He's had enough of R9. Looking dangerous. Decides to get rid of the danger, but Eusebio has stolen the ball off of him. And oh no, Eusebio!
Keeper moved as well.
He essentially had an open net to hit it out there. And the only thing he found was Dan's brother, who's in the crowd up there.
Great to see him turn out for the event. He's now going forward.
Jablet has a big chance in behind.
Do you know what? Jablet looks pretty scary going forward every time, because there's just that one player who's just trying to make that run. But Dasari seems to just get that foot in right at the last moment every time.
Ronaldo then turns inside. Hullet wins the ball back. I need to give so much credit to the way Jablet's defending here with Hullet, with Vieira. He's never getting dragged out of position, never getting overly attracted to that ball. And he's just waiting for Dasari to almost lose patience in front of that back four. It's so impressive.
But he just needs to keep his composure here. Tries to go for a long one!
Oh, and he finds it again!
From blooming miles out.
From downtown. Ronaldo finds the back of the net. Courtois caught off his line, caught wandering again. And that's a 2-goal cushion now to Jablet.
And Jablet's seen it. Every time Courtois has even slightly moved off his line, he has not been hesitant to pull that trigger. And he's been given the opportunity to do so as well. Dasari just stepping off ever so slightly, maybe not expecting that shot. And I think this is more a display of Jablet performing well rather than Dasari not performing himself. It's certainly not over yet. 30 minutes left still for Dasari to get back into this one.
Yeah, essentially still a 2-goal game here with 30 minutes left on the clock. Hullet's found a bit of space here. Ronaldo, heel to heel, gets a bit of space. Ronaldo strikes it! Too much on it though again, and that's the second time we've seen that from Dasari. Looking for those driven shots, getting a little bit too much power on it.
Yeah, maybe not quite feeling it now, or maybe pressure's getting to him, but you'd think not as a world champion, but certainly something not quite sitting right was those 2 shots that could have been sailing into the net.
Socrates wins the ball back here. Pele gets the ball back. This is the danger now for MS Dasari. Getting caught on the counter-attack is a genuine risk for him. Cancelo is going to get the ball back. He's in behind the fullback. The fullback is pretty physical there. The referee decides that's not going to be a free kick, and now you have a 2v3 situation. Dasari coming forward, streaming forward at the moment. 20 minutes left in game here. Who is going to be the first player with a loss on their record here in the Swiss format?
At the moment, it looks like
big
it's
mistake!
Dasari.
Ronaldo!
Or is it?
Oh, Jablet!
Good
Great
keeper movement.
Keeper movement, as you say, Dan.
And as a reminder, yes, okay, a loss wouldn't be the end of the world for either of these players. They'd still be 2-1 in the Swiss, but for the winner, 3-0, going straight into those knockout stages. And of course, it means a lot. The further you get in the competition, the more E-World Cup points you are going to accumulate. As that's what they're all playing for here, really.
It's all about those points.
Yes, the prize money's great as well, but it's about qualifying and getting towards that E-World Cup.
Changes them for MS Dasari once again. 3 at the back. He's throwing everything at Jabler. We've been praising his defense so far. Let's see what he's got as far as the end of this game is concerned, because when you've got a fired-up Dasari coming at you with all those players, it's a scary thing.
It is a 40-point difference between top 16 and top 32 of those Global Series points. You can get as much as 850 if you finish in the top 2.
Neymar then on the inside of the box, fresh on the pitch as well here for Dasari. Well defended again by Jablet. I've said it 1,000 times, but I'm happy to say it 1,000 times more if he continues with this vein of form. Ball in behind here. Eusebio. Great run here from Jablet. Eusebio through to Ronaldo. Flag is up though.
Maybe frustration from Dasari at points there, sliding in and allowing Jablet to have that space on the edge of the box again, but Jablet not going for that time finesse this time. Maybe thought it was a bit too predictable.
Pele! Neuer with a big save.
Huge save. Neuer's been incredible for Jablet. Goalkeeper movement's been on point. Really kept Dasari at bay in this game.
And Neymar goes down and wins the penalty. Sandro's the culprit. Not sure if he got some of the ball there, Dan.
I mean, no cards, so the ref obviously thinks it's a light one. But hope still yet for MS Dasari and MS Dasari fans here.
Steps up, puts it bottom left. Eusebio brings this back to a 1-goal game, and now you've got to feel the heart rate of Jablet. He's going to go up a couple of notches.
That's the thing. He was so comfortable. He was in his element. He was defending well, and then just a slight moment, I don't want to call it an error or a mistake, because it's just one of those things that happens when you press your tackle button maybe a little bit too early or too late. And it gifts MS Dasari just the slightest bit of hope here. And just 1 goal from him now would take this to extra time.
Here comes Dasari then. Man on the overlap is going to be Pele. He's got some space down this left-hand side. Gets the ball back off of Vieira. Ball falls towards the end of the box. A heavy touch though for Cristiano Ronaldo. He's now going to allow Jablet to come forward. He looked for that raking pass there. Hullet wins it back again. Hullet's been so impressive in that centre midfield row for Jablet. And now the ball through. Cole Walker though puts the shoulder in.
As we get into the closing stages of this game now, and it's going to be one of those scenarios for Jablet where does he just suck up his pride and time waste a little bit, take every second, or is it a case of he's on the big stage against the world champion, he wants to get another goal and do it properly? I know what the right answer is, but I know what the answer I want to see also is.
Has to be so careful here. Penalty's been given away already a couple of times. 85 minutes on the clock. 5 more in-game minutes for Jablet to hold on. Dasari needs another goal to add some more time onto this game.
Jablet had an opportunity there. Ronaldinho was through.
Big chance here, though.
He went backwards instead.
Cancelo. Oh, look at the space here for Ronaldinho. If he can pick a pass, this could be it. Chance to finish it. Eusebio doesn't get the time finish right. And it just dribbles into the hand of Courtois.
And that means danger. That means still chance.
How end this is here.
Still chance for Dasari. Maybe this could be
Pele
it.
Could equalise here. Pele strikes the post. Gets the rebound. 5-5 on aggregate.
We're all tied up, and the pause is going to be queued as well, with just a couple of minutes in added time remaining. Looks like extra time as Jablet has dominated this entire game, but in the last 15, Dasari with the penalty. And then just a little bit of pressure catching Jablet off guard. And it was from one end where Jablet had Eusebio's chance to put the game to bed.
It's amazing how things happen, isn't it? We've seen it so many times in FIFA. You go up one end, you have a chance, you don't take it. It's the same in real life. Team will go straight down the other end, Dan, and find a goal.
And I've seen Twitter. I've seen the amount of MS Dasari fans there are about tweeting, he's going to win this event, this is him, he's coming back. Well, I'm sure they're all dancing around in their homes or wherever they're watching at the moment. As he's back into this tie. Quite likely we could be heading to extra time.
Well, look, going to be playing left back here for MS Tasari. I mean, he's one player who can pretty much play anywhere with his in-game stats. Maybe thinking about things. Obviously, with so many attacking options on the pitch when he was chasing the game, had to sacrifice one of those defenders. So now Ruud Hullit's going to be in at that left back position. Strike there towards the near post. Manual control goalkeeper just couldn't react in time after the initial save attempt. Prodded in by Pele, 98 rated icon, and what a moment that could be for MS Tasari. Heartbreak for Jablet there. 90th minute strikes again.
I mean, I've seen players go from 2-0 to then 2-3 in Swiss before. And sometimes it can be a heartbreaking loss that just changes your mentality that little bit, ruins your day. Maybe there's still something left in the tank for Jablet, though.
Well, well, well. What a couple of legs of FIFA that was. Tied up on aggregate. MS Tasari and Jablet after 2 legs. Jablet came out on fire at the start of that one. He was 4-0 up in that game, Dan. 4-0 up.
I mean, I said, do you suck up a bit of pride and maybe time waste, or are you going for a goal? There were opportunities there.
There were a few chances where he went for goal, yeah.
He could have run it into the corner in theory.
First half of extra time then. Saudi Arabia versus United Kingdom here in our 3rd round of Swiss.
But it's Jablet from kickoff with a chance yet again as Hullet finds the ball, but decent defending from Tasari. Calm from the back as well, Mark. Not just hoofing it out, instead just playing around with it, finding space where it's offered.
Ronaldo then tries to get past Ferdinand. He wins the ball back. Jablet is starting to look more and more dangerous on the attack, and one thing I've noticed as well, Tasari not using that offside trap quite as much as he was in those first couple of, in that first leg especially. Now you're going to see it come in. Pressure on the ball. Sandro into Hullet. Hullet looks for the finesse, but I think Tasari read that one pretty early. You saw Courtois just moved across there, picked it up, no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm not sure Hullet was really known for his finesse shots back in the day. The Hullet bullet was certainly a thing, but you want different players trying to take those pop shots from outside the box for sure with the finesse curve. Only 5 minutes left now in this first half. It goes so quickly in extra time. And the closer we get to penalties.
Space here for Pele. Pele around the corner. Ronaldo with a drag back. Looks for Neymar. Ferdinand gets an important interception though. Sandro now brings the ball away for Jablet. Eusebio back to Ronaldo. You feel like something's building here for Jablet. Eusebio of all players though, doing that defensive work. Both players really having to focus here. The longer this game goes on, the what's like extra time in real life, the more fatigued these players are going to be. The mental game starts getting played a little bit more.
You'd have to imagine that MS Tasari's players are probably going to be a little bit more fatigued because he might have had to use a bit of pressure. That was great tracking back from Ronaldinho there, though, to ensure a safe defence.
And Cancelo's on this right-hand side here. You can see him running in behind.
Too long. Great challenge, though.
Great challenge. Half-time whistle goes of extra time. We've already seen a couple of penalties in this tie, Dan.
Yeah, that we have.
Don't want to jinx it.
That could add to.
Don't want to jinx it.
All of the mind games with the penalties. But you are right. Still another 15 minutes in game to go yet, and you can see the fatigue starting to kick in for a lot of those players.
And look who's playing left back here. Ronaldinho in a left back. That pace is going to help him out. However, if Jablet can isolate him, that could be an area to try and exploit then.
Well, we saw Ronaldinho tracking back previously and how well it was working out. Clearly, it's just looking at where the strengths are in your opponent's squad and trying to defend against them.
Ronaldo, Pele. Defending from Jablet again, getting that block in.
Neuer just going to play this one out from the back. Jablet has already scored 13 goals in this tournament. But this next one could be one of his biggest in his career if he can find it.
Pele turns past Vieira. Pele tries to burst into the box, but you give the player a chance, and oh, there is the chance. Dasari's turned this one around. Cristiano Ronaldo finds the goal, and you have to say it's a mistake maybe coming in from Jablet.
Well, I was saying he was playing it calm from the back every time, but you look at those kind of scenarios and you say maybe just get rid. Every time he passed it, it seemed to fall to a player in a white shirt. And now Dasari is going to take this time just to change those tactics around and switch things up to try and close out this game now. 4-0 down he was in this second leg. Of course, that only had him 2 goals behind on aggregate, but now he takes the lead again. And really showing the strength and the attitude of a world champion.
Decided that Ronaldinho wasn't doing a good enough job at left back. He's given Neymar that responsibility now.
Interesting.
One Brazilian for another.
What does Jablet have left? We said in his second tie against Rosaya, he kept going down 4-3, 5-4. He managed to win 6-5. Does he have enough time for 2 goals? Maybe not, but definitely enough time for 1 to take this to a shootout. As we get another replay of Ronaldo just with his laces, slotting that one away. Keeper not to be seen.
What have you got then, Jablet? Have you got enough time to get back into this one? 10 in-game minutes left, plus stoppage time. It's already shown he can get back into a tie numerous times, even in these 2 legs. It's just struggling to close it out down. Maldini now dinks the ball over the midfield. Ronaldo manages to get to the ball. Eusebio still recovering from falling down.
And it is going to be more difficult for Jablet now.
Vieira.
Because Dasari has brought more men back. Is playing a more defensive option. And of course, Jablet's playing more offensive.
Look at the space here for Hullet on this left-hand side. Ruud Hullet switches the play beautifully. Eusebio across to Ronaldinho. Toying with the players, but Jablet manages to get away with it. Ball in behind here. Look at this. Cristiano Ronaldo straight up the other end. Has a player in the middle. Ball roll drag back. Bit of space here. Maldini with a big tackle though.
Absolutely massive.
That was huge.
With only a couple minutes left, and again for the breakaway for Dasari. But does he just run it into the corner and finish this one off? Not going to play the through ball. Not going to take that risk. He's only going to... It was there. That ball was free.
And that's the difference. That's the difference between recognising the game situation. Jablet did not do that when he had the lead in this game. He went for that extra goal. He went for the glory moment. Dasari showing how to win games of FIFA here.
Grinding it out as we get to the closing moments, and it would need to be a mistake from Dasari now for Jablet to get back into it.
There it is. Dasari shows every single ounce of experience there to win that game versus Jablet. What a tightly contested affair it was. Just 1 goal separated the 2 players. The FIFA E-World Cup champion of FIFA 18 starting off strong. He's 3-0 in the Swiss format.
Heartbreak for Jablet, though, after such an incredible performance for him. But you're completely right, Mark. It comes down to experience. Maybe Jablet could have just waited a little bit, held the ball, used that possession. Penalty he was unfortunate with, but his chances, he is still alive in the tournament. He is still 2-1 in the Swiss. I would expect him with how he's playing to progress.
Yeah.
But Dasari, he's back.
Yeah, he is very much back, and it was a tight game. You know, we've said our piece. It's always good to hear from the analysts, though. So, all of the guys on the desk, it's back to you.
Very big thank you, yes. Great commentary on a terrific round number 3, not just in this match, but also across the board as well. There were several of us in the green room jumping up and down throughout these matches, and we'll bring you all of the thoughts on the matches that have happened in round 3, because some players have, of course, gone out, and some have advanced on to the quarterfinals. MS Dasari is one of those guys after a thrilling battle over 2 legs that ended in extra time and a 6-5 aggregate win. Plenty to talk about between our 2 analysts, Knight and Mike, alongside gents. Just fun for us as third parties to be able to sit there and just watch this game. You know, you watch MS Dasari go up 3-1 in the first leg and you think, okay, this looks in control, he's got a good formation, he's playing well. Second leg, Jablet, where did that 4-0 come from?
He just started 3 at the back. You can see at halftime, because we were discussing with you if he went 3 at the back or 5 at the back. he went 3 at the back, having his wide players come back on defense, so he was basically defending with a 5 at the back. And he managed to score goal after goal and just come back. And Dosri also had the nerves to do it himself.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, Mike, this comes down to what the gents were saying in the commentary. It comes down to experience. We talked about that before the match, right? Was it going to be the youthful exuberance, which we saw in the second leg of going 4-0 up, or was it going to be experience? In the end, that experience has paid off.
Well, I think, like, when I look at this matchup, I think Jablet made a big mistake. He had the lead, and he stayed with that 3 at the back. And I think when you're talking about experience, his maybe lack of experience showed through more than MS Dosri having the experience to carry him through. He got a gift. I'm gonna put it. Jablet opened up some doors for him by not adjusting tactics after getting ahead.
Lucky goal here to bring back. I mean, when he got this goal here from a mistake from Dasari, you sort of think, well, is that the sort of luck that they're gonna, he's gonna have here? 2-1, and then he goes and throws it away by losing the goal at the other end, almost immediately after the kickoff, which we were all kind of like hand in hand. What are you doing?
When you play FIFA tournaments, you have to have some of the bounces go your way. Every time that I've been a part of a tournament, the winner always had a couple favorable bounces, maybe a couple lucky moments. But you also create your own luck.
Sure.
Of course, and we always know after you score, you should never celebrate immediately. You should never lose focus, because in FIFA, you should always pay attention after you've scored a goal to not concede straight after.
That was the first leg, 3-1. We headed into the second leg thinking, what's Jablet going to do, as Knight rightly pointed out, 3 at the back, covering with the 2 wide men, making it a 5-man at the back, and then this happens, thumping shot onto the bar, and then a rebound header. And it just, every time he pushed forward in this second leg, it just looked like he was going to score.
Yeah.
And we're still seeing some issues with Dasari and moving the goalkeeper. He hasn't mastered that meta. He's moving the goalkeeper now. We talked about this earlier, where in Paris, he hadn't necessarily.
But it's also costing him as well, because it cost him in
That's what I'm trying to say. He's not moving the goalkeeper properly.
Right.
Like he knows how to move him, but he's not moving them in some of the circumstances as well as other pros right now. So he's still losing out in that form of the meta. And the same could be said with some of the time finishing. Exactly. Perfect example.
He wanted to move him.
He wanted to move him, but he didn't do it right. And we're not seeing Dasari at his best yet. I'm wondering if he's going to grow into this tournament, because he does everything well outside of some of the time finishing is kind of iffy.
Right, so I just want to bring this up right now, Mike. 16 minutes to go in regular time. He's 4-0 up. He scores a goal which gets disallowed. And then this happens. I mean, how do you cope
You
with
are
that?
playing the world champion, so this gets into your head. You have 13 minutes to go. Are you defending a 1-goal lead?
I mean, at this point,
or are you trying to attack?
Jablet is literally through to the next round.
Yeah.
With 30 seconds
One
of
clearance
FIFA
away.
time.
One clearance away. And it's scary, man, because Jablet doesn't have a lot of tournament experience, and taking a bad loss like this against MS Dasari, we talked about it earlier, but this could become that slippery slope where you go from 2-1
I
to
mean, no,
2-all
you said this,
to
haven't you?
2-3.
You've been at 3-0 before in the tournament.
Yeah.
And then going out 4-3.
It gets into your head, especially if you play a tough opponent. You think to yourself, oh, I just lost to a very, very good player.
Right.
Maybe I'm doing well. I just lost that game, was kind of unlucky, but I'm playing well. Next thing you know, you're probably playing another very good player that has a confidence, who's just won his game. And next up, you're ending your 2-2.
Yeah.
So you're playing a game life or death. And if you lose, you're out, which adds even more pressure.
It does indeed. Let's bring in the FIFA 18 world champion, who's in the player area right now. He's also 3-0, and therefore through to the next round. MS Dasari, well done, sir.
Thank you.
Tough game. You only conceded 2 goals in the tournament in the 4 games beforehand. Jablet's given you a really tough game in this one.
Yeah, it was a tough game. I thought that I'm losing that game, but yeah.
Yeah, when you're 4-0 down in that second leg and you've got, 15 minutes to go and he gets a goal that gets disallowed, do you sit there thinking, this is never going to fall for me?
No, I did that in the qualification, the game that I qualified with. I was 2-0 down, then at the last 20 minutes, I was 2-2. Last minute, 3-2, so yeah.
Always believe, huh?
Yeah.
Always believe. Well done, congratulations. Got a couple of men on the panel who want to throw some questions at you, I'm sure, Mike.
Yeah, when you're down, and we're seeing you concede a lot of finesse shots, maybe even uncharacteristic, so to speak. Are you still working on mastering how to move the goalkeeper? Are those just errors in judgment? Or is that something you're still been trying to kind of improve your game in terms of which situation to pull them out, to move them left, to move them right? Talk to us a little bit.
So I'm not the best one on moving the goalkeeper, but the problem with Jablet game, especially the second game, he was playing 3 in the back, and let's say he have 5 players on the attacking sideline, so I can't really move the goalkeeper and still don't let him pass to another player, And the goals he scored, the 2 goals, it wasn't time shooting, so I was a little bit didn't expect that.
Interesting. Knight, question?
Well, you went 3 at the back yourself, and that's when you scored 2 more goals. So I think now if you play him again in the knockouts, you probably know how to play against him.
Yeah, but I probably did. I probably don't play 3 on the back from the first minute, only if I'm losing, because in the past 2 games against Alex and against Gabinho, I've performed very well with 4-2-3-1. So I'm really confident and 3-0 and qualified for tomorrow. So let's see.
Congrats.
All right, well, good stuff. Well done. MS Desari safely through to the knockout stages, going 3-0 as well. I also wanted to just say, how different is it for you now being the world champion? More pressure on you now?
Yeah, it's more pressure, but that makes it amazing. Everyone says you're the world champion, so I'll take that.
So you're reveling in it?
Yeah.
Love it. Brilliant.
Give me more pressure, but give me a big name, so I'm fine with it.
All right, good stuff. I like it. Good fighting talk. We'll see you in the knockout stages. Well done today. There we go then. MS Desari, the world champion from FIFA 18, of course, safely through to our quarterfinals on his side of the console bracket after going 3-0. Let's take a look at the results for round 3 because they've been crazy. I promise you, you won't believe some of these. It's been a terrific round 3 as we go through. At the top on the Xbox side, MS Desari confirmed 6-5 winner against Jabli after being 2 goals behind with just 14 minutes to go. Tex also safely through. He was a 3-1 winner in his game. Probably the toughest game he's had so far, but he's gone 3-0. Gorilla also bounced back after his defeat, goes 2-1 after a 4-3 win. And other notable games in there, Megabit also bouncing back. He lost his opening game of the day, and he's bounced back with a 7-4 thumping of Hensu in his particular game. Over on the PS4 side, looking through those ones, probably the most surprising one is Mo. Although it is Nicholas99 who's gone through at 3-0. He's 6-4 winners in that one. Stefano Pena, we also saw him win 6-3, also safely through as well. And I tell you what, shout out to NYC Chris, who was 0-1 at the start of the day and is now 2-1 after 2 consecutive runs of wins. But the biggest one of all, and the one that we've saved till last, gents, is the one that we were also watching. We're kind of watching 2 games at the same time. We're watching MS Desari versus Jablet and watching Honey Badger versus Aggie Rosenmeyer. And at one point, I have to tell you, in that match, Aggie Rosenmeyer was 2 goals behind in that game in extra time. In extra time. And has come through to win that 6-4. Crazy. Actually, yeah. I think he was 3-2 down in extra time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he scored a late goal to tie it up as well. So what a crazy game that last one was.
Of course, it goes both ways because he was also 1 goal up in regular time, and he conceded a penalty in the 92nd minute, like the last kick of the game. He concedes a penalty which he didn't feel he should have conceded. And
it looked pretty questionable.
It was kind of questionable, and his opponent scored it. So at that point, you're thinking to yourself, oh my God, I had a winning game. It goes straight to time, anything can happen, but he ended up clutching up and winning.
And Mike, he could have gone. He could have been 0-3. Almost unthinkable for a player of his class.
Especially when you're looking at August. But August falls onto my category. I've got I guess 10 players that no matter what's happening in terms of the tournament, I still feel like their mental strength will get them through and they can make comebacks and have results. And August is one of those guys. He's been there many times. He's been ready this year. He's qualified for everything. And we've seen him make a lot of late comebacks. And this could spark, we talked about a slippery slope. This would be like the momentum, huh?
A renaissance.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to meet...
He doesn't play for PSG anymore, otherwise that would have worked.
I would not want to meet August Rosemeyer at a 1-2 game right now.
No.
I feel like he's starting to get some momentum. He's starting to build into some gameplay. I would be surprised if he loses his next game. I don't want to speak too soon, but he's one of those guys, when you talk about mental strength, and we talked about this off air, when you're at this competitive level, everyone is competing against each other, but it's on like a 1v1 who's thinking a little bit better. Not necessarily ability. Everybody has the ability at this point. It's going to be how do you handle those big moments.
Yeah, in the moment as well. Let's take a look at the results from the standings rather, from round number 3. You've seen the results. This is where we stand right now. Everyone that's gone 3-0 is already through. Everyone that goes 0-3 at this point is done. So you can see Nicholas99 and Stefano Pena, 2 of the players that we picked out at the very start of this show today, are both safely through to knockout stages. Both gone 3-0. There's a whole host of players on 2-1 and a whole host of players on 1-2. The downside, of course, is that we've lost to #United's Honey Badger at the bottom and VFB's Dr. Ahana also gone as well. 0-3 for both those two players. Tough day at the office. Over on Xbox, we also have 2 players eliminated and 2 players that have gone through. Earlier on, you saw MS Dasari winning his game in a thriller, actually, against Jablet. He goes 3-0, as does Tex, who was absolutely superb in the first 2 games, and followed that up with a 3rd consecutive win. At the bottom, Gabino and Wolf both depart the tournament, 5-11 and 7-16. That's definitely a leaky defence over there for Gabino. They've both gone 0-3, so a done for today, and plenty, of course, on turn 1. In the mix of that are Megabit, Gorilla, and Jablet, all still in with a shot, and 1 game away from making the playoffs. So is that about right? No, is this how you thought, other than the Aggie story, I guess, on the PS4, is this about right?
It is about right. Of course, you have some surprises, like, for example, Dr. Hano on the PlayStation side. He's been Mr. Consistent. I think he's made all of the events bar 1 on PlayStation, so he's qualified for everything, and he's 0-3. It just goes to show that if you have an off day and that the level is very high here. So
and he was good last weekend.
Of course.
We played here, and he, I want to say he lost maybe in the quarters or the semis.
I think he lost the first or second knockout game against Maestro, a very good player, on pens as well. So it just goes to show that
Boris
anything
was saying
can happen.
earlier that he's a little bit homesick. So there is an element of that in there, that he's feeling a bit like, just want to go home now, I'm done. But he's got to focus on the tournament. It's 2 days.
Also, IX Danny, who we just saw in the finals on the Xbox side last weekend, is now 1-2.
Yeah.
So he could be facing, elimination.
Yeah, tough games ahead for him as well. Break headed for us right now as well. Just a quick reminder for you, though, the 3-0 guys will continue to play in the tournament, but it will be for seeding purposes. We also have the 4 options for you to choose, help you decide for round number 4. What are you going to choose? Here are the matches you've got to choose from. We've got Aggie Rosemar back in there again against Rasta Artur. We saw him earlier on going down. Danny also, as Mike just mentioned, is going against Tensu. Tough game for both of those players. Daniel Aguila also in action against Pico, or you can have Lucas versus Fiddle, depending on which ones you want. Go and vote right now at PGL Esports and let us know which match you want to see on the main stream and you want to see what these expert panelists get to chat about. What do you want?
Personally, I would like to see a game where both players are on the verge of elimination, just have that extra pressure and see how they handle it. So either one of those games where the players are.
How nasty is that? I just want to see players that are on the way out.
I'm with him. I'd rather see someone who's potentially going to go home versus somebody who's potentially going to qualify.
Right. Okay. Well, all 4 of those games, the good news is they're all 1 and 2 games.
Exactly.
So someone's going.
I'd like to see the August game.
Okay.
I want to see if he's going to start making the story. Yeah, I want to know. Is he going home? Is he making the story? Talk to me.
All right. Okay. Good stuff. We're going to get more from our panelists, of course, and we'll change things up a little bit after the break, which is where we're heading. Right now, though, things are really starting to warm up here in Bucharest. 3 down, 2 to go. Round 4 is next.
The most experienced player is
Probably Aggie.
I think Gorilla.
Aggie.
Gorilla.
The most experienced pro player is Gorilla because since FIFA 15 he is able to win when it comes to the biggest stages and when it comes to LAN events.
I think the most experienced player, especially which is still on top and plays for a very long time, I think it's Tess.
Most experienced, definitely Tass. I think he's been playing since, I don't know.
I think Aggie Rosemeyer is the most experienced. I think he's been to 2 World Cup finals.
The most experienced player that I say is Aggie.
Most experienced player could be, well, maybe me or Janos.
Maybe Aggie Rosenmeyer because he was world champion 2 times.
Dito, because I think he's the oldest and he's been to a lot of finals. So yeah, probably Dito.
The most experienced player is Dito.
Dito, he's not here, but he's like, he can be my father, so yeah.
I go for Mo Aubameyang.
No Aubameyang, because he had a lot of experience from the international tournaments.
The most experienced pro player, maybe me. I'm 28 years old and in the scene for now 8 years.
The biggest foodie, I think it is, it's hard to say, I don't know.
Maestro also the most foodie because he just like eat.
That's a tough one. To be honest, I don't know.
The person who doesn't like to eat the most is me, but the person who eats the most,
I don't have a clue.
I said the biggest foodie is probably me. I like to eat, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not sure. I just know the person who doesn't is me.
If my girlfriend calls me during a match, if it's a match in a tournament, I won't answer it, of course, because yeah, I need to win, it's important.
If it's extra time or penalties, maybe I let it ring and then call back.
I don't have any girlfriend, so there is no problem for this.
It depends if it's an important match. If it's FUT Champions, I'll answer it, but if it's a qualifier, quick mute.
If I'm playing FIFA, my girlfriend's calling. She'd have to wait, to be honest. It depends how important the game is.
I just still play my game, and after that, I respond to her.
If it is during a qualification match and it's really important, then I would say, come on girlfriend, you will have to wait for another 5 to 10 minutes and then we can talk.
If it's a close match, no chance.
If I'm playing FIFA and my girlfriend calls me, I'm not answering the phone. I don't find any excuses. I just say, hey, FIFA comes first. FIFA is life.
I don't have a girlfriend, but if I had, she would have to wait.
I just should put the phone around at the back, and after the game, I would say, yeah, I was eating or something else.
And I was found in the middle of the FIFA game, I don't think I would answer.
She's ringing always. Also when I stream, the other people heard it, but yeah, then I smashed my telephone onto bed, but yeah, she accepted, but FIFA is more important. Sorry.
PGL asking the tough questions there of all of our FIFA players, and the correct answer is, of course, ignore her and play on. We've made a bit of a change here at our desk. The substitutes are back in, and no less talented or ability wandering, of course, with very much up on the expert side of things. And offset to me is onset to you, next to me, alongside a man we've already had as well, Boris Legend. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Bit of commentary this morning.
Yeah. No messing about.
Bit of early flight this morning.
Yeah, straight
doing
off the...
some stuff last night.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just FIFA, right?
Pretty much. I've basically lived, breathed, eaten, not slept FIFA for the last couple of days.
And then when you're not commentating, playing it.
Yeah, pretty much. If I get the opportunity to.
No, I've followed you on Twitter. I see what you're doing.
Thank you. Did all right in weekend leagues. For me, I'm doing all right.
Yeah, well, I was going to say earlier, I've got any points either, so it's not really good. Moving on, round 3 was fun, by the way.
Yes, I was watching all 5 games we had on the screen. I was also especially watching my good friend August.
You were?
We spoke about it. He
you were
was
a bit nervous
really,
at the end of that game, weren't you?
He was put against the wall, but that is something that happens to him a lot of times, that he gets himself in these situations and somehow manages to get through. He finds that extra level. He needs that tension.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that you would quite like to watch Aggie versus Rasta Artur in the next game then. And that's good because that's exactly what we're going to do.
Oh, look at that lineup.
I wouldn't mind. No, that's the vote. It got a ton of votes actually for this one, and rightly so. Two fantastic players hailing from Denmark and Portugal going head to head to stay alive in the tournament, Mark, as well. It's like, oh no, hang on a minute. These are the kind of players we want to be talking about on the verge of going through.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a surprise to see any of the names facing an elimination. Some of the new players who have come in today have really performed early in the Swiss rounds, which is great for them. But you were talking about how, Aga needs a little bit of pressure on him. Well, he's got that now. It's do or die time for him. He's been super consistent at the start of FIFA 19 with his placements, and how he's stayed at the top of FIFA for so many years has always been what's been so impressive for me, because the game is changing, constantly evolving. His ability to stay on top is something to be admired by anyone, and I think is admired by anyone, any professional or viewers at home. But now he is facing an elimination. That's a worrying moment for him. It's something that he's not going to be too used to.
You mentioned it before, though, Boris, and you're good friends with him, I know. He's the kind of player that is used to this. Let's be honest. Mark's made a point. He's been around for years. I remember 7 or 8 years commentating on stuff that he was doing. And back then, he was the new kid. He was the kid rolling through without a care. In a way, it sort of reminds me of where we are right now, but he's the elder statesman, right? He's the experienced old grizzled veteran, and he knows how to get out of a hole.
Definitely, yes. I believe his first big tournament was in Dubai, FIFA 12, the FIFA Interactive World Cup back then. And that was 7 years ago, and you would believe that he's old now, but he's only 22. He's been around for such a long time, and every single year he is one of the top 10 players, and that consistency is just crazy.
Yeah, needs to lean on some of that experience in this particular game as well. Not an easy opponent, Artur. He's a crafty player, knows how to play the game.
Yeah, and one of only 3 players who's qualified for every event up to this point. So, I mean, if you want pedigree, that pretty much shows how consistent he's been in FIFA 19. To be one of those 3 names. He had a little bit of a disappointing loss in the last round that we caught the end of some of those games, but he showed moments of brilliance as well. He showed he can create something out of nothing. So, for Aga, this is going to be a real test here. It's not a case of, going up against a player who's, just scraped through into the qualifiers. This guy is really proven himself as a top player in FIFA 19.
Yeah, I'm hearing that the plans are ready, so I'll just get your final thoughts and ask you which way it's going to... I don't even need to ask you, Boris, do I? Do I need to know which way you're going in this particular matchup?
Well, obviously, I'm going to say August. I think he has that extra nerve now that's going to make him, or take him to 2-2.
Okay, Mark, agree?
I'm going to agree. I think he's got that experience under his belt. I think he's been in these positions before, and that really can carry you through.
All right, okay. It is a clean sweep. As far as the expert analysis are concerned, it is Aggie Rosemar who will go to 2-2, but it's not them that decide, is it? It's the players. It's all down to them over 2 legs. Let's find out who moves on to round number 5.
Well, hello there and welcome to the PGL FIFA 19 Cup here in Bucharest. We've been here throughout the day. We've watched, obviously, round 1, round 2 and round 3. We arrived this morning quite early, didn't we, Richard? We came in with, of course, Onset and Gaskin. And we've had the pleasure of just seeing Swiss Style do what Swiss Style does. Make stories, make competitive FIFA in a different avenue that we've used to see it before. It's usually group stages. It's normally just straight knockouts sometimes. We're back at Swiss style format, 16 players each side of the console, and now we're looking at a game. You've just seen the game that we're going to be looking at there between Rasta Artur and Aga. We're in for a good one here, Richard.
Yeah, more names are going to be going to the sword, it's safe to say. And another 4 elimination matches coming up for you here on the PlayStation 4 first, and then we're going to switch over to the Xbox for that round of 4 in the Swiss style, and then we're going to conclude with the do-or-die 5th round of fixtures here at the PGL Cup.
And of course, it's a pleasure to be here. We were here last week with the FUT Champions Cup that brought a number of stories. And for these guys, they'll be looking back at that cup saying, I probably had a better start there because both these players did make day 2 or day 3 as such. There's the finesse and there's an early goal. We're used to seeing them. It's taken 4 minutes, Richard, in game for me to bring out the finesse. R9 will bend that one in, and it will be North Aga. But back to the point I'm on about, Richard. Obviously, last weekend was that first major of the year, was that Foot Champions Cup. Rasta went 3-2 in Swiss-style format, got himself through to the knockouts, went out in that round there. And then Aggie, he got himself to the last 4 on his console.
Yeah, he finished 4-1 in Swiss style and then went on to the semi-finals of his console, the best 4 on the PlayStation 4, losing out to Joxan in the end, who did go on to become the PlayStation 4 champion. I think it's interesting to point out as well, out of 3 of the 4 players who have been eliminated so far, only one of them, that was Dr. Ahano, were actually here last week. The other 3 have all flown in the last couple of days into Bucharest. I think I was on the desk earlier alongside Paul and Boras, and I was talking about how players who were here last week seem to have just started a little bit better. There was 14 players who were here last week out of the 32 competing right now. And the majority of them are either 2-1, 1-2. They've got a chance of getting back into the competition. You look at Aggie, a late,
he's leaving it late.
penalty.
He's leaving it late indeed. Of course, someone else has been on a number of people's radar. Jabler obviously was drafted in with MV for the Gfinity Elite Series, which did conclude yesterday with AS Roma picking up that trophy, back-to-back champions there. And Jabler, you know, going out of that Elite Series, technically a free agent at the moment, Richard. He came into the tournament, beat Megabit, beat Ryza, that, you know, we're used to seeing and talking about quite a lot in FIFA 17. Didn't see him too much in FIFA 18. Good to see him back in this tournament. Then went and took the world champion in MS Dasari to golden goal after conceding a really late goal, Richard, in like the 89th minute against MS Dasari. Don't write off MS Dasari, by the way. He's on 2 wins. That's a great start for him. His first major event. I heard you talk about him on the desk earlier with the guys as a player to watch out for. He's living up to that right now.
Yeah, he can't allow that loss to play on his mindset. He just got to keep on moving forward. You just lost to the world champion, arguably one of the best Xbox players in the world. Just bounce back, get yourself that 3rd win, and then you can relax for the rest of today. Whereas both of these players have got a long, drawn-out evening ahead of them. Round 4. One will be moving on to that 5th and final round, where, like I said, do or die situation. If you win it, you go through. 2 tomorrow. If you lose it, you're going home. And I think it's interesting to point out as well, Aggie, he's been in Bucharest for about 12 days now.
Yes, obviously Tex as well was one of those players that stayed for a little bit longer. Alexander, he was in that tournament last week, went 0-3 in Swiss style. Not a good tournament for him there. We'll be looking to do a lot better there. But as you know, there's only 4 players that are 3-0 right now. On the PlayStation side of it, you've got Stefano Pena, the best PlayStation 4 player from last year, lost in that final to MS Dasari, of course, in London. And, of course, Nicholas from FC Basel. He is 3-0. Then on the Xbox side, you've got MS Dasari and F2 Tex, who has just been playing incredible stuff. Here comes Rasta now. Is he going to be fouled there? No, he's not.
If you do look at the 2 players, though, who actually did R3-0, you saw the results edge flash up on the side of your screen. 3-1 Tex beat Tim Latka, which is not the most convincing, but you're only conceding 1 goal over 2 legs. It's quite extraordinary, really. And then a big 6-5 performance. We saw it play out on the stream between Dasari and Jablet. A player there on the right-hand side of your screen who I want to talk about, Roy Feldman.
He deserves a mention, doesn't he, Richard? You know, we always joke about that 16 years of age that started back with DH Tex. He went and beat Aggie in his 2nd game. The Israeli FIFA player, 16 years of age. It's kind of not helped Aggie today. Beat him 6-4, put him in a bad position there. Of course, we'll follow on with his journey. But in this game at the moment, a must-win game. Whoever loses this one over the 2 legs will go out the competition. As we said, it used to be 4, the magic number. Now it's 3. Here's a chance, and Aggie will score again. Cristiano Ronaldo leaping up above the rest.
Aggie has got that corner down to a perfection. The way that he pulls Ronaldo in and then pulls him to the penalty spot very quickly. You can't get marked that quick. The goalkeeper can't come out and collect it. And Ronaldo's going to jump up every single time and nod it in. We saw it last weekend, that exact same corner, scoring a lot of big goals in big games. And it's just something that he's perfected on the training ground in that weekend league format. And it's paying off for him in the tournament.
As we know, 7 LQEs, licensed qualifying events, will take place this year as part of the Global Series. The first one was that Continental Cup in Paris back in October that Joksan went and won. Of course, Aggie was at that tournament. And so was Rasta. Two players that have been consistent throughout this year. Both these players were at the Foot Champs Cup 1 last week as well. And if you are joining and thinking, what is this tournament? This is one of the LQEs, as I mentioned. Here's a chance. Rasta surely got a score. Keeper moves slightly to the left and makes it an easy finish.
Yeah, with a back heel that made the goal. Lovely back heel from R9 just to slip through Ronaldo. You'll see the goal back here on the replay. A lovely just cushion back heel, very, very acute to set Ronaldo free. Let's have a look at this replay.
It's one of those again, Richard, where Neuer in goal. You can just see the slight move there just to the left. It's happened a few times in last weekend as well. We've already seen it today. And we come back to it again, Richard, about that move in the goalkeeper.
You're tempting the finesse out of your opponent. You're expecting that finesse. And as soon as you see that little bit of goalkeeper movement, if you have got your wits about you, if you are ahead of the curve, you could say, just going to fire it past him into the opposite corner and get Rasta back into this game. 2-1, approaching half-time.
And it's great to see, as you can see there, some of the players that have qualified for this event. Obviously 16 on each console. Tim Latka there, obviously Fiddle moved from PSG, now at FC Cincinnati, a new team, part of that MLS structure. Of course, traveling all the way from USA, and this is great as well. MS Dasari, saw him at the Continental Cup. So
conceded 7 goals.
Was playing on PlayStation there, though. Was playing on PlayStation. Good to see him back home on the Xbox side of things, Richard. Ball across, this is a chance for Aga again. He leaps up above. Jan Fram will just about clear that out for a corner. Henso, he's been on a number of people's radars as well. FC Nürnberg's player Alexander back again for this weekend. However, Richard, how many people will be, of course, staying to get to the knockouts tomorrow? Only Swiss-style format today. 5 rounds of it. Corner to come in now from Aga, and that one's collected by David De Gea.
MS Dasari has conceded 7 goals in 6 games of FIFA. It's remarkable. It's a remarkable start. Obviously, each game is 2 legs.
And I hate to say
Some people have conceded 7 goals.
But the person that scored all the goals was Jablet. Because MS Dasari, look back to round two, he beat Alexander 7-0. Of course, Gabinho, the Hungarian, he's gone out the competition. Zidwolf as well, the Colombian, he's out the competition as well. 0-3. Here's a chance now. Rasta, Johan Cruyff trying to just open up a little bit of space if he can. Very close control dribble in there, but there goes the half-time whistle between the two, Richard. And Aga still just about in front in this one.
Yeah, good performance thus far from Aga. Played the corner and got a nice little headed finish from that. And then the first goal 4 minutes in, breaking the deadlock. You saw the stats there. Possession slightly in the favour of the Dane. He's actually going to switch into his defensive custom tactic right now. Still in a 4-2-3-1 formation.
We have to mention as well, Richard, this 4-2-3-1 formation that seems so popular from what we've seen in the competitive structure so far. What's it been about that 4-2-3-1? Do you think it's just those 2 CDMs it offers as well?
Also as well this year with the introduction of the custom tactics, you can set your cams and you can get them further forward. You can really get them playing as quite attacking positions. You can see here from Rasta. Look how high Johan Cruyff is on that far side. Last year, you didn't really get that. You'd still put on your custom tactics, maybe free roam, stay forward. But you never really felt like they were influencing the attack that much. This year, he's a lot more viable, and the 2 CDMs with how strong the AI defending is this year. You can move them CDMs if you've got good, high defensive work rates. If you've got strong physical players, you can just move them left to right all game long and sit off and wait for the interceptions. You'll see Vieira do it time and time again, just intercept the ball. Just pick up the loose change.
Of course, one of those icons that is in everyone's team, Richard. As you know, we're playing on unlocked accounts here in Bucharest. We're back here again this weekend. Obviously, finals day tomorrow. Here comes Arno Ronaldo now. This is North Aga. And it's just intercepted there. A chance for Rasta. You see there a player that a lot of people have been talking about, Epsilon. Kaita Dilo, the French player there. And you mentioned this guy, Richard. Going to go for a Roe Feldman.
I believe so.
16 years of age from Israel. He beat Aga This man as well, FIFA Houston, the first time we're seeing him this year, scored so many goals in his e-Super League, one of the virtual leagues, of course, that is taking place.
41 goals.
41 goals he has registered there. We haven't even had the finals in that. Just seen it in his first 2 games, Richard, today. He won a game 9-5 in that first leg, and then he won in his first game, sorry, and in the second leg, 9-4, Richard. 18 goals he registered in 2 games. I think it was 21 we saw there. He's been just letting rip, isn't he? Just flying in goals. That's what we expect from FIFA Houston, though.
Yeah, exactly the same as last year. That's how he won a lot of his games. He just outscored his opponent. It was simple as that. Tech's very similar last year. Tech's slightly adapted his game now. His defending is so much better than it was last year.
Lovely threaded through ball there. Here comes Cristiano Ronaldo back to R9. This is a chance for Rasta. Just nearly in off the side net, and that was a chance for an equaliser there.
Just rustling the side netting there, did Rasta. Took it with R9 on his left foot, and maybe thinking back, maybe I could have done something different with that.
The guys were saying as well, here's a chance now for Hullet first. Just about dealt with, all played back there. That was a little bit risky. Back to David De Gea.
Good win.
We'll come on to the point I wanted to say after this attack. Back to Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo, take a deflection. No, he doesn't. He's going to go for a goal kick. But what they were saying about Aga, yes, he's got that experience, but he hasn't left it, easy for himself today, has he? He's kind of left himself in for a very tough game. He knows that if he doesn't win this 2-legged game, he's out the competition, and that is not how Aggie would want to play. If he does go out this competition, we'll be thinking back to that Continental Cup. He went out pretty much in group stage there.
Yeah, I'll be thinking back to that disappointing FIFA 17 season he had as well, where by his standards he just wasn't at the races. FIFA 18, a much better year for him, made the grand finals, won a major trophy in the ESWC Championship, but Rasta looking to settle this game up right now.
Great chance. Play it across if you can. Cruyff. 2 players went across and pressed. That was very risky there. But luckily for Agger, it's worked out for him. There you can see a pause is being cued by Rasta in this first leg. 70 minutes on the clock.
Interesting as well, actually getting an opportunity to see the Night Watch earlier. Such an analyst of the game. And he was talking about that pause. He says he never cues a pause. Basically, it shows your opponent, I'm not happy at the minute. I want to make a change. I'm not happy with how it's going. It doesn't speed up the game at all. It doesn't. No. If anything, it gives your opponent less of an incentive to kick the ball out or to take a shot that might ricochet out for a corner.
This is speaking for itself, Rich. Look at Aggie right now. He's got no need to kick the ball out of play. He's winning. And then we think back to the players like Dito. We talk about that example where someone paused the game like 10th minute in the game, and the actual time the pause did come for Dito's opponent in that game, I can't remember who it was like when he scored a goal, Dito, like the 43rd minute. So that, the cue in the pause, it was a massive kind of mindset behind that obviously Night Watch did open up to us about earlier. And of course, it'd be great to hear his opinions on that alongside Mike LaBelle, Boras Legend, the list goes on.
Nice little Balassi flick inside there.
Vieira to Cruyff. This is Pele now, back inside. Rasta, you're thinking there, go with your right foot. Oh, no, you got that 5-star, you can go left or right. You can maybe just let it roll across his body. This is the pause that Rasta-Rata's been waiting for now, Richard. And if anything, we're just going to see some fresh legs.
Yeah, it's going to be Eusebio coming on up top. Thierry Henry, a substitute as well, playing at striker, I believe. Eusebio coming on at left cam. So a couple of attacking changes for the Portuguese representative from Sporting Club de Portugal.
As I got wrong
to him,
in the week.
To me and you, Sporting Lisbon.
Yeah, not Sporting Lisbon, Sporting Club de Portugal. I got it right this time, Rasta. And of course, get your tweets in down below. You can see a lot of people supporting people. MSSI really parked the bus at this event. 2 goals conceded, of course. How many was it conceded in the end? 7.
7 goals in 3 2-legged games thus far. Unbelievable.
Now they'll try and play down the line to Ronaldinho there. Just a few minutes before going into the full time. The end of this first game. Still 2-1, and as we know, competitive FIFA, still not a safe scoreline. That first leg's massive normally. You look at trying to get a big advantage there, and in fact, he can try and get one more goal. That will give him something to go off in the second leg. Here we go. Corner to come in now. So the change has been made. Eusebio coming on for Rasta. There's a fake shot. Ronaldo tried to do a drag back, turn back inside. Ferdinand, I should say. There's that finesse, and it's just
Straight at the goalkeeper. Not even any whip on it, really. Good reading of the goalkeeper from Rasta just to position him perfectly to clutch that ball to his chest, and maybe a late equaliser for Rasta.
I think
force extra time.
I think if anything, Richard, this has been a game where both players have been able to read each other quite well, because we haven't seen 4 or 5 goals. We've seen 3 goals between the two. They've been quite evenly just matched. Maybe see one more goal. Maybe we'll see one more chance. Ronaldinho now. This is Aga. Ronaldo. As far as the edge of the box, back to Hullet. There's a chance. Finesse it. Will he need to? Goes for that finesse, and he'll score the goal. Will Senny get one more chance? It's always that man, it seems, at the moment. Eusebio, the icon. And look at the space. Look at the time he had there, Richard.
Yeah, I'm trying to look who it was. It looks like Rio Ferdinand playing the entirety of Aga's attacking line onside. And who else would it be but Eusebio? Just a slot in from close range. Seals the win for Aggie in this first leg.
Still got a job to do, though. Still got a big 90 minutes ahead of him. Added time of 2 minutes. Those 2 minutes are up now. One more attack. Rasta to get this game back in a great way. Yes, he is. Got himself a goal.
Yeah, good bit of finish as well from that kickoff. Used it to his advantage, and R9 finessing in from the edge of the box. 3-2 right now. This game wide open going into the second leg. Exactly what we wanted.
We're thinking Aga was going to have that 2-goal lead going into the second leg. No thank you, Rasta says. I still want to be
in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And there's only 1 goal behind now. Referee, are we all done there? Yes, we are, between the two. A Swiss-style round 4 games here at the PGL Cup in Bucharest. And only 1 goal between the two still to this point, Richard. A 3-2 game there. North's Aggie will just about get the lead. And he didn't make it easy for himself. That was, of course, manager George Hughes, who I'm sure has been through a roller coaster of emotions this morning with some of the results that have been happening in front of him.
Yeah, a lot of big results. Aggie 0-2. George probably looking at how we're going to get home.
Yeah.
And then Aggie slowly starting to turn it around. 1-2 right now. Won that first leg, 3-2. So he's in the driver's seat just about going into that second leg. It's going to be a big second leg for him. If he can extend that lead to 2-3 goal cushion potentially, we'll be taking it into a 2-2 win-loss ratio into that last big pivotal round for August Rosemeyer.
The thing about any FIFA competition is, you know, at this moment in time, we saw it last week with a major as such. Of course, 6-foot Champions Cup as part of this global series this year. Of course, 7 LQEs. This is LQE number 2 of FIFA 19. Every day is different in a competition.
Yep.
If Aggie even just pulls himself through, if Rasta just pulls himself through this Swiss-style format, they'll go into tomorrow with a completely different attitude. Mo Aubameyang went 5-0 in the major last week.
What happened?
Just went out straight away as such.
Got eliminated first round. Did Mo Aubameyang. So it doesn't really matter how you get through. It's just about getting through. It's about getting over the line. It doesn't matter if you finish first or, in this occasion, 8th. You've got to get through that Swiss-style format and get your way out of it and just get into that knockout stage. See, anything can happen on day 2.
What do we even need to say? You know, look back to Barcelona, look back to that first major. Tex coming in 64th position back when it was a FUT Champions ranking. He went and won the whole competition, Richard. It just goes to show that as long as you're part of this tournament, it doesn't matter where you've qualified in or who you've played on the way here. Just play the best FIFA you can in this tournament surrounding, and maybe you can just about do enough. I'm hearing as well that we will be staying with this game. Of course, we'll give you some score updates from all around the grounds and all of the competitors, all the other games that are taking place. We've been around there, Richard. We've had a look. We've spoken to a few pros as well. We've seen some of the emotion that some players are feeling, and for some players, it's just a completely different story this week. You know, for some players, you're looking at Aggie even, Richard, went 4-1. You know, wasn't even 2 losses weren't even in his mind last week. 3 losses weren't really even in his mind either.
Yeah, and now, like I said before, do or die situation for arguably the best player to ever come out of Denmark in a FIFA capacity. Big celebration from Rafsu there.
Who's having you have to say, a better tournament
like
today
that.
as well. Went 0-3 last week. No, 1-3 last week.
So it looks like Xbox games could be taking place at the same time as well. Rafsu, big celebration from him.
Well, here we go then. Second leg of Swiss Star round 4. If you have just joined us.
How is it as it stands?
Currently right now it's 3-2 to North Esports Aggie in that blue strip from right to left. And it will be Sporting Club de Portugal. Rasta Arta from left to right. got to say on paper, one of the best Portuguese FIFA players at this moment in time. That was a chance there, just about played back. And
yeah, you've arguably got the two best players from their nation right now. Aggie representing Denmark, Rasta representing Portugal, up against each other.
You're looking at
Although
a world
Houston
champion
might
as
have
well.
something to say about it.
Yeah, he will. You're looking at a world champion as well, Richard. 2014, this chance does come in. He's offside, is Eusebio though, or Pele, sorry. And early chance there, but you know, something that caught my eye today, Richard, was Tex apparently dropping Neuer.
I think he
used him all weekend last week, and he won him a tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure who he's gone for in goal instead. I think it could be Courtois. Funny story, he was actually meant to use Courtois last weekend. He put Neuer in goal by accident. Neuer stayed in throughout the weekend. He won the tournament.
Talking about making an impact. He made an impact, went away to the final with him, and as we know, you know, goalkeeper is always an interesting talking point. Now you look at Courtois with that Champions League for item that you can get 6'6". He has got that extra.
It's the exact same as well in Texas outfield though as well. He really enjoys using Cruyff at home. At the events, Cruyff doesn't really feature for him that much. Eusebio is the big player for him.
That's a deflection there, and all the way across, just about dealt with.
So it's all about making yourself comfortable at the event. You want to try and copy your team as best as possible. But if there's someone who's taking your fancy, like a prime Eusebio with 6-7 million coins online, you can't really afford that. Put him in your team, see what it feels like. Give him a game. You can change your team.
That's the beauty of these unlocked accounts, Richard. Obviously, you can use any player. Was up to a certain date. Here's a corner for Aga. Pull it over it to that front post. You mentioned he mastered corners, and nearly he mastered that one again, Richard. Cristiano Ronaldo leaping up above the rest, and it's just going to skim the top of the net.
Yeah, good corner once again from Aggie. He's got a whole range of set pieces that he can pull out of his from up his sleeve. I bet it's quite a big sleeve.
Number of formations out that sleeve as well. Here we go, straight down the other end. Rasta back inside. Surely a goal. Yes, it is.
Great goal.
We talk about, you know, turning those opportunities from a 70% chance to a 95 or even higher than that.
Showed unbelievable composure there, did Rasta. Could have shot there when he did cut it inside, but a little bit of composure just to keep calm. Play it inside to R9, who's going to slot it past the goalkeeper. No mistake from R9 from close range. And we're looking at a tied game right now.
3-3, all square here. 17 minutes on the clock. And Rasta straight back in this game. If you're looking at a game that could potentially be knocking someone out of the competition, I don't know if you'd be saying these two coming into this tournament.
Yeah, someone's looking for that heavy haymaker, looking for that knockout blow on the opponent right now.
As we know, both players are 1 win, 2 losses. As we said, 3 is the magic number. You win 3, you go through. You lose 3, you go home. Unfortunately, you won't be making it out to the knockouts tomorrow.
Bad pass there from Aggie, looking to set up that finesse shot. Don't know if we're going to take it first time with Pele on the shoulder.
As we know as well, Aga qualified for every single event, Richard, at this moment in time that you could. Of course, on the PlayStation with the Continental Cup, there's 6 events total that you can be involved with, and he's involved in all of them. You know, you look at Tex, who can, at this moment in time, play well offline, well, not offline, play well at home, play well at a LAN event. We saw Aggie do exceptionally well in his second tournament. Continental Cup wasn't a good tournament for him, really. Second event, got to the last 4, lost to Yokstan, and you know his record speaks for himself. In this event, if we see him crash out, he's got to be thinking, what's not adding up?
And then rumours start circulating. Is he only good online? Is he a bit of an online warrior? Can he only play online?
Then you look at, you went 4-1 in Swiss style.
Yep.
But he's been here a week. You can't really say, can't really full preparation.
The fatigue probably starting to play a factor. If you've been away from your friends, your family for 12 days, 11 days.
That's what Boris said. You know, if
Romania's a cold place.
If anyone knows August Rosemeyer, it's Ivan Lepania, and he was saying, you know, I've spoke to Aggie. I just don't know if he's a little bit homesick as such. You know, how proud Aggie is to be from Copenhagen, and you know, one of his best friends, Marcuso, he's been grinding away with the East Superliga over there. I'm sure he'll be watching him from home, supporting him along his way. Just saying, come on, Aggie, just one more day tomorrow if you can get yourself through. And you've got a rest as such before the next major in London in about 3 or 4 days' time after that. 10 minutes left before we hit half-time. Aga on the attack. Cristiano Ronaldo, who's in everyone's teams. Alongside R9, alongside Hullet, who I'm sure tomorrow Richard will be.
What a ball.
Just saying how good Hullet is again. You know, we were saying it last week of just the player that he is going forward, defending, just on the ball, everything about him. You know, 77 was his lowest stat, I believe.
77 slide tackling, correct, yeah. He's the perfect centre midfielder. He can literally do anything required on the pitch. He can go forward, he can go side to side, he can pass, he can shoot, he can dribble, he's physical in the air, he's got a 6'3" frame about him. He's got a 5-star weak foot. He is the perfect centre midfielder. You pair that up with Patrick Vieira. There's other options. Let's stress for Patrick Vieira that Fabinho, extremely good in a CDM position, but if you have got an unlocked account, you can use a Prime Vieira or an 86 Champions League Fabinho. I think you know who you're going to choose.
Most definitely, and it's good to see, as you mentioned, Eusebio involved. This year, Johan Cruyff involved. Some of them are, you know, come on as subs. Some will start the games. It's all down to personal preference. You know, Johan Cruyff starting in this team for Aga in that 4-2-3-1 that he knows more than anyone. And he knows it works.
Good play out of that gap there, just keeping hold of the ball and then working it forward in a little triangle from Rasta. He looks confident right now.
We'll get one more attack as well before this half-time whistle goes. Can he find that through ball? No, he's going to just recycle it back inside. Pull it to Vieira. Vieira again, just bringing out a step over or two. R9 intercepted by Vieira, funny enough, when we go into half-time between the two, and we are all square still. And this is going to set us up. This is going to set us up for a fantastic last 45, Richard. We might even have to go to extra time or penalties to decide who goes home and who just about stays in this competition.
So stats as well, dead even. Aga with 6% more possession. 2 shots, 1 shot on target for both players. Who's the change going to be? It's going to be Pele off for Prime Ronaldinho and Prime Henry on as well. Left cam and central cam swaps. Surprise still, no Messi really involved in a lot of the teams. We saw Goal Machine using so well last weekend in that cam position, but in a 4-3-1-2 that was. So he had that sort of protection of a centre midfielder behind him, a couple of centre mids flanking up who could do the dirty work. A Dennis Bergkamp, a Patrick Vieira, a Ruud Hullet. If you play Messi as a central cam in a 4-2-3-1, you almost want that vocal point. You want someone who can win the headers. A lot of people play R9 as that central cam, just for the fact he's got everything.
Also gives him the opportunity to be lurking around the edge of the box as well for those first-time finesses that we've seen flying, or as Tex calls them, a 360 no-scope. Sandro. It's Henry making a run down the far side. I don't really see an Henry in many teams.
He's a good super sub this early in the game. 93 rated, you're not going to get a lot of higher level attacking players in that position. I think the 94 Cam Neymar.
Find him, find that ball. Surely Ronaldinho outside the boot.
What a save.
He nearly gave away a penalty there to Rasta after. I don't know how. Somehow Aggie kind of avoided the tackle. I don't think without meaning to. Somehow
that's a good corner.
There we go to his line. There we go. That's what Aggie's been doing all day long. If there's one thing that he's good at, it's a corner routine every single time. Even when the keeper's being brought out, we saw it happen all the time last weekend. The typical, bring your keeper out, he'll win that punch, he'll win that battle every single time. It hasn't happened there. And once again, Cristiano Ronaldo, that front post flick on is working.
If you go put your house on somebody to score a corner for you, it would be Aggie. So clinical. As soon as the ball got delivered into the box, I said, that's a good ball. That's a good corner, because he played it far enough from the goalkeeper that he couldn't get it, but he also played it close enough to the goal that all he needed was a flick. It didn't need anything special. It didn't need a bicycle kick. It didn't need a flick on at the front post. All it needed was just a little glancing header over the goalkeeper. You'll see the replay right now. He puts it in a good enough area that it's whipped in with a lot of pace. So all it needs is a little flick. And Ronaldo's got a jumping on him. He's got that jumping stat. I believe it's 96, I want to say, jumping for CR7. So in that sort of area, 9 times out of 10, he's winning that header. When you're starting to pair 92 heading accuracy and 96, 97 jumping, you're not going to make a mistake. It's as simple as that.
That's the risk as well of, you know, this whole bringing out the goalkeeper issue that we're talking about. You know, the idea of it being an idea for a skill gap in competitive FIFA, moving it on a finesse, bringing it out for the corner. But there's a risk, Richard. Every time you bring out that goalkeeper, you are taking a risk in itself. Here we go. That one's just collected there by David De Gea. But
that's why Joxan's been so good as well throughout this opening period of FIFA, because he's got the goalkeeper movement down to a really good fine art, but also his defending. He pairs the goalkeeper movement alongside his pressing defending in the defensive third so well that it's really, really tough to break down when you're playing against it. Back to Manuel Neuer, look for him to play it out wide.
And of course, the other great thing that Joxan is good is defending. You can't really say anything bad about the way he's been defended. And the interesting thing about his custom tactics was, Richard, that everything was just balanced. He didn't really mess about with it too much.
Yeah, you've seen a few players doing that, just balanced tactics, and then a few changes of the player instructions here and there. Almost when you try to overcomplicate it, sometimes things can go awry for you.
Oh, lovely ball. Neymar Jr. on the edge of the box now. He can try and finesse, and Maldini just with a strong tackle there saying no thank you. The attack isn't over yet. This is Rasta. Pull it. Pele in loads of space, loads of time. Oh, he took to cut back inside. Really well done. What a save, Manuel Neuer.
Did very well to get across his line there, did Neuer.
Just a bit more power in that, Richard, and it was going to be a goal, surely.
Yeah, Hullet picked his pocket on the edge of the box, and then lovely bit of play. I think it was Ronaldo with El Tornado. I think he was looking for a volley, not just a...
There's the space. Play him. It's Neymar through if you want him. Jan Fran back inside to Hullet. Switch to play all the way across. This attack isn't over yet, though. This has certainly been an end-to-end game for the neutral. Pele, oh, look at the skills. Oh, well played. Incredible finish from Pele.
The La Croqueta there, absolutely fantastic inside the box. He's gone left and then he's gone right in such quick succession. It's almost impossible to defend against when you are defending manually. Michael Bell talked about it last weekend. When you can see that your opponent's got the icon over one defender in particular and he's pressing circle or he's moving left to right, it's very easy in that sort of area, because if you do a La Croqueta and he brings you down, you're getting a penalty. If he's manually defending, it's quite effective just to nip past him, as you saw Pele do there. If he's not going to manually defend and he's sitting off you, it gives you the opportunity to take that shot at the near post. You're in a catch-22 right there. Just look right here. You see Pele. La Croqueta.
How we opened up that space?
Number 22, I'm not sure if that's Kyle Walker. I think that's the player that Aggie was defending. I'm sure we can look back in the replay afterwards and see which player actually defending, but Kyle Walker just walked away from the ball.
Because that Croqueta has been so good this year, Richard, since it's been brought in.
Always seems like the new skill moves added to the game do seem to be more of the effective skill moves.
Don't get me wrong, I know it's still so early in this game cycle to be, saying how can we defend this, how can we do this? Saved by David De Gea, really well saved as well. Parried away from any danger, all the way across it again. Well done, defended. Still all square in this game. If you have just joined 4-4, and I mentioned extra time or penalties, it's looking real at the moment if it can stay out. But that skill move, you look at a number of other skill moves, so good in those tight areas, so good.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago it was the Ronaldo chop, when you used to move the ball a little bit further. Just a standard fake shot were very good. The spin a couple of years ago when that were introduced.
Rasta, surely! It's a save, just finesse it past the keeper.
He's used his head there so well. The finesse is the shot that Rasta he overcomplicated it.
Yep.
If he just finessed it, that's a goal, but he's expecting the goalkeeper movement.
Oh, lovely skill, Neymar. All the way across on a finesse. Oh, great save, Manuel Neuer again. All Rasta at the moment with that golden chance, as you mentioned, Richard.
It's a chess match right now.
The finesse was in his mind, and it comes. Front post flick. Oh, wow, there.
Neuer is keeping Aggie in this game right now. He cannot clear his lines from these corners. Back-to-back corners.
Neymar again. Showing off what that foot item's all about. The in-game stats of that player as well.
It's a barrage on Aggie's goal right now.
Get through this storm, Aggie, if you can. Here comes Pele now. Play it all the way across. The skills are out.
Keep hold of the ball if you're Aggie right now. If you're George Hughes, you're just thinking sub behind him. Just get your head back in the game. Just keep your composure. Keep the ball for a little bit. You're losing the ball in bad areas of the pitch, and Rasta is full of confidence right now.
Rasta just needs to keep on knocking on Aggie's door, because sooner or later he's going to open it.
There's going to be a nasty surprise for Aggie. It's going to be elimination from the tournament.
It will be. One goal could literally eliminate one of these two, depending on which way it goes. And if it's before the 90th minute, you have to say at the moment it's going to be Rasta, as he's in the possession, I should say. Matthias.
Free
He's
kick.
going to be fouled.
Tell you what, if Rasta steps over
hit one in
this,
from him, I'm thinking rain 10, Richard, back at the FIFA Interactive World Cup.
Gets the leather off the back of the ball and spanks it top corner. We're losing his heads in the commentary booth.
And our first game of the day as well, Richard. Round 4 of Swiss style format, 29 metres out. Rasta into that first time finesse, and it just wasn't really...
Easy read.
Yeah, it wasn't timed, it wasn't...
See, for me there, I know I do back myself from a direct free kick.
You saying hit it from there? Or?
But 9 times out of 10, or even 99 out of 100, the pro player there
Won't hit it.
will play short.
Yeah.
You're pulling a man out of the wall, so you're already making the wall shorter. You're making it thinner. I don't know. I
wouldn't mind seeing that either. You know, 1 or 2 direct shots.
You've got a player like Cristiano Ronaldo, R9, Ruud Gullit, who's got stats out of this world.
To score those goals as well.
Yeah.
And we've seen the on-foot champions, the amount of goals that have been scored. As we're going to get one more attack here. Or will it be extra time to separate the two? Added time. And I'm sure if a goal goes in right now for one of these two, we are going to hear some reaction. Bear in mind, we're next door in a different room, but we'll hear that celebration. Rasta, this last attack's going to fall to Richard. Is he onside? No, he's not.
He's offside. We know Aggie loves a late goal. He's going to have the last attack of the game. He's got 19 seconds.
If this referee plays on, as long as that ball gets in, surely it's going to be done.
Let's give it away.
Oh, no. He's going to play one more. The referee's saying it's in that side of the pitch.
That's it,
there we go, extra time. There we go, extra time between the two. This game has given us everything so far. 4-4 between the two. It's going to go to extra time. And still nothing to separate. You can see on the stats, I think 5 shots for Aga, 9 for Rasta. And those last 25, 30 minutes there, Richard, it was all Rasta. Just pressure, pressure, pressure. Just trying to just get Aggie to basically open up a gap and to punish him. But Aggie just basically seen out that storm.
Yeah, seeing out the storm, that's exactly what he's done. I think this game in particular, Rasta has definitely won the battle. But who is going to win the war? The winner goes on to 2-2. The loser gets eliminated from the PGL Cup here in Bucharest.
As we said, one of the licensed qualifiers as part of this global series for FIFA 19, and that's awful from Aga there. Come on, pull it together. I'm sure Coach George Hughes will be saying. You know, on paper, you look at the experience, you look back. We always talk about it, that grand final in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil against Dave, by the way, when he became a world champion.
They're the sort of experience that you look back to right now, you think.
ESWC, that final there when I won that last year.
And quite interesting enough, I remember the exact moment. Aggie was 1-1 in the group stages. He faced Manika from PSG. He had to win that game to go through. He won that game. He faced adversity. And what happened? He went unbeaten throughout the tournament and lifted the trophy in Paris. This is a similar situation. He's first with adversity yet again. If he can get through this game, expect a deep run in this competition from Aggie. I'm just going to go out and say it.
It's no easy opponent in his way, as we know, when we're in extra time in that second leg after 180 in-game minutes played between the two. We still need 30 more in-game minutes to try and separate them. And if need be, Richard, we don't want to go there, but penalties might be needed between the two. There's a chance. Play down the line. He made the run. Into the box now. Neymar. Lovely chip all the way across. Oh, you have to say. If that came off, that would have been an unbelievable goal. Corner in now. Played short. This is Neymar. He's going to whip it across. He is to the back post. There about
counter. Good tracking from Mateus.
Neuer would just about punch that one clear, as we know, as far as the edge of the...
He's got lucky there.
His defensive line, I was going to say. Play one more. Omri inside. There's that finesse, and there's that goal from Ronaldo. However, I don't think that will be the last one. 5-4 in aggregate. 102nd minute in this second leg. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Massive goal from Rasta. You got to say, since maybe the 65th minute in this game, it's been all Rasta. Aggie's not really had a sniff at goal.
Saw that tackle though, so close to just
close to blocking
so close to just hooking the ball out. It was Rio Ferdinand there. And it is Rasta that's got that advantage now. Question is, can he hold on to it? A few more minutes before.
Or will Aggie bounce back?
Yeah, will he? As you said, Richard, on the way that the play has been going in the last 13 game minutes or so, it has been Rasta. There's the edge of the box. There's that finesse saved out for a corner. And are we going to see a Cristiano Ronaldo front post header? Watch him, number 9. You can see him in that blue strip. He's controlling him as well.
He's going to pull him around the front of Gullit. And he's got in front of Gullit.
Oh, he nearly did. As far as the edge of the box. Ferdinand back inside. Is that finesse?
What
Great
a
save.
save.
A huge hand.
More importantly, it went away from his goal. He could have palmed it to his left. He could have palmed it straight down.
It's not over yet, Richard. One more attack. This is Aga. Well, maybe it is done
De
now.
Gea saved it away from goal. Not often you see that. You often see a goalkeeper make the save and the palm it down to the left, and then you get the rebound. You get almost the jammy goal, you'd say. What he's done there is palmed it away, maybe 10, 15 yards out of the box.
Strong left hand. Really strong left hand from David De Gea.
Aggie usually talks about the small margins. If the small margins are with you in FIFA, you tend to go far in tournaments. Last weekend, I think the margins were with him. Right now, I don't think they are. You had the block that he could have do the third goal from Rasta Arta, and also that save right there from Arta's goalkeeper. Just not been a good day at the office so far for Aggie. He's got 15 minutes to keep his
tournament status, really.
Tournament alive.
Keep it alive. Got 15 in-game minutes to do it as well, Richard. Thinking anyone's going to do it. You'd probably put your money on this man. 2014 world champion. Probably one of the best FIFA players to come out of Denmark.
Ever.
Yeah.
It's in behind again. Good
Ferdinand
block.
there, doing what he needed to do there, just ensuring that ball would not be going through. We've still got one more round of Swiss style, but the story of this one is whoever loses it will go out of the PGL Cup here in Bucharest. There's the ball inside. There's the equaliser as well. We said he'd get one more chance. We said he would get one more chance. Thierry Henry
Look at that
stepping
drag
up.
back. That drag back is perfect from Ronaldo.
And Henry taking it out on his left foot as well. He could have easily taken it on his right foot. And
Aggie Rosemeyer,
you don't want to think what would have happened.
In the 110th minute, has saved his bacon. Massive goal for Aggie to keep him alive in this competition. And now he's got 9
just that
minutes.
Small bit of skill there, Richard.
The block from Rio Ferdinand in the defensive third, and then the drag back into Henry, and then a lovely first time, just calm finish into the near post, in off the post.
Incredible.
If he takes a touch, he probably gets tackled. He had to shoot early with Henry.
You're lucky he took it on the left foot and it just about went into the goal as well.
Off that run down the line.
Off the post and in. Here you go. Now we can see a bit of confidence from the Great Dane, you'd have to say. As he just loses the ball, in fact. Maybe the commentator cursed there.
Great
Right,
back,
he's
Phil.
got that. You mentioned about the small margins maybe going against him. He's won a throw in there. And now he's on the attack again. Cristiano Ronaldo, who's been scoring headers for fun
That's
so
beautiful.
far. He's done well to get round the right side of his man to the edge of the box. There was the finesse.
What vision from Aggie to pick out Vieira there. I didn't see him. I thought he was going to go for a cross.
Here we go. This is the time, Ronaldo. Step up. You can see he's controlling Hullet there. Rasta Arta around that 6-yard box. In it comes. Ronaldo's there. He leaps above, off the bar. What a save.
He's so good at corners, is Aggie. He's so proficient.
It's like he's been working on them like Monday to Friday all week long after that Bucharest Major Cup. And it looks like penalties, Richard. Not where
Maybe
we
not
want to
yet.
go unless there's going to be one more big attack between the two. Aggie's brought out a man there to try and win back this ball.
He's in
Added
behind.
time
He's
of
made
2
his run.
minutes.
He's made his run.
He's through. Oh, the heavy
Rio
touch there,
Ferdinand.
Rio Ferdinand. Cleared. Wide, maybe.
That's it.
One more attack for Rasta Arta. Maybe one more chance for the Portuguese FIFA player to the edge of the box. Neymar, what's a save?
What a save or
It was a
block.
save.
I know it's a corner. He's got a late corner.
I think it was a save. Rasta Arta with this one. Maldini into the book. It won't matter now because it's going to be penalties between the two.
Not
After
yet.
this corner comes in.
Corner kick for Arta.
Well, this will be calm, you'd have to say, after Aggie scoring a few of the front post corners. Edge of the
They can't go
box.
into the edge of the
We
box.
didn't want to do that, Richard, and it's going to be a penalty shootout between the two. Straight into it now. It's simple. You win this penalty shootout, you stay in the competition. Rasta Arta steps up first, goes down the middle, and Aga centimetres away.
Henry steps up to the spot for Aggie, goes down the middle, and it's saved.
And that's when this doubt starts creeping into your mind. Rasta Arta now with a chance to keep his advantage, goes left and will score.
Yeah, Aggie has to score his penalty to jump back into this game at 2-1, and it is a good penalty.
Straight down the middle. Had to be confident
Got to
there.
save one.
Needs to save this one though. Rasta Arta stepping up. Which way will he go? Goes down the middle again.
Yeah, another good penalty from Rasta. Eusebio on the spot for Aggie.
Oh,
it's in.
just about
Good
in.
penalty.
Posting in. We saw Marcus Gomes' and Proventus penalty shootout last weekend. Here we go. Ronaldo stepping up again. A great penalty from Rasta Arta. The pressure
has to score to stay in the competition. Ronaldo steps up to the spot. Big save!
Rasta will go through to the knockouts tomorrow. Will ensure he's got that 3 wins on the board. And unfortunately for North, Aga, he's going out the competition. He's lost 3 games, Richard. 1 and 3 for Aggie. And that is not the performance he would have wanted for the man that's qualified for every single event as of yet. He's in disbelief.
Straight to the head.
So we after an incredible game there.
He's watching the replays back, looking at the goal straight away. He'll be very disappointed, Will Aggie. But this isn't the end of the road for him. He's qualified for every tournament.
He's back in London next week at the next major there, and whatever the other events take place in 2019, we don't know yet, but you have just seen that. Aggie is out the competition. The man that made it to the last 4 on the PlayStation side of things to go out to Joksan last weekend. It's funny how a weekend can turn things around.
It's funny how 7 days makes a difference. And now Aggie, 1 and 3 out of the competition. Huge news.
Huge news indeed, of course. That's round 4. We'll be looking to conclude all those results with the guys over on the analyst desk, and we're going to send over to those guys right now.
Thank you very much, gents. A fantastic display of FIFA by both players, and obviously plenty of drama in there as well. A few days ago, someone said to me, when I said I was heading to Bucharest to do some FIFA, they said, that's FIFA though, it's not real esports, is it? Not really like football, not as exciting, doesn't have those moments of magic. Still watching? Because I think we had a bit of everything in there, just like the real football, didn't we, gents? Brilliant, again, I said this earlier on, brilliant for us, third parties, but you saw the relief on Gonzalo's face at the end of that match. He was just like, thank God for that. I mean, it can't get much more tension than a penalty shootout.
No, I mean, you say relief on one side, complete and utter disbelief
on
the other
he was
side.
Just like,
you could see
he was almost like, what just happened?
Exactly, and it's the thing about penalty shootouts when it comes down to it at the end, you play for such a long time in game, and the penalty shootout is just over like that in FIFA. It's just penalty after penalty after penalty after penalty, and before you know it, it is a shock. You're like, oh, it's over, I've lost, and it kind of hits you all at once. Whereas if you're 2 or 3-0 down in a game, you kind of prepare yourself for the loss a little bit mentally, but going out on penalties is such a tough way to go out.
I'm going to recap the game, and Boris, I mean, it was a tight affair, wasn't it? Both legs were very close. I know Aggie sort of scraped through on the first one, started well. It never looked like one or the other player was in control of the whole thing, though.
Well, August got the best start here. He scored 2-0 pretty early, and well, we all thought that this is going to go to August. But then Rasta came back. It's a nice goal, and 2-1 here. I mean, we're playing best of 2, so there's a lot of time left here for Rasta, and August here still finding this. Well, it's a very nice play to Eusebio, and a great finish. But then he conceded from kickoff. Instead of going with a 2-goal lead to that second leg, he let Rasta here scoring 3-2 to
and he knew then, didn't he?
Deficit.
I mean, you could see at the end of that first game, he was kind of like, it's going to cost me.
Yes, and he was pretty much already thinking about that the next leg. And in this second leg, I mean, Rasta was all over him, and here also finding Pele, and this is a nice. And Rasta is so good at this, finding these combinations, but I mean, August with the corners, he also had it last week, and he really practiced him.
It was fantastic with those
saved
as well,
him a lot of times
this,
in this matchup.
Pele goal, by the way,
It's
just outrageous. It's outrageous.
Is amazing, and for everybody watching this, just practice La Croqueta, because that is the skill move of FIFA 19. And here Rasta, he's just doing it perfectly, double, and then here 3-1, and here I mean Aga is under big pressure, and still he manages to come back with this super sub. Thierry Henry finding here a nice pass, and just to finish here, and going to a penalty shootout. And this is always for a FIFA player. I mean, it feels some kind of a lottery.
Yeah, I mean, it's just as much, isn't it, Mark, as the real world? It's just as much of a lottery.
It's such a mental game as well, because I mean, if you miss early, I feel like when you're going up to take your next one, you start second guessing yourself. It's the first penalty you take, you think, I'm going here. You kind of got that established in your mind, and you make that decision. But as soon as you miss that first penalty, I think it was the first or second one that Aga missed, then you start questioning yourself a little bit. We saw that one that hit the post and just dribbled in as well. I think we all went, that's not going to go in, and it just crept in. But I think you have to give his opponent some really good credit for the way he took penalties, because they were really, really convincing penalties.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it in some different ways. What is the difference from FIFA 18 is that in FIFA 19 it's actually harder to score penalty kicks, because if the goalkeeper throws himself the right way, he's going to save it. And you can do some small tricks. We saw Rasta trying to kind of break August's focus in the goal by doing this like stutter steps. And that is a small trick you can do. Otherwise, also, of course, trying to look at the head movement. And Rasta did it very well 2 times and save the penalties of August. And unfortunate for him, but now he probably has some time to get back to Copenhagen, try to...
He's back for London, of course, next week, so it's not all lost, is it?
This guy qualified for all possible events this far, so he should not be worried, and he's also in a great spot looking at the leaderboard. He is in the top 5, and I think he's still feeling very confident.
All right. Let's check in with another member of our broadcast team, of course, Mike LaBelle, who has got another breakdown for us.
What's happening, guys? So I decided I wanted to look at the best skill move in the box. We just saw a back and forth game. It led to penalty kicks. There's a lot of goals. There's a lot of mistakes too in terms of some of the goals being conceded on kickoffs or even from corner kicks. But this is a beautiful situation here that we're going to have from Rasta, where he's working the ball inside. And when you're going into the final third, you're going to have some additional creativity. And this is a lovely example of getting the ball inside the box. You've got the right player, but you don't have the angle yet, and there's too many bodies around you. And this is where I want to showcase the instant value that you get from having a move like the La Croqueta, and what it can do for you in terms of opening up angles and the quickness of the execution. So I'm going to push play here. We're going to see 2 La Croquetas in the box, and you're going to see that angle open up. And FIFA's always been a title that's about creating those angles. You need to be able to open up your body for the finesse shot, or when we've seen the overpowered across the body, all of these different features that fit the meta each year, you've got to figure out a way to create those angles. Same can be said with passing. And you see a beautiful finish there from Pele. I'm going to rewind that so you guys can get a second viewpoint without the freeze frame. But he had 6 bodies around him, and it's still going to be a winning matchup. And it's just one of those skills that I want to make sure that people are learning. It's a new skill to this year's installment, and it's worth it. 4-star skillers, hold L1, hit the ball roll, and good things are going to happen. Are you guys using that skill? I don't know if Paul's using that skill, but I know Ivan's on board with it, and so is Mark. Let me know.I'm
certainly using it.
I'm practicing real life underneath the deck. I'm all good. I'm all over it, Mike. Thanks for that. Obviously, more tips from Mike throughout the weekend, and obviously breakdowns as well. Let's check in with the results from round number 4 then, and bring you right up to date. Here we go on the Xbox and PS4. Less games, of course, this time around, due to the fact that we've lost a couple of players on both sides. On the Xbox side of things, the big game here: Gorilla versus Megabit. 7-6 between those two giants of the Xbox FIFA world. Fantastic display from both of those two. I think, if my maths is not right, that takes Gorilla through.
Yes,
because he was 3-1 now. Megabit, of course, lost his first game in the FC. He's 2-2 right now. That's a bit worrying, isn't it? Also, down the bottom, Jablet, you can see as well. He lost his game to go through. You remember, he was 2 minutes away from going through 3-0.
I don't think you have to remind him if he gets knocked out now. That's,
Danny, by the way, as well. Is that Danny out? Because I think he was 1-2 before this game. I'll have to get confirmation for that. I think that's Danny out, which is I think Richard said in the commentary earlier, what a difference 7 days make in FIFA. Well, that guy played in the console final last weekend, and this weekend is 1-3.
I think he's out after this, and also we had a huge matchup also with 2 undefeated guys on the Xbox sides. MS Darcer, the reigning world champion, against the Wonder Kid, F2 Tex, and 7-3.
I mean, look at that scoreline. Can anyone touch Tex at the moment? Every time
he didn't even need to win that one, by the way. That was just for seed in the next round.
We're saying who's the next contender. We've had IX Danny, who matched up against him console finals. He's beaten him. Convincingly. He's beaten MS Tasari. He's beaten Gorilla.
Who else?
Who's the next victim for Tex?
I think that is a big question this weekend, or even in this FIFA 19. Who can stop F2 Tex? Is looking incredible, really.
Yeah, I think he might just get a few months off if he carries on like this, because he's probably got enough points to qualify as it is, let alone what he's going to get from this weekend. Let's check in with the standings after 4 rounds as well, because we're going to see who's in and who's out. As you can see, Nicholas on the PS4 is the top seed, headed in to the knockout stage after beating Stefano Pena in the last game that those two played. They were both 3-0 before that game, of course. Also through as well. Austin is through. Ketadilo also through in this one as well. And NYC Chris, shout out to him as well, because he started the day on a really bad loss at the start of the day, and you're worried for him as he went into his second game against Honey Badger. He won that one, and he's gone on to finish 3-1. Mo, on the other hand, however, has a mountain to climb still. He's got to win another game to get out of this group. I'm stunned. I actually genuinely thought he would already be through. So, unfortunately, he's not. Other players that are already out as well. You can see that Aggie's confirmed as being out of this game, as has Pico joined Dr. Harano and hashtag United's Honey Badger. That's PS4. We can also take a look at the Xbox standings as well, show you who's gone through there. I know that you're already aware that MS Desari has had a fantastic run through. He's finished 3-1 though, because he did lose to Tex, who's gone through. And I just want to point out, he's 24 for 8.
Wow.
24 for 8!
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, he conceded 8
What?
goals.
Yeah.
So he is...
I mean, he's played 8 games and he's conceded 8
for
goals.
us, that was always the question about it, wasn't it? He's like, we always said he had this attacking flair, but he would
But he's
concede
also
a few goals
but
along
now
the way.
he's got defence sorted somehow. Where's that come from? Anyway, fabulous tournament from him. He remains the favourite, I'm sure, as we head into the bracket stage for him. Also joining him as well will be Tim Lacker from Schalke 04. He's 3-1. Gorilla obviously 3-1 now as well. And as we said earlier on, Megavit's still on the fence, along with Jablet in there as well. Marcus Gomez is still in there at 2-2. Hensu's still in there. Fiddle still. There's so many. And out is Ajax Danny.
Yes, that's huge.
Can't even believe it.
Yeah.
1 week on from reaching the final of Xbox last week in the major. FIFA just continually surprises, Mark.
It's been a tough week for some of these players. Maybe some of the players took their foot off the gas a little bit in the week, and they thought, I got this far last week, I can come into this one.
I've got good points.
I can start slowly, but you can't. Everyone here needs those points. Everyone is hungry for points, especially the players who didn't perform as well last weekend in the major. So if they're here now and they're competing, they're going to be going 100% for every single game because they know how much those points matter to get to the majors.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of points up for grabs this weekend as well. Thank you very much, both of you. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, though, our 5th and final round will be upon us. Which games are we going to watch? Well, we'll find out very shortly. See you soon.
laziest FIFA player I know. This is a hard one.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think the laziest pro player is #Harry because he likes to party every time and sometimes even during events.
I was one time for a training camp with Nicolas in Cologne, and he told me that the only thing he was doing was eating and sleeping. So I think that he's really lazy.
#Harry. In the pro scene, I think I'm quite good in this. Like, I'm lazy.
Oh.
#Harry as well.
Probably me. When it goes to after parties at tournaments, I don't usually go out. I prefer to stay inside and play FIFA. So I'm probably up there.
The laziest FIFA player I know is me again.
The laziest FIFA player is probably myself. My sleeping pattern's awful. I just wake up when I want.
I would probably say myself, to be honest. You know, the way I see it, it's the result that matters. So get the goals quick and get it done. So I'll probably say myself.
I actually don't know.
The laziest pro FIFA, I don't know. I really don't know.
The latest pro FIFA player is, I think, in my opinion, Harry Heskett.
Give me 1 minute.
That one's tough. Nobody here is really lazy, to be honest, because there's a lot of work to get here, so I'd say nobody.
I think the most laziest player is the stranger. When we want to go out, he said, no, tomorrow is a tournament. I have to sleep.
The laziest pro FIFA player, I think it's me.
Best dressed FIFA player, that's an interesting one.
The best dressed player, I do like the clothing style of Marcuso.
#Harry. I think last week at the event he wore a suit at some time, so he's always on point with his clothes.
For me, there is no one better than another.
The best dressed FIFA player is myself again.
Marcuso, I think.
Aggie. Aggie Rosama is the best dressed one.
Maybe Danny or Ari from #.
The best dressed one is Boris Legend. You can't say anything. He's a model, so when he go to the street, all women look to him.
The best dressed one FIFA player is, I don't know, they're all looking good, so yeah.
The best dressed Nightwatch.
Marcuso.
Maybe Dosari or something.
I think the best dressed FIFA player is Marcuso from North. He has a very good sense of style. He was my ex-teammate and he always had the latest brands on.
Maybe I'll put myself up there. If we're on a night out, I try and look my best, but you know, when we're at tournaments, I just go for comfortability and casual, so maybe myself.
A very warm welcome back to the PGL FIFA19 CUP Bucharest. Match number 5 just around the corner. I have to tell you, by the way, you're watching any of these videos and you get, the questions get put to the FIFA players. Like, I'm just checking back, right? I just don't want to cast any aspersions, but let me just get this right, okay? So we asked who's the most handsome? #Harry. We asked who's the best dressed? #Harry. We also then asked who's the funniest? Need a clue? I'll give you one. It's #Harry. And apparently the laziest. Also #Harry. I think some of the FIFA players have a crush. Although I did hear a couple of mentions of our panel members that we have for our final round. Welcome back to Boris Legend and Nightwatch. Both of you got a mention in there for best dress. Quite right as well, I thought.
Yes.
Quite right.
Thank you very much, Mo.
Yes.
I'm going to cheer for you for the rest of this tournament.
Just one over a fan. I like that. He's also going to feature in our last game of the day as well.
Yes.
I feel kind of bad for him in a way because he's 2-2 and he shouldn't really be 2-2 in this tournament. He should be better than that, right?
I mean, just seeing how fast the things can switch here, and like the margins are so small. So Mo was actually 2-0 and he was leading 4-2 versus Nicolas.
Yep.
And then Nicolas turned it back in that second leg and won with the 4-0. And now he's down to 2-2. And just the margins turning so quickly.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at our featured matchup then. For round number 5, it is this. It's a big one for both players. They're 2-2 right now. It is, of course, Mo versus Phil B. A little bit of a surprise, not what you said to me. This man last week obviously played here last week in the tournament as well, and put up some good results. Beat Aggie, put up some good results against some of the other good players as well. So no slouch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last week we were even sitting next to each other. So some of the games I was watching firsthand, he was playing Age. He was getting a good result and managed to defeat Age. He played Shihan, managed to come back from 3-4 goals down, which we all know against that player is very difficult. He was putting up some very, very good results. So I'm kind of surprised he's 2-2, but Mo is not in for an easy game.
No, he's not. If he's adopted a fan, though, Boris, explain to me why he's got the quality to win this game.
Mo?
Yeah.
Well, because of his attack. It's one of the best in the world. He is so lethal in front of the goal. And we also saw his stats here. He has scored 24 goals in 4 rounds, which is very, very good. But something that he is lacking in this tournament, which he had last tournament, was a more solid defense. He conceded 22 goals, which is just way too much. But then also he had some very tough matchups, playing August in the first round, playing Nicholas. Well, this is also Phil B. Have to remember, last weekend he beat the Stranger with, I think it was 6-0 in the first round of the knockout. So Phil B. is a very, very good player, and he really has to play at his best level here, Mo, if he's going to have a chance here, actually.
Yeah. It's interesting when you look at the stats from this tournament. 24 goals scored in 8 games, average of 3 a game, but he's conceded 2.8 per game, which is just not enough. And we saw earlier on, I think, when we were looking through the stats. The Tex is the best.
Exactly.
Also scored
Attacker
24 in
defender.
8-3, but
That's the
there's
difference.
8 goals in 8 games.
One per game. 1 per game. 2 per leg, 1 per game.
So we know that Mo has no issue with going forward. We know he can score lots of goals. How is he going to plug that gap? Is he going to be changing? Do we feel like maybe he goes for that back 3? Is he going to go for a back 5? Or do you think he's still... I mean, he's been favouring a lot of 4-1-2-1-2, right? So does he stick to the same formation? Is he going to adjust?
Mo Aubameyang is used to playing 4-1-2-1-2 and 4-2-2-2. I think he will just stick to his probably the 4-2-2-2 to be able to cross and have some different options in attack. And I think he will hope to just score more. Not concede less, but just score more. Just go for the goals.
What we used to call the Aussie Ardiles school of football. I'm a Newcastle United fan. We had him as a manager for a while. He played 5 up front. I'm not even kidding. He actually played 5 up front for a few games, which I think we lost 4-3 one of them and 5-2 another one, and we may have won 4-3 in another game. I mean, insane, right? But score more than the other team is the basic premise of football.
Yeah, but in a way, Mo Aubameyang, if he goes 4-2-2, he will attack with his 2 strikers, his 2 cams, and his 2 wing backs. Even sometimes with the CDMs, that's his philosophy.
What have you learned, Boris, over the last 6 or 7 hours of watching these players? Is there anything that's come out? I know we're playing the same patch as we did last week. Is anything changed for you in terms of either formations or players' usage? I mean, I've seen a lot of Hullet and Pele flicking around, for instance, between the 2 positions. Some are using them as the holding midfielder, some are pushing just behind the front 2. Depends on, I guess, personal preference more than anything else.
And also, of course, on the play styles. And Hullet, of course, that is one of the most versatile players in the game. He has... all his stats over 80. I mean, he can play in all positions except goalkeeper, and he will be
probably be right
in the
lineup.
Well. So it doesn't really matter where you play him, even though playing him as a cam, of course, is a more defensive choice because in the defense he is just phenomenal. And I believe Mo here is going to play him as a CDM. And also, like you said, I think he will go with the 4-2-2. And something that I watched, of course, his games here. His attack is brilliant, but his pressure play sometimes is a bit reckless. He's pushing up with his center backs very hard and leaves big gaps for the through balls. And that is something that he will have to try to think about in this round here versus Phil, because he will take advantage of this.
And I guess Phil's opportunity would come from that, wouldn't it? He'll know that Mo's a great striker. There's probably not much he can do in terms of stopping him coming forwards, but there is plenty of space there behind that back 4 that he knows he can exploit.
Of course, every time you're playing an attacking-minded player, you know that you will not be able to stop him from scoring goals, and you have to use your chances. Because we say that Mo Alba's defense is kind of leaking, but he is still a top player. So if you're not good enough in attack, you will not score.
Okay, while we're waiting for these two to get ready, why don't we check in with all of the other matches that are going to be taking place in round 5 and show you those round 5 matches, which we can do now. As you can see, 3 on the Xbox, 3 on the PS4. They'll decide who goes through and who goes home. Obviously, we saw Artur earlier on, Rasta Artur, in the contention. He nearly went out, obviously, having played Aggie Rosenmeyer, removed him as well. Roy Feldman, by the way, plenty of support on social media for that young man of trying to get through. He'll play Daniel Aguela, and I tell you what, that's going to be a tough game for both of those. And finally, Megabit still in with a shout against Razio as well, so that's a big game. In the other side of PS4, Jablet versus Marcus Gomez. Now, I quite want to go and watch that. And Fiddle versus Henser is a decent game, and we've got Phil versus... They're all really good games, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. Every one of these players, they're here. It's the qualifying for this event has been very difficult, so whether they're 2-2, 3-1, they have a chance to go through. The players are 2-2, and they just have to clutch up. At this point, it's more of a mental battle rather than a battle on the pitch.
Yeah, and you said earlier, Mo, obviously, moments from going through in one way, but Jablet also earlier, 2-0, moments from going through. There's a couple of players in here that could be mentally quite destroyed right now, heading into 2-2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, both Mo and Jablet, they were going 3-0. They had their matches under control, and now they are up against the wall. So, like I said before, it's switching very, very, very fast, and it just shows the level here, and also the fact that we must not forget that this is 32 players who qualified here in last weekend's for Champions Cup. We had 64, so the level here, let's say it's even higher. These are the 32 best players in the world. So, I mean, just making it to 2-2 is very, very strong.
Yeah. Just getting here is already an achievement.
Just making it here is super difficult.
Indeed.
And then winning 2 games against the top players. But of course, I mean, this is a knockout round. And losing this last round after this long day, it's devastating.
Tough, isn't it? Which way is it going, Mo or Phil?
I'd have to go for Mo's experience.
Yeah.
Mo's
Okay.
experience.
Since he said I was the best dressed,
I was going to say, I think
Mo,
he's
of course,
biased,
every day.
biased expert here. Quite right too as well. Is he the best dressed? You let us know via social media at PGL Esports. We're going to move on, and our 5th and final round of games are about to get underway. So it's time to head over to your commentary team.
Well, here we go then. This is the big game now. Round 5 of Swiss-style format. Edit from Paul and, of course, a fantastic panel that we have got here in Bucharest. 2 professional players there. Of course, Mike Labau at the back, on-set Gaskin. The list goes on of the expertise we do have in our studio. But what a game we've got. A selection of games we've got. Round 5 of Swiss-style. It's never a nice round. It's nice if you're through, all right, and you're playing for maybe an extra win or so, to try and go 4-1 or on those lines like that. But for a few of these guys, you wouldn't put them into that hat. First of all, let's look at the players that are out of this competition already. Ajax Danny.
Alexander.
The console final last weekend. Let's remember that. Ajax Danny, out the competition. Alexander didn't have a good tournament last week. Unfortunately, not a good one this one.
Yeah, been qualifying for everything. Unfortunately, not been able to back it up on LAN as of yet. And for me, the biggest shock, August Rosemeyer from North Esports. Aggie, 1 and 3. That's 2 penalty shootouts in a row he's gone out on. He lost on penalties against Joxan in the console semi-final. He's lost on penalties here in the Swiss style.
As we know, other players have gone out as well. Hashtag Honeybadger, Dr. Hano, Pico, the Polish player, and of course Hamburg's new addition of Testo Tier, the German player there. But this is a huge game now between the two. Mo Aubameyang, or Mo Alba, as he's shortened his name down to, up against Phil B, 94 from Toronto, who, as you mentioned, Richard, had a great tournament last week. He beat the stranger, Boras said it as well, to the back post. Here's Mo Aubameyang early on. Will win a corner, but You wouldn't put this down to a deciding game to send someone through and send someone home, really.
No, it's like a console semi-final, console quarter-final is this tie, and this is an elimination match right now. Last week, Mo Bameyang went 5-0, but Phil B actually went further in the tournament. He got knocked out in the quarter-finals up against SPQR Tour, who had a fantastic tournament. Made it through all the way to that console final up against Joxan. Mo Bameyang did go out of the competition against the Spanish player Andoni PM, losing 5-2 if I remember correctly.
It's always
last Saturday.
It's always the case, Richard, as well, that people talk about this, this time finishing, this, first time finesse. There's one man that can do it well, it's Mo Bameyang. We saw him flying in last weekend. We lost our voice once or twice on a few goals as well, Richard, around the edge of the box. Don't give that man space around the box or anywhere really, in that attacking third, because he will punish you every single time. His time finesses were just incredible.
Yeah, not only the time finesse, but the time shooting in general. He's 9 times out of 10 he's getting it on green and it's flying in the top of the goal, top over the net. However, this is a club versus club matchup.
Here we go, Phil B now. First chance, referee went for a fake shot there. That looks a little bit
it's like a
close for a penalty.
A pre-season friendly. Toronto against Werder Bremen.
And the great thing about this is, and this is what the competitive structure of FIFA 19, the Global Series, will bring, is these ties. Like, these two would have never matched up before, as you know, online or online qualification for champions. Obviously, one player from Americas, one from Europe. Here's Mo Bameyang there. Great save with the feet.
That shot, once again, that low-driven, timed shot. Low-driven, timed across the goalkeeper. So effective this year. People expecting the finesse, they're expecting the near post, and then you just fire that, rifle it into the opposite corner. Good save on this occasion from the number 1 in at Phil B's goal, but opening 18 minutes. Looks like Mo Bameyang in the ascendancy right now.
Well, what do you make, Richard, of the two players that have gone 4-0 today? F2 Tex on Xbox, Nicholas with probably one of our first really convincing performances from him, in the Swiss style area of this tournament. They're both on 4-0. They're both guaranteed through to tomorrow. No one's really been phasing them.
Yeah, I think Nicholas, it's...
Here we go. There's that finesse. There's the early goal. He had to cut you off, Richard, with a first-time finesse we're used to seeing. Cristiano Ronaldo, we'll say it again and again, do not give Mo Alba any time around the edge of the box, because, look, it's so simple for him. In it goes. First-time finesse. I don't even think it was timed, to be honest. I don't think it was in time to perfection with the green. It goes in. You just don't give him time.
Yeah, it weren't even in the corner, really, just up and over the goalkeeper, and it did enough for Mo Bameyang to give him the lead. Talk about Nicholas. He was losing 4-2 against Mo Bameyang in a 2-0 game. He's then gone 4-0 perfect for today. The only PlayStation 4 player to go perfect, and he will get the best seed out of the people who went 3-2 on goal difference for tomorrow. So he's filled the confidence, the Argentine, going into tomorrow, and maybe seeing a little bit of his FIFA 18 form potentially coming back.
He's one of those players last year, wasn't he, that
unbelievable.
It was a case of who can beat him.
In my opinion, the best player on FIFA 18 last year.
He's come out this year, and one thing that he didn't really do last year was play against that many pros. He would just play online games against anyone really in the world.
A lot of weekend league.
Yeah, like this year he's come out. He's played against Filza from Wolverhampton Wanderers, one of their players there. Here's a chance now for Phil B. And what a goal! On the volley, R9 Ronaldo into the roof of the net. Game on.
Instant comeback for Phil B. Lovely pass there. Fired into the chest of Pele, I think that is. A nice little cross into the back, into the edge of the box, I should say. And R9 making the back of the net. Russell, 1-1 the scoreline. I think in terms of Nicholas, you have to play against pros to qualify. So last year you could get away with not playing against pros and still get into events, and then having this unpredictable, surprising game style, and there's this sort of, he had a mystique about him. He only lost like 11 games in like 9 months of FIFA. Online, especially this year with division rivals.
Oh, there's that finesse, and nearly went in.
With division rivals, with the qualifying process, it's almost as though you can't avoid playing against pros.
And it's okay to get a few losses now on your record because you are sparring against the best. I think that's the key thing that Division Rivals has brought us, and it's even come to a stage now where Division Rivals was looked upon more than for champions.
Yeah, 100%.
Here we go into the box again. Tries to turn. That's R9.
Penalty.
No.
Free kick on the edge.
It's going to be a free kick on the edge of the box. It's going to be for Hullet to step over that one. I completely agree with you there, Richard. I thought it was going to be a pen there, the way the referee blew up in the in the box. Here we go. Maybe you've been asking for a direct shot. We're not going to see one. Played short, outside the boom, made it look so easy. An extra man comes in, and I believe that is Eusebio, the hero once again. Look, there's 4 people over it, outside the boot. Made it look so easy, so routine. And maybe that is why they're all playing short this year.
Yeah, that's what he can do. Perfect in the top corner. If you're going to put a little diagram in that top corner and a target on where to hit to score the goal that's not going to get saved, even if you do move the goalkeeper, it's right there. Pinpoint accuracy from Eusebio. And Phil B back against the wall once again.
Maybe he's coming straight back down the other end, though. Rio Ferdinand there, just doing enough.
Seen Dani Alves used at right fullback for Mo Aubameyang. The flashback, Dani Alves.
Of course, as we know, wouldn't have been used last week because he wasn't
available.
Exactly that. Good to see he's made that addition, though, and it was one thing that I dig Dani Alves out on a lot last year was how he just always moved forward out of position and couldn't really always count on him really when he needed to. Here we go, R9, is he through? No, he's not, he's offside.
But this year with the player instructions, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter especially saying if you are going to get Dani Alves, he's still got high-low work rates. However, if you do put stay back while attacking on, he does tend to stay back while attacking. I know, I think it was R9 Rai, who's a popular Twitch streamer, good Elite 1 caliber player. He was saying that when you do put that stay back while attacking on, he does actually stay back.
He actually listens this time. That's what he's trying to say. Outside the boot, there we go. 3-1. No, he's not. He's offside. It's going to stay at 2-1. That was so close. I thought Cristiano Ronaldo just about put him in front again. But interesting point you say there about the FIFA community, how they're responding to this flashback item of that Dani Alves. And it's good to see, of course, this year when he's been told to stay back, he will stay back. He'll stay back in position there. You can just see him drift out of position slightly there. He's going to drop back into that back line for Mo Alba.
It is almost like a team of the season level card as a flashback item. And getting that this early in the game, I'm not surprised by the amount of people using him. One that I did see earlier as well, Gorilla using Kieran Tierney from Celtic at left back.
We even saw, is it James Forrest? I believe he got an inform.
Second inform.
Yeah, he got. I think it was Sean Allen from No Foots Given who was using him and brought him on last weekend in that Bucharest major, the first one of the year, as we said. And we'll say it again, the guys have been saying it is that finesse. There we go, deflection out for a corner. The next major will be in London. Of course, remember 1,500 Global Series ranking points there. For that one, and a prize pot of $100,000. Half time between the two. It's only been that one shot for Phil that's given him that opportunity. Richard, he's going to need to make a few more chances.
Yeah, Mo controlling the game as it stands right now. Both players with 88% pass accuracy as well. So the level of this game extremely high right now, and there's a lot of high stakes on the line. There's 6 matches taking place around the grounds, and I'm looking forward to Paul afterwards telling me how those results did favour in the end.
They're all make or break, aren't they, Richard? They're all 2-2 games, and 3 is that magic number. You win that game, you go through to tomorrow, you get that jump up in potential prize money and points. Because as we know, if you go out now in Swiss style format, you're not getting any prize money today. You're only getting those 110 Global Series ranking points, which is still going to be massive in the course of the whole competitive year.
Look at that from Eusebio. Look, just stretch his legs in behind.
With Dani Alves, said he's got those high lows. He can bomb on forward if he needs to. Eusebio to Vieira. Dani Alves involved in this attack. Played back into Vieira again. One more all the way across. You saw the idea from Mo, but something just seems a little bit different this weekend from Mo Alba. Don't get me wrong, yes, it's still with the first leg, but he was scoring for fun. He was 2 or 3-0 up in like no time at all last week.
I think you've got half the amount of players. You can only do so much when...
Yeah.
Would you say the quality of the players that you're playing against maybe potentially higher? You've got... It were a harder tournament to qualify. There were less spots available for each region.
I think that's the key thing about these. Here we go, Phil B, one-on-one. Oh, ball roll around the keeper. Take a bow. R9 Ronaldo on the big stage. Sold the keeper completely there. We can see on the rebound. Keeper comes out. See you later.
He sold after defence a dream. That beautiful scoop turn past the defender.
The confidence to do that as well in such a big game. No chance for Dani Alves on the line either. And that is the equaliser. Phil B straight back in this.
Yeah, he jumped at his feet. Lovely little ball roll past him. The composure. Cool, calm and composed. The 3 C's, as Mike does say.
Here we go. There's that finesse, and there's the goal. I said about those finesses. Do not give Mo Alba time around the edge of the box. He'll just punish you every single time, but it gets to a stage where, that's the only move there. He brought him out. Obviously, he's jammed that circle button.
That's pinpoint accuracy, though, as well, from Mo Bamyang.
It's a great finish. Don't get me wrong, it's a fantastic finish there, but it's one of them. You're going in for that tackle. You have to try and win it. It's like maybe a metre off there from R9 to get his foot in there, to get that ball back.
He's picked out the top corner once again. Has Mo. And Phil, after scoring a fantastic goal like that, back against the wall once again. No finesse. Success on this occasion from Phil B.
We've seen 5 goals between the two, which is fantastic. But the point about the LQEs, I completely agree. Of course, there's less spots, in different regions for these events. They're a lot harder to qualify for. Here we go. Cut back inside. Finesse. Doesn't need to. There's just going to say a generic shot nearly all the way across to the back post there. That's met by the keeper and out for a corner.
You talk about how there's less spots. That just shows how what Tex has done, what Aggie has done, what Mo's done to qualify for. On Aggie and Tex occasion, every event for Mo, every event but one. Shows how good that is to be able to just be so consistent across qualifying. You see a couple of changes coming out here for Mo Bamyang looking to kill off the game. Messi, first time we've seen him used today. And prime Ronaldinho coming on at left cam. Looking to get a couple more goals to seal this game. I think Phil made a change as well. Johan Cruyff coming on.
Lovely switch of play there from Vieira. Oh, that's not needed from Jordi Alba. Just to lose possession carelessly, and Eusebio is just going to drive forward. Spread his legs down this far right-hand side. Cuts back inside to Vieira. Overlapping run. Yes, he's going to find R9, and familiar position from where that goal was created. The second one from Phil B, and I just have a feeling that this could maybe have an equaliser in it. We're going to go into that second leg with potentially still all to play for. We have to say this again. This is a deciding game to decide who's going to send you through to tomorrow. Cruyff, one more. Surely this is the chance. You save a great tackle there, Jordi Alba. It's not over yet. All the way across. Oh my, you've got to be brave to play a header like that. And it was Rio Ferdinand back into Neuer, who can just take the pressure off, just take the sting out of the game, just for a moment.
Yeah, good composure shown by Mo. Just to nod it back to the goalkeeper.
Look at that round 4 fixture on your screen there. It's just gone. Tex beat MS Dasari 7-3.
Wow. Shows how good Tex is at the minute. The man is on fire.
Must be said as well.
New York City Chris beat Phil B 6-3.
Rafsu turning it around this week. Went 1-3 last weekend and went out the competition. He's
3-1
through
right
now.
Yeah.
He's turned that one round completely.
See a low scoring affair there between Daniel Aguila and Pico. Only 3-2 the scoreline.
As we know, that one sent out Pico, and that score above it, the penalty shootout, unfortunately sent out Aga. And saw him tweet, didn't you, Richard? As a true sport that he is, win or lose, he's always just honest. And
yeah, not good enough in this tournament. He's going to come back, get a bit of rest, and he's going to try and perform next week in London.
Lovely through ball there. Here's Messi. We don't always see him in many teams. There's the shot. There's the goal. Sold the keeper. And the amount of times we're seeing these shots going in that near post, people do not expect that finish. And it's his weak foot again, I believe.
Yeah, on his right. Doesn't matter, though. He's playing him on the right cam to offer up the...
Just to cut inside with that left foot
yeah,
finesse,
offer
surely.
up the finesse. But on that right cam position, smashing it into the near post. Beautiful finish from Lionel Messi. 4-2. Extends that goal cushion. 2-2 for Mo Bamyang. Going into the second leg. We've also got quite a bit of time left as well, so he could potentially further extend that scoreline. Neuer helpless at his front post.
He could not even if he put a leg out there to try and block it. Eusebio comes off there.
Is it George Best going on there?
Look like it on the far hand side. Looks like the figure of George Best. There's Ronaldinho on as well.
Yeah,
George Best. You see him there. Good to see him involved again this year, Rich. As we know, 20 new icons came into FIFA 19. Eusebio is one of them. Cruyff was one of them. He's that finesse and nearly find his way into the back of the net. But George Best, he wasn't in last year, was in FIFA 17, and around this time in the year, he made such an impact.
Oh, yeah. So good. And that was before the different variations of icons were introduced as well. So it was just one base icon available for the guys to use.
Ronaldo to Ronaldinho.
So now that he has got a 93 prime, has George Best, not surprised to see him
Messi across. There's that Ronaldo.
involved in these events, coming off the bench especially, before we do get a Team of the Year selection available. It's a good ball.
Oh, lovely ball. Is he onside? Cruyff, here we go. A chance maybe to get a goal for this second leg. A big goal it could have been. Great work there at the back from Maldini and Jordi Alba.
Really good first touch as well from Phil there to knock it out with his feet with the right stick straight away. Give him a little bit of separation.
Here we go. Even a goal now, though, Richard, would set this second leg up. This second leg up perfectly. Switch it all the way across. Ronaldinho.
Gorilla there. 20 goals, 20 conceded. 3-1 record. On to tomorrow. That's all that matters.
That's good. You know, thinking back to last week, Richard, when he didn't make it through the Swiss style format, everyone was like, "What has happened there?" Finesse goal. Simple Mo Aubameyang. Is that? I think it might be a hat-trick for Cristiano Ronaldo as well, if he hasn't already got one.
Timed in green. Got a little bit lucky with the rebounds there, but
he just needs a little bit of space every time, Richard. A little bit of space for an edge of the box, and he has timed that to perfection every single time.
Finds that top corner. So well does Mo Aubameyang, and now I said there's time for him to extend his cushion. That's exactly what he's done. The deficit, 3 goals currently for Phil B. He's got a little bit of a mountain to climb right now in that second leg.
You don't need us to tell us how important that first leg is. Especially when you've got an advantage of 3 goals. Phil, you're going to get one more chance here if you can try and finish it, but a finesse was deflected and it's going to go to Neuer. That should be done for game number 1 here in Swiss Star round 5, and it will be Mo Aubameyang that's got that 3-goal lead. He can turn around, he can see have a breather there, just saying, how have I got myself out of that one? 3 goals in front. I've still got a huge job to do in this next game, Richard.
Yeah, Phil, he's going to be disappointed with that. He's going to be very disappointed. I feel as though it weren't a 5-2 scoreline almost, maybe like a 4-2 potentially. I think a 4-2 would have been a safe scoreline, or not respectable, like a fair scoreline on the course of the game from what we saw especially. But Mo Aubameyang takes in a 3-goal lead into the second leg, and Phil B has got a big job on his hands. Is he going to change the team? That is the question.
When you're looking at his team there, we can just about see it.
Pele, Eusebio, CR7, R9, the front 4. You see Marcus Gomes there next to him. He's got a big game
Against
up
Jablet.
against Jablet.
But is 3 goals enough, do you think, Richard, into this second leg? We've seen scorelines of competitive FIFA. We saw it last week, some of the comebacks, some of the turnarounds.
Do you remember the stat from last week? I think it was from the Sunday, which was the quarterfinals, I believe.
Yes.
Every single game, the person who led, that we saw on stream, the person who won the first leg went on to win the game. So, Mo Aubameyang won that first leg by 3 goals. Is it going to continue for him in the second leg? Phil has to start early. He has to come out of the blocks flying if he wants to try and get back into this game straight away. I'm expecting potentially a formation change as well from Phil, maybe going to a 3 at the back.
To be honest, though, yes, you know, Mo Aubameyang scored those time finesses and those situations where he had the ball, but Phil cannot really be that hard on himself there. He played well. He played really well in an attacking sense as well. You saw that goal he scored with R9 Ronaldo was incredible to see, but he does need 3 goals now, and it's just a case of being clinical. He went into half-time in that game with only 1 shot registered, which isn't enough, especially in this half now he's about to go into. He's going to need to register more than 1 shot.
I'm just looking over Mo Aubameyang's shoulder there, Marcus Gomes. I think it's currently 3-1, potentially.
If you can see that from here, Richard,
I think
that's
it's
laser
3-1.
vision.
There is a scoreline.
Well,
obviously, we'll try and keep you updated with the games as they are going on. There's been a goal just next to Phil B right there.
See there, Mo Alba went for his a bit of a short one of his social medias from Mo Aubameyang.
Just had to restart the game. Has Mo.
And of course, this gives us a time to talk about who's already left the competition, some of the upsets so far that Swiss Star has brought us. And you can't say Swiss Star isn't fair. It gives you a chance, if you go and lose your first 2 games, to bring it back and do the unstoppable and win 3 games on the bounce. Or if you win your first 2, you could go out as Jablet potentially could be right there. But Ajax Danny out on the Xbox side, Alexander out on the Xbox side, Zib Wolf from Colombia, probably one of Janos's good friends there, Gabinho, the Hungarian hero. He goes out, and on the PlayStation side, some big names are out as well.
Yeah, I think 4 big names to take away from both the Xbox and the PlayStation. I think Honey Badger came in expecting to at least get out of Swiss. think he put a little bit of pressure on himself as well. First tournament with hashtag not counting the G-Fin Elite Series that he played in that 1 week. I think Aga, looking at last week, from the players who are playing today on the PlayStation, he was the highest ranked player coming into this tournament. No Joksan, no Tor, no Maestro at this event. So he was the highest ranked player off of last week's performances. He's out. On the Xbox, I asked Danny, a lot of expectation about him. Console final up against
second best
Xbox player on last week's performance. And then Alexander, did you know he actually qualified for the Foot Champs Cup 1, which was last weekend in Bucharest.
He stayed a week.
This weekend in Bucharest, he was the only player in the world to go undefeated. He finished 7-0 and 8-0 in both of those Swiss styles, respectively. He's not made it through Swiss style at the event.
Wow.
Stats.
Some big stats there from Richard Buckley, but
I think we're actually loading into this
it
game.
goes to show, though, how playing at home to playing at an event to playing online, like all these different surroundings. Remember that Alexander was playing for Sports Kansas City. He was at the final last year in London. He was at that FIFA E World Cup Grand Final there. As you said, Richard, what a difference 7 days can make. Alexander, he stayed in Bucharest all week, went 0-3 in Swiss style last week. You know, although his team went and won the G50 Elite Series yesterday, unfortunately, he couldn't back up that result and went 1-3, and he's out the competition as well. And after this game, we'll find out who goes through, who goes home, and how tomorrow will be shaping up for the knockouts. And more importantly, who will be picking up 850 Global Series points and $12,000.
Here we go. Scoreline after that first leg, 5-2. Mo Bamiyang does lead. Now we're coming into this second leg. Phil B has to start strong if he wants to get back into this game. Give me a flurry.
Was kicking from left to right is Mo Alba, the German, as you mentioned, Richard. Picked up that dream move to Werder Bremen, playing alongside Megabit.
What a team.
What a team that is. You know, looking towards the FIFA E Club World Cup as well, which the register for that is closing in a few days' time, or might even be a day's time. And that's another event part of that global series. Here we go. Phil B. We need an early start. We've mentioned about this already, Richard. Eusebio. Back to Vieira. Phil B will be involved in EMLS this year, was involved last year. Playing for Toronto, moving the ball around incredibly as well. Lovely ball. Can you play across? R9. Going to go for a corner in the end.
Yeah, we're just looking to use that fake shot to get in behind and then whip it into the box.
What's happening there? That's an awful mistake. Back across. There we go.
That was the slice of luck that he needed to get back into this game. Mo Bamiyang's pulled his goalkeeper out with R3. What Phil's done is just whipped it in a straight line, pretty much.
It's in.
Exactly level.
Don't worry about the goal line technology. It's in.
I think it will move on maybe a couple of seconds, and then we'll see it officially over the line.
It's all good.
There we go. It's on. So he's whipped it across the line. Neuer's come back and done a weird animation. He saved it almost back into danger. I think it was Eusebio. Just had to get something on it.
That's a tough finish. That is a very tough finish. And at the tightest of angles as well. Took a deflection. Went in. Goal line technology was needed. Straight down the other end now.
This would be classic Mo to get back into this game though straight away.
Man, that was it there. Great block there from Rio Ferdinand. It was just a simple ball. But you said about that slice of luck that Philby might have needed. But that's moving your goalkeeper. We'll say again, the risks that do follow with that.
Because if he doesn't move his goalkeeper there, Neuer just catches that ball very, very simply. It's not a good ball into the box. It's played straight, in a straight line. It's only a good ball because he's moved his goalkeeper. If he's read that he's going to move him, and he's played it there in preparation of the move, fantastic.
Vieira to Hullet, to Pele. Oh, you saw the idea there. Nearly found that ball.
Phil looks up for this second leg.
He has to be as well. Richard came into it needing 3 goals. Now he only needs 2 to send this to extra time or send it the full way to penalties. But he's going to have to soak up a lot of pressure from Aubameyang, and that is what can happen sometimes. 6-3 now, straight down the other end. And now that comeback runner has to start all over again by being 3 goals down.
Yeah, Mo Bamiyang last year, he was known for them crosses. He was known for the back post cross. He's whipped it into that back post area. Neuer can't do anything, and R9, right place at the right time, just to get anything on it, bundle it over the line. So once again, re-establish that 3-goal lead against Phil.
16 minutes, or after 16 minutes, I should say, 2 goals scored between the two. Phil B has to be straight back on it from the word go now. Of course, a FIFA Interactive World Cup 17, where the one that Grilla won in London, he was a finalist there.
Yep.
After a really good year, and then last year just seemed to struggle a little bit.
Get to the semi-finals.
He had an incredible group. I remember did he beat Tass, I want to say? Or
he got out of the group.
He had a very tough group back in London. We're talking, you know, a few finals back now. Here we go, Mo Aubameyang, don't give him space. There's that finesse on the rebound. What a save again. Heroic stuff from Neuer.
Mo Aubameyang also a 2017 and 2018 grand finalist.
Yep. See, formerly in Team Expert.
2017 got through to the console final, knocked out against Team Ox on golden goal. I remember, beautiful little McGeady spin from Team Ox, and then did slot it home with CR7. Last year, disappointing grand final for Mo Aubameyang. Up to his standards. For me and you, fantastic.
Yeah. Once again, though, we're speaking about these German players, and you heard Paul talk about it earlier about how back in the day when we had a few UK players that were representing the UK. There were 16 German players at the Cup 1 last week. There's 6 German players here in this tournament. Surely one has got to be, you know, getting through to the latter stages, because last week, out of those 16, 10 went through to the knockouts. No one made it through to the finals.
Yeah, almost 1 in 5 of the players here, German.
Here we go, free kick. Also working in meters now. 18 meters out. Edge of the box. Can he hit this outside the boot? He did it before. Did Mo Aubameyang. He tried to just replicate that. Did Phil B.
That's beautiful.
Oh, he's done well there. Ronaldo just wanted to just have a few more touches. That is brave. Very brave for Mo Aubameyang, but you've got to be ice cool in those situations, and he was.
Yeah, he's not won the header, though. Now Phil going to come straight back. Wonderful finesse.
Whoa.
Just over the bar from Pele.
That would have been incredible if it just
nestled in that top corner.
In the top corner. I'll give it, though. The pressure has been non-stop from Phil. Knows the job that's on his hands. Knows that even if he can get himself a goal before half-time, he only needs 2. And, of course, that does mean he has to hold off the German in Mo Aubameyang and not give him any time around the edge of the box for any time finesses. Watch out for any long crosses that go all the way across. That's competitive FIFA for you, playing the best of the best. No one's hiding in competitions like this. No one's hiding in qualification anymore. Now, there's no other foot champions, last chance weekend. Oh, just go for it. Eusebio, he's through. I don't think he believed he was going to get the yards on Alexandro.
Yeah, he took a really good touch to Eusebio to actually get away from him.
Hullet to R9, back to Hullet again. There's the ball. He wanted to play one more. He went for a finesse. He's done well. He's done very well there. He could have easily, to be honest, maybe made the wrong decision and played it all the way across, but just about opened up a little pocket of space there. Like one more touch, just that one more touch to go out on your right foot and to bend it around the keeper.
Yeah, great finish from R9 at the near post. Maybe asking questions on Neuer getting beat at his near post with not a lot of goalkeeper movement either from Mo. However, this game is far from over. Phil B keeps on just clawing away at that aggregate scoreline.
It's one of those, like, Phil scored that goal now. His mental side's like, okay,
I can get back in this, I can get back in this.
Mo Aubameyang, if he goes and scores down this other end, it will just drop back to 0 again, and you've got to really ask a few questions of Phil to say, mentally, have I got this to bring it back? And there we go. I said it. I may have cursed it. Eusebio scores. And that free goal advantage just adds back up again. Small touch out to the right and a finesse to perfection.
Mo Aubameyang is the finesse shot king.
Can we just call him Finesse King? The Finesse King.
Beautiful near post finesse from Mo.
You heard it all last weekend, Richard. People just saying he's the best. He's the best at time finishing. He's the best at finessing. He knows the exact areas where this is going to work. They do this time and time again, as you would say, Richard. Muscle memory.
It's like Phil. He's got a. He's climbing a rope. He's in PE or gym, as if you're not English, you'll say. He's climbing that rope. He's about to get to the top. He's about to ring the bell, and Mo Aubameyang knocks him back down, all the way
back
to the
down
bottom.
To the beginning. The 3-goal lead. Added time of 3 minutes in this first half.
And the question is, how many times are you going to willing to get back on that rope?
And you get onto the end of that, bit of confusion there. I don't think Pele was going for it. R9 went for it in the end. Just a few seconds left before we end this first half. Unless Phil can get one more attack. I don't think he will. Just hoof long. And there we go, half time in the second leg. technically, we're basically in the same position as we came into this game. It's just been a few goals, and the aggregate, kind of the scoreline, is still at a 3-goal deficit. Change of formation here.
Into a 4-3-3 second variation. He's got that one defensive midfielder just going to sit in front of the back two. It all depends as well what he puts on his centre mids. He could put stay back or attacking on those two central midfielders as well. Mateus coming on. And it looks like, who else is it going to be coming on as that centre midfielder to help see up this game? I imagine Hullet. They'll put Hullet as left centre mid and then maybe Ronaldo at striker, Pele out on the left. Potentially.
It's not a bad midfield three if he's going to put him in that.
He's keeping Pele at left centre mid and he's put Hullet at striker.
Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's an idea why. Hullet into Hullet's feet and we play off him? I don't really know.
It's like a...
I'm sure it's something that he's doing.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's doing something that he knows, or a few players will know. But Hullet's up front, it looks like, for the remainder of this game at this moment in time. Probably one player you want back working hard. You can just see him dropping back there. Phil B. And that one's gone into row Z. An awful finish. Just to see what changes Phil B's made. It's going to be a case of when am I going to go free at the back and go out for this game.
Yeah, constant pressure, I imagine, from Phil. That's it.
Spread it all the way across to Eusebio. Played back across again.
Just got forced a little bit wide. Did Eusebio there. Couldn't get the trajectory on the cross that he did Phil. Looks like low-driven cross across the box. In that occasion there, that ball gets fired into Mobanyan's feet on the edge of the box. He's turning and finessing straight away. Philly's taking a touch. It just gives Mo a little bit of time just to surround him in bodies.
That was Maldini there, wasn't it? Just being able to press that straight away. If that was Mo, as you mentioned, Cristiano Ronaldo in that position will not be missing that.
He's spinning straight away.
If he's not missing, he's at least getting the shot on target. But you can just see the pressure there. It's so tight, it's so compact for Phil to try and get round. You kind of have to say, like, whatever the custom tactics are with the formation that Phil's been playing, it's kind of just falling into the hands of Mo Aubameyang as such, because whether it's a 4-2-3-1, we haven't really seen those two CDMs being tight and compact together.
What's Hullet there doing?
He's done well.
Up top.
Look at that upper body strength. He's possessing there.
He's like a man possessed. It's a good tackle from Vieira.
And Phil B's Hullet is fouled there.
I thought he got the wall.
By Vieira. Just over 30 in-game minutes in this one. We'll round up all the round 5 fixtures here from the PGL Cup Day 1. This is our last round, then we move into our post-show for today. With Paul and the rest of the panel, of course, some fantastic experts from the FIFA competitive scene, pro players. We've got a lot of knowledge. Some were involved last weekend, including Nightwatch.
Yeah, actually, as a player who's been in this predicament in Swiss style, in knockout tournaments before, how does the mindset change? Little things like that you can really get out of the pro players, get out of Boras, get out of Mike, and get out of Nightwatch on this occasion.
Oh, lovely ball, placed in the back post. Yeah, you saw the idea. There's the shot and a great save, Neuer. Chances like that you kind of have to take, and they need to go right. Now we're seeing a change again. Pull it. There we go. Is that the sensible one now? Now bring on some fresh legs in Cruyff.
Messi out wide, and then Eusebio up top, I think it is. Then Ronaldo into striker, yep. How many subs does he have? Mateus.
Well, this is what he's not even looking at how Phil B's matching up. He's just...
I'm going to play my game style.
I know that
up.
I'm
my
playing
game
well.
style is better than yours on this occasion, and I can get away with playing my attacking, crossing game and really start to implement my game plan on you, because I know that you have to change for me. You have to come at me. You have to change formation. You have to go to constant pressure.
Back to the goalkeeper there, and it's a chance for Aubameyang to play short, which we don't normally see a number of pros do. It's normally just a half-powered goal kick out to the midfield, or just hoof forward, or you've got the ball in your hands, play it down the line like a DH Tech's back in the day-esque type of goal kick. Matthias, we play the overlap. No, he's going to play inside instead to Dani Alves, who fancies a chance.
Yeah, nice little effort. Dani Alves on his weak foot, looking to bend it into the top corner.
That wouldn't have been a decent finish if it did just about go in. Can he just play one more, just a little threaded through ball if he can? Cruyff, he's fresh, I believe, as well. Back inside to George Best, who's fresh as well. Outside the boot again. That's going to take a deflection out for the corner. Good pressure this from Phil. Needs 3 goals. Time is running out for him. This attack could be the one. He needs himself a goal there. Blocked. Ronaldinho. Let's look at the numbers back for Mo Aubameyang. Defending really well. Look around the edge of the box there. He's controlling Hullet. Inside. Great tackle again. The timing of that had to be to perfection, and it was.
Yeah, real good block from Maldini, just closing down the ball. Not letting Phil have any real sniff at goal. As soon as he gets into a good area.
There we go. Play one more.
He's squeezed him very, very quickly.
Risky as well there, but
sometimes got to take risks.
Great tackle every single time, just on the ball, Mo Aubameyang.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you give a foul away there because it's not a dangerous foul.
No,
You're not going to score from that range.
It's going to be yellow, really, isn't it? Just look at the numbers back now. It's so hard. Look how tight that area is for Phil to try and get round. Look at the pressure from Mo Aubameyang again. Superb. From the German playing for the Bundesliga side. It's been so good defensively.
And that was maybe something that lacked in his game last weekend. They were getting into these winning positions and then giving goals away.
This comes Phil B. There's the through ball. Can he find it? One more. He wants to play that one more, but it's been read. And there you go. That is
good read. Very
a great
good read.
example of just reading. Move the goalkeeper across. There's that finesse gone. You can't play that one more out to the back post or out on that right-hand side because I've marked that as well. Being able to move that goalkeeper and time that defensive run there, Richard, is second to none. Incredible.
Yeah.
Messi
Fantastic read.
Across. Just over there for a goal, a corner.
Fantastic read of the goalkeeper just to pull him across. Expect the expected. I think that's exactly what he's done. When you're in danger and you're in panic stations, which Phil is, you're not going to think about doing something unpredictable. You're going to go back to what's got you to this stage, finesse shots. First time finesse shots. And Mo Aubameyang is ready so well, and that were a big chance for Phil, because if that goes in 7-5, 75 minutes on the clock, maybe a little bit of doubt creeps into Mo's mind, but right now, he's thinking about his...
so routine for him.
He's thinking about his night's sleep tonight, he's thinking about his game tomorrow morning in the knockout stages.
He is as well, probably thinking about what he's having for dinner before he heads into a big night's sleep, a night of preparation ahead of going into those knockouts tomorrow. Of course, the more wins you get in the Swiss style, the better seeded you are. And looking at players like Nicholas, looking at players like F2 Techs who are 4-0, will be going into #1 seeds on their console side. And you have to give credit to Phil. We're not just saying he hasn't really given a performance. The first game, he's been incredible. And Mo Aubameyang is just, coming back with another goal. It's so hard to bring that back. Here's a chance now. George Best, and when the touch is there against you as well. There's not much you can do into added time in a minute. And we will be, unfortunately, saying goodbye to Phil B, who's been back-to-back tournaments in Bucharest. Qualified for both of them. Mo Aubameyang, though, went 5-0 in Swiss style last weekend. He's going to be just about clawing his way through Swiss style on this time, Richard. 7-4 in front, the German FIFA player, and he'll be just praying, thank God I've got through. Thankfully, he has, Richard. He's going to be going through to day number 2 tomorrow, and round 5, bringing all the drama. There we go. There's his teammate Megabit saying, well done there, mate.
Yeah, there's a reason that you go 5-0 in qualifying. There's a reason that you qualify for pretty much every single event. It's because you've got a little bit about you. You've got the minerals. You've got something in your locker to be able to clutch out a game. That's exactly what Mo Aubameyang's got. Big performance from him. And once again, showing 5-0, it's not a fluke. Those qualifying results, not a fluke. I am here to stay, and I am here to win a big tournament. You can see there.
That's what it's all about as well. Straight over the sportsmanship is there. Of course, Phil B flying all the way over from Toronto as well. A huge journey for him.
I can see behind there, Tex talking to Jablet. How did Jablet get on? Somebody please let me know.
We'll have to find out, of course. So many big games. We're all focused on those 2 wins, 2 lost games there, Richard. Some huge games in that Swiss style round 5, as we know. We saw the drama last weekend in that major here in Bucharest. We're in the same studios, people. We are back here again. We've still got the knockouts tomorrow.
Different tournament, same drama.
Yeah.
Even if a little bit more drama, because there's less players. You'd say this is a good opportunity with the less amount of players. Half the amount of players that were competing last week. It's a good opportunity to get points on the board, to get Global Series ranking points, to give you a little bit of an elevation. This will, looking at the Continental Cup, the tournament that set up Joksan. So if someone wins this tournament today, it could set them up and propel them going into next week into that major.
But of course, as you mentioned, 850 global series ranking points is what this tournament can give you, and $12,000. That's not a bad weekend's work.
Yeah, FIFA's a momentum game. If you've got the momentum with you, if you've got the confidence with you, you can achieve anything.
We've seen it from us, guys. We've commentated over that one. Mo Aubameyang just about scraping through in round 5 of Swiss style format. We're going to be sitting back as the guys at the analysis desk break down who has gone through and who has gone home here in Bucharest.
We are indeed going to do that. Thank you very much, boys. Great commentary as usual. Our 5th and final round has come to an end. Mo has made his way through to the bracket stage. He's done it the hard way as well after going to 2-2. Could have been so much easier for the poor guy. He's made it life hard, but he's finally managed to get through to the quarterfinals of his particular bracket. We're going to break down that game, also look at the results and see who else has gone through. I know a few of you are itching to find out which of the players has gone through, so we'll do all of that as well. And also, before the end of the game, we won't have the final brackets for both of the consoles, but we will have it released on the social media channel, so make sure you're following at PGL Esports on Twitter, because it will be printed after the show finishes. Right, let's wrap up on the final round of the day with our two Ivans here at the desk. Gents, the commentary team said it was kind of like by the skin of his teeth. It was 7-4. I mean, score-wise, feels kind of fairly convincing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two sides of it. I think they meant as in he was 2-0. He went to 2-2 and had to win his last game. And second of all, I mean, the score shows one thing, but like first game probably it was a tighter game, or the second one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in games like this, like the smallest margins can decide games.
Yeah, I mean, good first leg, Boris, and you know, in the end, that's helped him through, isn't it?
Yeah, and just like we saw in the previous round, amazing attacking display from Mo. He takes every chance. Also here, of course, a short free kick, top corner. He is so effective in front of the goal. Maybe not the best still in the defense. He will try to find that the best defensive level.
Yeah, I mean, this level of defending here.
Yeah.
Hello? Has everyone fallen asleep back there?
And that was exactly what I talked about, that he sometimes pushes up with his center-backs a bit recklessly, but he still manages to come back every time by having this type of weapon in his locker, the long shots, and also here a nice no one saw this Messi's weak foot, the driven near post finish. He just surprises the opponent here and catches him off guard.
We've seen him do that a few times this weekend already. He's a couple of those near post shots as well. At 5-2 in the first leg, and you know, late goal there, and you think that's finished Phil off, really, isn't it? At that point,
exactly. 15 minutes before the end of the game, the score is 3-2. You think everything's possible, and the game just ends with a scoreline of 5-2. You're 3 goals down, and even here he makes it 5-3. But 15 minutes in, Moaba, he gets one more goal and kind of decides the game.
I mean, that's the danger, isn't it, though, Boris? When you're 5-2 down, even if you get one goal back at 5-3, it only needs the other team to score one, and you're back to where you were. But it's quite disheartening, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And here Phil was getting close, scoring 6-4, and Phil actually did a very good game, but he didn't manage to stop here the long shots from Mo. And when you face a player like Mo, you have to try to close down the space. You have to stand very close to the ball and try to block these shots. But he simply left too much space for Mo on the ball, and that is something you cannot do against Mo.
No, absolutely. I guess the fact that you're now a full-fledged Mo fan
definitely is
also helped as well. I saw him at the end; he was quite fist
yeah,
up.
his trademark celebration.
His trademark celebration, and it was back. You know, one finally, I'm back through. Important for him as well, not just to bounce back from the 2-0 to 2-2 thing and then get a clean slate. Now he can look forward to tomorrow, go through to the quarterfinals. He's a dangerous player to have in that quarters, isn't he?
Of course, like the amount of times we've seen somebody go unbeaten in Swiss and lose the first round even.
Yep.
I mean, at this level, with FIFA, the margins are so small that someone who barely got out of the Swiss round can just beat someone who went flawless. And that's what we were talking with Tex, that he is aware that no one who went unbeaten in Swiss has actually won the tournament, so he's hoping to be the first one.
Yeah.
And same with Mo. He hopes that his Swiss round performance can actually be topped by his knockouts.
Yes. All right. Well, I was looking forward to having an interview with Mo Aubameyang, but instead, that honour falls to Mad Mike, who's over at the Telestrader, and hopefully he's going to break down just why Mo is such a good attacking force.
I'm now going to change my name to Happy Mike. I'm not Mad Mike anymore. I'm here with Mo. You just advanced. And we've got an example on screen because we talk about set pieces. They're so important. Whether it's a corner kick, whether it's a free kick, we're seeing all the pro players, they're converting these. So can you tell us what's going to happen here before I push play? Because so many people ask me all the time, Mike, how do we score that? How do we do these layoffs? I've got Mo, the main man, going to tell us how you score these goals.
Yeah, that's a free kick 60 meter from a goal. So I have many choices. I can run behind the wall, I can pass, I can shoot directly. So now I choose to add 2 players and press L2X that Hullet passed the ball to Pele and I shot directly one touch.
And you've kind of been the king of these first-time finesse shots from everywhere. But it puts a lot of pressure on your opponent that he knows that you're going to score that goal. And I've got another example here where we're going to deal with finishing. We talked a lot about being clinical, and you're one of the most superb goal scorer machines. I don't know if there's anyone in the tournament, maybe you and FIFA, you Houston, that score 4 or 5 goals in 20 minutes sometimes. Yeah. It can happen. So we've got an opportunity here. Messi's breaking through. He's got space. You could pass it. You could shoot it. I'm going to show the 4 options, and I'd kind of like to get your mindset. Where are you going? Because you could basically go bottom corner on the near post, top corner on the near post. Yes. You can go bottom corner across the body, top corner across the body. So what's going through your mind in this situation?
Yes, I have a fresh Messi, so he's fast and he's left foot. So maybe he don't expect that I shoot. Maybe he expects that I go to the left side. So I choose number 1 with that driven time finesse shot. Yeah, it's like 100 miles per hour. That shot when he don't move his goalkeeper, it's like 100% goal. So yeah.
So basically,
1 and 2 is great.
Yeah, so basically, it's going to score unless he scoots his goalkeeper to the near post. Yeah. So it beats him on the near post, and if he were to scoot his goalkeeper to the far post, it's obviously still going to score as well. And you're seeing a lot more of this weekend. Almost want to roll that back for the people so you can see this in full speed. But it's a beautiful technique, and I think we're going to see this a lot more in the meta. And Mo's going to be killing it going on till tomorrow, right? He's going to score more goals.
I hope.
We're going to send it back to you guys, see if you guys are working on this near post situation.
Yeah, I like the near post. Weak foot, though, worked out all right this time round. But then you've got a fresh Messi coming off the bench to do things like that. It makes things a bit easier, I guess. But it's a great skill. And Mike talked about the fact we're going to see a lot more this weekend as well. Other players are going to start doing this. Yeah, the more the year goes by, the more somebody invents something new, discovers something like a weak foot Messi shot driven green. Somebody's going to catch on to that, and just in a matter of days, everybody's going to start doing it, and then you have to get ahead of those, find something new, etc. Yeah, and then there's the whole movement of the goalkeeper in the middle of all of this as well. We didn't get to break down his defensive prowess in that game. I think it's probably a good thing as well. Let's take a look at the results from round number 5 as we've ended our Swiss stage here. All of the players that are going through have gone through. All the players that are going out have gone out. We'll show you that as well. Rasta as well, coming through 5-3. He was also one of those players that we said earlier on had to beat Aggie Rosenmeyer and then the final game to make his way through. He's done exactly that. You've seen Maya go through as well. And one of the surprises, Roy Feldman has gone through 3-2 against Daniel Aguilar. And I have to tell you, there's a lot of fans out there that are very happy about that as well. They've been telling me all day long, this Feldman kid, he's pretty good. He's proved his point. He's through to the knockout stages. Megabit's also made his way through after a difficult start to the day. He's absolutely taken Razia apart 7-2 in his game. And I can also say, somewhere in the building, I can hear Richard going, yay! Jablet is through 4-3 against Marcus Gomez over the 2 legs as well. He was 3-2 up from the first leg and managed to hold on in the second. And Fiddle has taken out Hensu in the final game 5-3. So that are the final results of the day as far as round 5 is concerned. Any surprises for you in there?
Not sure. I mean, Fiddle is as of today, he has moved on PlayStation. So he has qualified for a PlayStation event. He is playing this tournament not even for pro points because he doesn't need them. So maybe it's a surprise he went to the knockouts considering it's not even his console anymore. Yeah. But generally, the games went as expected. Yeah, towards the end of the day anyway. A few surprises this morning. I guess the biggest one for you, sad-wise, is probably August Rosenmeyer not making it through.
Yeah, that was a big upset, seeing him losing 1-3 in the Swiss format. Like we said, I mean, he has tournaments now every weekend. He will have a lot of time this season. That's also something that is great in this year's format, that there is a lot of chances, even though you have a one bad tournament, even though you didn't qualify for 2-3 tournaments. we're gonna have a lot of them this season. The season is long.
He's got plenty of opportunities, hasn't he?
Yes, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And I
more
pretty sure that he
of
knows
those,
this.
please, guys. We need more puns. We need more of those regular, one game at a time.
Cliches.
Cliches, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. Let's take a look at the results then, the standings rather, as we see the final standings from the FIFA 19 Cup day number 1. On the PS4, players going through on the left-hand side of your screen. Nicholas99 going through with a flawless record. Austin up there as well. Stefano Pena still in the chat with a shout as well. NYC Chris, shout out to Chris as well. He had a tough start today. He's also made it through as well. Roy Feldman, as we said earlier on, surprise. He's also up there. And Rasta Artur also going through. Some of the surprises, obviously, we've said Aggie Rosemeyer not going through. Phil just falling at the last hurdle. An old former favourite from VFP, Dr. Rahano as well, also out 0-3 in that one, as well as hashtag Honey Badger also gone on 0-3. That's PS4. We can take a look at the Xbox final standings as well, with our other 16 players split into 2 groups of 8 right now. There's 8 going through and 8 going home. Starting with the ones that go through. Tex absolutely flawless today, 4-0 and 24 goals scored against 8. That's 3 average scored, 1 average conceded per game throughout today. Incredible performance from him. Schalke's Tim Lacker also through 3-1, as well as Rasu as well. Gorilla in there as well in the mix. Demis Dasari, former world champion, of course, in there. Jablet making it through as well on the final game, despite going 2-0 and then 2-2. Megabit also in the mix as well with Fiddle. And on the other side, some of the players that are going out. Daddy, probably the most notable one in there, gents, of all the players. Last weekend was in the Xbox final.
Yeah, that's just how the game goes.
7 days later, it kicks you in the bum.
Exactly.
So why the game's so good and why it's so hated at the same time?
So to
'Cause
speak,
it can be unkind to you, can't
exactly.
it?
It's a love-hate relationship.
Highlights for you today, both of you. What stood out for you?
It's hard to say. Well, we have to mention, of course, FTTX once again. I mean, just seeing how he plays, we thought that he couldn't play better than he did last weekend.
Yes,
he
somehow
did.
he's found another gear.
He did, even though we thought that wasn't possible. He's just showing next level FIFA. And if we want to talk about one specific game, I believe that game, AG Rasta Artur had everything. It was so tense watching. And unfortunately for August, but very fortunate for Rasta Artur, who's also through now to tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic game. For yourself, Knight, what have you enjoyed today?
Exactly, I can agree with Ivan. Just Tex has been smashing it today. We've had some big names just barely making it through. We've had some surprises with people being knocked out, and some not so popular names making it through. So it all depends on the bracket tomorrow, and if Tex can break the curse of being unbeaten in the group stages in the Swiss and actually winning the event.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, gents. Thanks to all of our broadcast crew for the day. We've come to an end of day number 1. Day 2, of course, will feature the quarterfinals, semi-finals and final of both consoles, and, of course, the grand final where the 2 champions will meet in the grand final. Those champions will get 850 points, but who gets the largest slice of the prize fund and, of course, the all-important PGL trophy? We're going to find out tomorrow. Now, one final note for you. Thanks for watching, by the way. But the final bit of news is this. You're going to need to be following PGL Esports on Twitter, because we will release on social media over the next hour or so, hopefully, the brackets for tomorrow. We're not going to hang around, because otherwise, it's just me and you're going to get bored, frankly. So we're going to go off and have a nice cup of tea in Bucharest. And we'll join you tomorrow, and you can join us live from Bucharest for the quarterfinals of the PGL Cup Bucharest. We'll see you tomorrow.